What is up, Packers fans? Welcome into day 2 of our Pack-A-Day draft party presented by Luigi's Pizza. I'm your host, Andy Herman. You can follow me on Twitter at Andy Herman NFL. We're going to have some guests tonight. Joining me right now is the wonderful, the amazing, the incredible, the handsome Andrew Merteg. You can find him on Blue Sky at Andrew Merteg. Andrew, it is great to have you here. How the heck are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. Those were too nice of things to say about me, so I don't know how to react to that at all. I'm used to having hosts that bully me, quite frankly. So,
Classic
um,
Maggie.
thanks for sucking up, but unnecessary. I'm super happy to be here. I got so much enjoyment out of yesterday and like Green Bay getting the proper shine of hosting the draft, and now watching alongside and being able to talk about the draft. This is a dream come true.
Yeah, it's been a really incredible weekend or week of draft already, and it's only Friday. Obviously, we have all of today left. We've got all of tomorrow left. We've only got 32 of the picks in, and it already feels like it's like coming and going so fast here. But no, I'm so thankful to have you here. If you're not familiar with Andrew's work, obviously right here on the Pack-A-Day podcast, but also the Draft Fellows podcast alongside Kyle Fellows. They do such an incredible job breaking down all things NFL draft. The sweatshirt is sweet. The logo is awesome. Make sure to follow them over at the Draft Fellows. But yeah, I'm excited to get all of your insights, obviously, on what happened yesterday, some of the things that are going to be going on today as we get ready for rounds 2 and 3 today. And then I'm sure we'll start previewing tomorrow as well. As far as the show today, obviously Andrew's here right now. I think we're going to have some other guests pop in through the course of today. They're welcome to join whenever. Maybe they come for all of it. Maybe they come for none of it. I have no idea, but invites have been sent. Tyler Brook, Justice Mosqueda, Maggie Loney, Mark Oldacres. So we might have some friends stopping by different parts of the night, but I think Andrew's going to be rolling here for the vast majority of the night. And of course, I'm going to be here throughout the course of the night as well. As I mentioned, we are presented by Luigi's Pizza tonight. And here, by the way, if I don't know if I've ever shown this before, this is what we're looking at here. And yes, I did have my Luigi's Pizza for lunch today. We've got this is the ultra thin crust that I always talk about. The pepperoni one here is by far and away. Can we see here? Here is my absolute go-to. They got the mighty meaty, the deluxe sausage, mushroom, and onion, which is a go-to, and then the supreme, which again, the deluxe olives, we can't do that, but the supreme, love the supreme. That is one of my favorites. Then you got the Big Daddy pub style pizzas, which are fantastic. The double pepperoni, and then the real ones, the fresh Joe, the rising crust pizzas, and you even get the breakfast scramble, the Western omelets. They are incredible. If you haven't tried the Luigi's Pizza yet, I know Andrew tried to figure out a way to get them out. He couldn't figure it out, but if you haven't checked out Luigi's yet, make sure to do so. And again, a huge shout out to them for sponsoring our draft content all weekend long. I'm sorry, Andrew, that you don't have access to a Luigi's Pizza.
No, that's fair. And I'm going to be back in Wisconsin this fall. And I legitimately, like, I'm not saying this because they're a sponsor. Like, I am going to be hitting them up because when I did live in Wisconsin, I remember getting Luigi's Pizza. And the worst thing that I can say about them is that because I have no willpower, I would hammer the whole thing. And like a frozen pizza should be 2 meals, but I would eat it in one.
It happened today. Ate a whole one.
Yeah.
I have no apologies, no regrets. I feel like a better person because of it. I don't feel like a worse person. So yeah, I feel strong. I feel amazing. So yeah, no, there are no regrets whatsoever. Just really quick, we've got some super chats that already came in. Mirko, thank you so much for the super chat there. And then Dick DiNardo, thank you for being a member for a month, and you are more than welcome for the great coverage. I appreciate that a ton, and we're going to have a really fun time today going through all these different picks. We're going to get to as many of your questions as you can throughout the course of the day, or as weekend, I should say. If you want to make sure that you get your questions in, because we are going to obviously be talking back and forth today, make sure you get those super chats in, and we will for sure get to all of those. And then we'll get to some member chats in as much as we can through the course of today's show. But we also, right now, get to welcome in our good friend, Mark Oldacres. Mark, it is great to see you as well. Thank you so much for being here. Mark is absolutely crushing the draft content, although our prediction of Hairston did not come true yesterday. I don't think either of us are too upset by that, though, when they go, golden in round 1, which is an unbelievable moment. But Mark, welcome in. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. Yeah, definitely not disappointed. Disappointed because I got it wrong, because like pride and all that. But
Obviously.
Golden, much better prospect. Like him falling to 23 was kind of a no-brainer. So obviously there was the kind of the off-field stuff with Hairston, which was a little bit dicey as well. You'd rather just not get into that if you can avoid it. So yeah, that was kind of part of it too. A bit of relief on that side, but yeah, I feel like I kind of like I'm partially responsible for you also ending up picking a Heston a little bit. Like I feel like I've been pushing this hard, so I'm taking some responsibility, and I will admonish you of that. Like, that's on me, that one.
So here's the funny thing. You did not influence me in the final decision. You did sort of bring a couple things to fruition with some of the weight stuff that was maybe a little bit more of like what they kind of consider them. There's a 1,000,000% a true story. I spent way too much time at the end of my night prior to the night before the draft going through and deciding. It was literally down to, and the people listen to the episode, I literally ranked my bottom or my 4 in order. Said 4 was Shamar Stewart just because he wasn't going to be there. 3 was Will Johnson. 2 was Matthew Golden, and 1 was Hairston. And the amount of time that I literally wrote down Matthew Golden. I had Golden as my pick. And the final influencer in the stupidest way possible was the betting odds, where wide receiver was like plus 475 or something, and corner was like plus 140. And I'm like, all right, like, sometimes Vegas knows, sometimes they don't know, or they're obviously just trying to get more bets on it. But the literal deciding factor for me was that Vegas thought it was much more likely to be a corner than it was to be a wide receiver. And then the other thing in the back of my mind of like, they just never take a wide receiver round 1. So like predicting a wide receiver in round 1 just feels foolhardy no matter what, but had literally written down as my final prediction right before I was about to go on wide receiver, Matthew Golden. And then idiot me got influenced by the betting odds of all things. So Andrew, I didn't get the chance to ask you, of course, your thoughts just on round 1 and Matthew Golden in that selection yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't think Golden was going to be around when they picked, so I had kind of taken that out of the realm of possibility. He was my wide receiver 3, I guess 4 if you're going to count Travis Hunter. I had him as my overall 30th player, but who cares? Like he fell in the bucket of late first, early second. There aren't enough first round players to get to 23 anyways. So like, I think they picked him in the perfect range. I think skill set wise, what they're looking for, he's a really exciting prospect. And, like hopefully he is Jalen Waddle 2.0 and the Packers have an electric playmaker who can, catch the ball over the middle and then make something happen. And I think that skill set is going to like really accent the rest of the players who hopefully take the step we thought they would last year. So it's hard not to get excited about a wide receiver. Like I'm to the point where it's like, okay, I really like what he offers on paper, and we'll see how it actually falls out over the season. Do we know what jersey number he picked?
We do not yet. There's been a lot of debates of what that number should be. He was number 2 in college. Of course, that's Malik Willis's number. There's some, buzz that, hey, maybe they could finally give out number 0, and he could be, since he's the one that broke the receiver streak, maybe he could be the first one to get number 0. I think some of the ones, 6 is by McCole Hardman. And then of course, 16, like Sean Clifford's switched numbers like 14 times by now. So Clifford's got 16 now. So that could be one. I think 19 is open. Actually, no, 19 is Waylon, actually. So Waylon's 19, but that's probably switchable. And then, the one that I loved today was for Marcus Eversole, who suggested number 5, which is, of course, Paul Horning's unofficially retired number, not a retired number, but a sort of nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Nobody gets to use it on number. But what was Paul Horning known as?
The Golden Boy.
The Golden Boy. Golden Boy, Golden, Golden Boy. Matthew Golden, number 5, taking that number 5 back and being the new Golden Boy in Green Bay. Kind of like that, Marcus Eversole. Kind of like that a lot. So, well, I doubt that happens, but I like the idea. I like the thinking on that a ton. But yeah, we have Cleveland. The pick is in. They are not trading the pick, so we're going to know that one here in just a moment. Also, this is a really interesting one from Sherry here. So Mark Murphy, of course, who was in rare Mark Murphy form today, saying that he thinks they're going to trade up once, trade down twice today, I think is what he said. But this is an interesting thing. So we said on K Adams that they had someone near the top of their board whose name was super hard to pronounce that he was worried about saying it right. Could that be Donovan Ezeraku? I would think that would be potentially from a name pronunciation standpoint. Azariah Thomas could, I guess, be in that conversation. Savon Revel is a little bit interesting. JT Tuamalu, Donovan Ezeraku. I don't think it would have been Princely. I don't think it would have been Jonah Savayanea, but this is not a, there's a lot of, Nick Emanwari is another one. Like this is actually a pretty difficult name pronunciation draft that at least theoretically could have been possible to take at that spot. But Ezeraku would potentially make some sense.
Joe Thomas is out there throwing up the Wisconsin W.
Love that.
Nice.
Love to see Joe Thomas.
It's Carson Schlesinger, another fun name.
Yeah, that's another name that I don't think they were going to go linebacker, but yeah, there were Shiri. There were plenty of weird, bizarre names that could have theoretically been in consideration there. I'm trying to think if there's anyone that went after it just in round one that's not even on the board anymore. But
yeah, I was trying to think of that too. I'm not sure, but I just got to say I really appreciate that Mark Murphy is like playing the hits on the way out here. He's just like every time he gets in front of a microphone, he's determined to say something that the Packers would probably rather he didn't say, for your draft tactical reasons. Unless they're just like, yeah, just go out and throw them all off the scent. Just go out there and just like say whatever the hell you want.
It's just, yeah, it's the best. You never quite know what's going to happen when Mark Murphy has a microphone in front of him. Yeah, it would just surprise me if he's got the big board on his phone and he's like, yeah, look at the names we got right here. Like, it was just, yeah, it was amazing. But the iconic moment, obviously, yesterday with Mark and being able to announce the pick was absolutely amazing. So right now, I don't think he can do any wrong in Packers' eyes. And of course, just bringing the draft to Green Bay as well, which has been such an unbelievable. Ibuka was gone before Green Bay selected, so it couldn't have been Ibuka. I guess it theoretically could have if he was nervous about it, maybe a little bit ahead of time, but that could have been one as well. But yeah, it's a very interesting name draft. And Darcy, yes, thank you so much. Make sure to hit that like button as we talked about yesterday. The more likes, the more likely it is that our live show today is going to go to the top of that algorithm and to the top of the board when people log in. So any likes are super appreciated. Of course, those comments, get those super chats in as well. We always appreciate those. Higgins is 34 here for Houston. That would be an interesting selection for them if that's the case. I haven't been looking at the tips. Yeah, Jaden Higgins does go 34. So that is the selection there. Interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have any. Obviously, they're not going to take a receiver in the second round. After taking one in the first round, that would be pretty nuts. But I kind of always thought he would be kind of a little bit no man's land for the Packers, where they're picking. Like, he was never, I think after the combine, especially, he was never going to make it to 54. That was never going to happen. First round would have been rich. It would have been kind of like if they traded out of the first round entirely to like obviously where the Texans have taken him right now. Maybe they could have done it, but obviously we're living in the Matthew Golden timeline now, so that's was never going to be the case regardless.
I think the no man land thing makes sense, right? Like it always felt like he was going to go in that early second round range, probably, too early for 54, too late for 23. And to your point, once Green Bay took a wide receiver, at pick 23, it just doesn't seem like that's probably going to be in the cards anymore. Meanwhile, the Seahawks are on the clock, trading up to pick 35 here. It looks like Cleveland potentially traded down there. So we'll see what Seattle has in mind at pick 35. And of course, the big story of everyone on the draft shows today, which we don't get to have to worry about, is the quarterback situation, specifically with Shedeur Sanders and where he ends up going. Sounds like there could be a pretty large fall today. And there's even some buzz today that he might not get selected today at all, which would be a remarkable fall if that ends up being the case. Or it even seems like earliest might be third round. Keep an eye on it. You never know. But yeah, that's a sort of interesting sidebar that apparently I haven't been watching it, but apparently ESPN has been talking about quite a bit at this point in time. So that's the interesting sort of side story here.
My comp for Shedeur all along was Geno Smith, and he also kind of took a tumble down the draft boards, and his career got off to a bit of a slow start. And so we'll see. I mean, not saying everything's going to be a parallel, but I think those skill sets are kind of comparable. And so like when you don't have an elite tool set and you have the perceived off-field stuff, which may or may not be fair, I think it makes sense. Like, who's going to be willing to take a chance on that with, some other options that are out there.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should. I think that, I mean, it kind of like I had like when I watched him like early second round, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like even with the quarterback bump, that's kind of where I had him at. But like again, I mean, they were going through it yesterday. Like when you really drill down into it, like what are the big traits that teams are looking for in quarterbacks early? Like big arm, are they mobile? Like so, like seriously mobile, like an actual kind of weapon in that way. Like he doesn't have any of the elite traits. He's just like he's really accurate. He's not a creator, but thinks he is. Doesn't
Right.
run that well. Like, and then obviously you have the thing of like, I'm not going to get into like what kind of guy he is or anything like that, but I think it's pretty clear he's not for everyone. Like some people are going to love him and some people aren't going to. And it's you then obviously pair that with like not everyone needs a quarterback, you know. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe I mean you compared him to Gino there. The Raiders could still do it. I mean, Gino's like
Yeah,
what 34, 35 years old. Like
right around there.
yeah, they could do worse than picking him here in the second round, you know.
Yeah.
Not that I'm trying to speak this into existence, but an interesting team for me is the 49ers. Because I think if they could teach him to not run out of the back of the pocket and get sacked all the time, like I think that timing, rhythm, accuracy actually fits in really well for them. And so like they're probably going to give Purdy the money, but maybe that's a little bit of leverage in the negotiations. And in addition, having him back up with, you know, a guy like Purdy who potentially, you know, could miss a little time here and there. In the modern NFL, I think that's always a good move.
From David here, the Packers have 14 possible players to draft, according to Andy. Not to obviously, of course, that like my big board is going to match perfectly with their big board. But just to kind of take a look at it here, they do have certainly some interesting players still on the board. Landon Jackson, defensive end. Nicky Manwari just goes to Seattle here, the safety. Will Johnson and Trey Amos at corner. So I had three players that were potentially on that first round line. Of course, the Will Johnson injury situation is the one that's really tough to sort of figure out at this point. Again, I don't think they're going to take a running back in Travion Henderson. I certainly don't think they're going to take a wide receiver anymore, but now we know Jaden Higgins is off that list. Don't think they're going to go tight end either, but if they do, those would be some names to kind of keep an eye on. Ursary from Minnesota is a very interesting offensive tackle. Savanea and Wyatt Millam at interior offensive line. Darius Alexander, Alfred Collins, TJ Sanders along the defensive line. Again, Landon Jackson, Ezraku, Tuamalu, Swinson, Scorton, and Birch at edge. Schweschinger is gone at linebacker. And then of corner, of course, you got Johnson and Amos, as well as Morrison, Revel, and Azare Thomas. And then Imanwari just went at safety. So those are kind of some of the players that I was looking at as round two options for Green Bay. Obviously, some of the names on that third round line could be in play there too. But just, you know, kind of before we even get into that, guys, is there a player or two that you're really kind of hoping that falls? Actually, before I get there, let me just really quick welcome into the show, Tyler Brook. Tyler, it is great to be chatting with you today. He of number 8 on his overall board was one Matthew Golden. Tyler, it's great to be chatting with you, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, cool. Well, you know, obviously I'm very busy today with the rivals and all the socials and making graphics like crazy, but I wanted to make sure I hopped in before the madness. Oh my gosh, man. I know we talked this morning, Andy. I still can't get over it. I've been very annoying on Twitter today.
So it's just a day that ends in Y.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I kid.
I mean, I'm just over the moon. I'm so excited about it, but I think it also just makes today a lot more fun. I feel like a lot of the pressure is off of it. I'm just curious to see who they take.
Quinshon Judkins, 36 to Cleveland, apparently. So again, 35 in Manwari, Judkins to the Browns at pick 36. But yeah, I am very curious, obviously, today as where things goes. I was about to kind of get into a moment ago. Tyler, since you just hopped in, we'll start with you first. A couple players top of the board here that you would love to see Green Bay maybe have the opportunity to take at the top of round 2 or middle of round 2, I should say.
My dog has some thoughts. He's the same dog that wants Donovan Ezraku. So I think we're going to go Ezraku at corner. I really like Savone Revel. I have no idea how far he's going to fall because of the ACL. Any corner, any edge, maybe a D tackle. I think they might trade up if one of these edges keeps falling. But I don't know. Mark Murphy called his shot today, so we'll see what happens.
We just don't know what order it's going to be. Do they want to trade up in the second and then trade down in the third? Or do they want to trade down in the second and then up in the third, assuming he's not just completely messing with us and trolling us at this point, which you never quite know. But yeah, that's sort of the interesting aspect as well. Look at this. We've got a whole party now. I've never had 5 in here before. I don't know how this works for people, but we've got Justice with the I thought the mask was only going to come out if Shamar Stewart was going to come was going to be the pick.
I'm doing this in honor for Tyler. Tyler, you get bailed out?
Yeah. No, I just
Oh,
got a
no.
citation,
No.
so we're good. I'm not in jail. We're good.
Well, I heard there was a very sexy pic on Twitter. I have not had the opportunity to see it yet.
I made a bet that I would rip the shirt off if Matthew Golden got drafted by the Packers. So there is a video of me ripping my shirt off. I do unfortunately have to go already, guys. I'm so sorry, but Rivals Camp Series kids are getting drafted, and I got to make graphics for them. I wanted to hop in. Love you, Andy. Love the show. Thank you for always having me on. Go Pack, go! Let's go get a D-line edge rusher corner. Let's get all this figured out.
Is there anyone that you would rip your shirt off for tonight?
Ezraku. We'll go with Ezraku.
All right, we've heard it here first. Ezraku, we get another shirtless Tyler Brook pick. So now we all know what to cheer for. Justice, how you doing, my friend? No, you're muted. Or we muted you? There we go. No,
gosh, dang it, man! I've been doing this all day. It's been
the mask.
Nuts for me. Yeah, I'm doing good. I went to sleep at like 4 o'clock because I got like 15 posts up last night. So got a good nap in. Woke up, didn't miss breaking news. Pretty happy about that. Ready to go for the rest of the day, rest of the night.
You beat me. I was 3:30 a.m. bedtime. I had to get up at 7 to go to the live radio show down by the draft area. So, and then I took a good solid 20-minute power nap right before we got on here. So I am refreshed and good to go as well. How are you feeling today after Matthew Golden yesterday? And just, kind of what are you looking for today?
I'm feeling good. I think the defensive tackle market moved a little bit faster than people thought. With, I think we thought one of them available, right? At 23 between Grant and Eric. And then
Justice cutting out a little
defensive tackle market is moving a little bit. Oh, am I?
I think you're good now. I think we're good.
Okay. I think the defensive tackle market's moving a little quicker. That makes me a little bit nervous. But outside of that, super excited about the Matthew Golden pick. I mean, good God, the pop from Mark Murphy. What an amazing moment. I mean, I'm wearing the wrestling mask right now, right? But like, I've only seen that for like, wrestling shots. That's crazy. He cut a promo.
Yep. It was legitimately perfect. Like he went to promo school. He was in the Performance Center down working with the NXT stars, working on his promo skills, I think, for the last 6 months. That was his final job as he was getting the draft ready. But no, it was a surreal scene. And like I talked about today, he got the triple pop. He didn't even get a pop. He got a triple pop, like the pop of like, for the first time since 2002, pop for the ones that knew exactly what that meant. Wide receiver, pop for pretty much everyone, and then Matthew Golden. And it was like, it was like the what's the get or the meme of like the ball bouncing on the screen in the bar, and then it hits the side of it, and everyone in the bar just freaks out. It was literally that, but in real time and in Green Bay, Wisconsin. It was phenomenal.
High football IQ for the crowd, right?
Big time.
Got to give them credit. Time. They heard first time since 2002, and it was just. Half of the crowd goes nuts immediately. It's like, let's go, dude.
That they knew the score.
I mean, from an outsider of the Green Bay area, Wisconsin area, however you want to frame it, right? I'm out here in Portland, Oregon, who has a lot of friends in the national media. There was a lot of concern going into this draft of just the uncertainty of what would it look like. I have not heard anything but glowing reviews about the city of Green Bay from all these people who have come nationally. I know people point to, Mike Greenberg making that stupid tweet where he's like, you can't get a latte in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Just absolutely absurd. Just a dummy, right?
Well, here's the thing that ticked me off about that. There are multiple places that you could go to get a soy milk latte in Green Bay, Wisconsin. That's not.
It's America,
issue.
Man.
Yeah,
you could get a latte in a craft brew anywhere. It's 2025 in America, dog.
There's plenty of places that you could go to. The most classic diner in Green Bay, Wisconsin, called the Pancake Place, is not said place to probably get your soy latte. Also, I wouldn't, it wouldn't even stun me if they even did have. I guess they probably didn't, but like, yeah, that was just such a bizarre thing. I know they tried to sort of kind of walk it back, and he took a picture and is like, they went back a second day and is like the greatest breakfast place in Green Bay, et cetera, et cetera. So whatever. But yeah, that was such a, welcome to Green Bay. They don't have soy lattes. Okay, cool, dude.
Everyone that I've talked to who works nationally is there for the event and stuff is like, this place is awesome. These people really love football. What a great environment to be around. So I don't think will be the Packers' last draft by any means. I think they have, done the whole proof of concept that they can host events like this, which is great for, everyone involved.
Yeah, I hope that that's the case as well. Whatever it is, right? Like, yeah, I don't know if they could host like a combine here or whatever the case may be, just other events that may be on the NFL calendar even. That'd be amazing. But I hope that they get future drafts as well. Dolphins trade up to pick 37. Jonah Savaianea. Somebody else can maybe help me with the last name pronunciation there. But
you nailed it all 3 times.
Yeah,
I said it different all 3 times. That's amazing. But he
likes when people pronounce it differently every time.
Just like everyone in Arizona that was mad at me for calling Tet McMillan Tet. That was apparently a major problem for some people yesterday, in which I responded Tet, 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 Tet. But yeah, I was just being a little petty, but it is what it is. We were going over just some players maybe to keep an eye on today. Justice, who are some players that you want to keep an eye on today for Green Bay?
Really, for the most part, keeping an eye on visitors. Because again, how strong those ties are. I think if you're going to go outside of the visitors, the cornerback market is really interesting. I will say it kind of falls off very fast because it goes quickly into eye of the beholder after like the first 4 cornerbacks who are left on the board right now. The problem is 3 of the top 4 have injury concerns, right? So who knows what sort of, Will Johnson clearly is falling because of his medical, right? He would not be available right now if it wasn't for the knee issue, which is different than the hamstring issue, which is why he didn't run at the combine, pro day, or his private workout. And that is different than the turf toe issue, which is why he didn't play the second half of the season last year at Michigan, right? So that is why a potential top 5 talent is still slipping down the board.
I've never heard somebody that sounds more like a Packer, just an absolute Packer. Just the medical rundown in and of itself just screams Green Bay Packer.
I will say nose tackle, another position that I just want to keep an eye on.
Double Texas, back-to-back Texas.
Look, it could happen. The Packers need someone, right? Because I think we talked about this on your show previously. If Clark goes down right now, if Kenny goes down right now, Carl Brooks is starting at nose tackle for this Packers team for 17 games, right? I don't think that's the position that the team wants to find itself in. I think that's probably the thinnest position right now on the roster because I don't think you want to move Wyatt out to nose tackle. So keeping an eye on the nose tackle market, especially considering, the whole D tackle market has moved pretty quickly, and specifically nose tackle, right? I don't think people were sure that Tyleik Williams was going to go in the first round yesterday. He ended up doing that. Kenneth Grant went 10 picks before people assumed that he was going to go off the board. So the nose tackle market is moving pretty quickly. The good news is there's a lot of those guys, right? You can wait and still get a Caldwell out of Oregon or something like that. And, maybe late 3rd, 4th round. But it's something to keep an eye on because if these guys keep flying, the Packers are going to be put in a weird spot.
Yeah, very much so. Hopefully not in a similar Sean Clifford position where all the quarterbacks flew right before them and then they were sort of forced to take Sean Clifford because he's probably the last quarterback on their board, and you end up with maybe not such an ideal quarterback in that situation. But hopefully they can kind of stay ahead of that, or just the defensive tackles don't go off the board. But yes, Mark W. Alfred Collins is kind of the player that we're talking about there as a potential pick in round 2 if they would go back-to-back Texas players. Murtig, what do you a couple players that you're keeping an eye on for Green Bay?
Yeah, I think most of them have been mentioned. Will Johnson's 1A, but I don't know. At this point, I think the risk is so mitigated. You take him, and if he's healthy for 1 year, it's worth a late 2nd round pick in my opinion. But if he's off the board, Azare Thomas is fun. You have the other 2 corners that have been alluded to with injury concerns, Savon Revel, Benjamin Morrison. Trey Amos is still there. Jacob Parrish, Darian Porter. This is a really good corner class. So, like, you know, hopefully we don't get a huge run on those in the next 19 picks. I'm not good at math. There's less than 19.
Close
Edge
enough.
is fun, right? In addition to Ezraku, Landon Jackson, Nick Scorton, JTT. I'm guessing Mike Green's off their board, but you know, that's a position that they could easily trade up in the third round. Get a guy like Gelati, who I think is very like upside Packers-esque. So I don't know. I'm really focused in on corner and edge, and then maybe figuring out nose tackle tomorrow.
Could easily see that being the case as well. Mark, what about you?
Yeah, the two guys that I'm kind of like locked in on are Azariah and TJ Sanders. I'm actually, I think, in the dissenting opinion on the nose tackle thing. I'm kind of like, so it partially comes to some like very small sample size research that I've done, which is basically that like they've, since BJ Raji, they've drafted like 330 plus pounders, if we're talking about these big boys. And like all three of them, they had like varying levels of athleticism. Like Jonathan Ford, terrible athlete, but like even so, every single one of them did like well in the jumps for any kind of defensive tackle. Like compared to 285 pounders, they did well in the jumps. So there's basically no one left in this draft that's a big boy that did that. Like Alfred Collins was real bad in the jumps. So like that's the only thing for me. Again, it could mean absolutely nothing. Also, Brian's only drafted 2 of those like types, and they were round 5 and round 7. So I just don't know if he's gonna like go to that in round 2 just because they feel like they need one. And I'm also like, I'm of the opinion that they need one, but I also can see a world where they don't think they need one anymore. And they're just like, all we want is our defensive tackles to just get up the field. We don't care. Like I think they could do that. The only guy I have like nose tackle wise for them is like that kind of fits what I looked at is Elijah Simmons from Tennessee, and he's like a day 3 guy. So that would just be like a Jonathan Ford. Just like, I don't know if this guy's going to be anything, but it's a big body. Like if we want one, and then Azariah is just because, like we talked about with the corners, like I'm a big Benjamin Morrison guy, but like 2 hip surgeries, like
Not great.
it's a lot. Like, and I think with Thomas, like every single corner, this is also partially why I was pushing the Heston agenda. Like, not that I wanted him, but I thought they would do it because I think like they're going to take a corner. Like they were going to take one in the first 2 days because they just haven't invested draft capital in the position in so long. And like all the corners have something wrong with them. Like there's like from a Packers perspective. And today, so many of them, like I'm like, I know they're drafting a corner today, but I have no idea which one because they're going to have to decide what they care about the least with these guys. And I think at least with Azariah, he's slow, like not slow, but not fast. And he like even in the second round, they are like dead set pretty much on speed, like real speed. But at least with him, like he's 20 years old, he's big. They can like argue that he like complements what they have. And like at least with him, you know his problem is a football problem. It's not
Right.
like is he going to be out of the league because he can't hold up in a year? Like that's it's a different kind of issue. So that's kind of where I've like my brain has landed is that that's where they're gonna be going.
So you and I have the same corner prediction again. So what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah,
so
what could go wrong, right? Yeah.
on my prediction as well today for who they take. And then I had Birch in the third round. I don't know if he's going to get that far, but if he does, I could see them being interested. Obviously, Justice, you mentioned before some of those visits. Birch was one of those visits for Green Bay. Somebody I could see them having some interest in. But yeah, Justice, how you feeling about everything else? What else you got in your mind of yours over there in the mask?
I don't know. What'd you guys do yesterday? You guys spend 3 hours talking about Shedeur Sanders? I can only imagine. That's what the streams that I'm watching.
The 4-hour live stream was just me talking Shedeur Sanders the entire time. Luigi's Pizza and Shedeur Sanders. We didn't do anything else.
I don't know, man. I'm just kind of like taking the draft in. I think there's still a lot of good football players on the board right now. I thought there was going to be someone to pick there at 23, so I didn't stress myself out too much. Once Shamar Stewart went at 17, I was like, okay, they're not going to trade up to 18 with the Seahawks, which was something that I had heard could possibly happen. We avoided Hairston, who I didn't want, and Eamon who I didn't think fit any of the Packers' needs. So draft so far, getting a thumbs up from me. They'll probably make some pretty good picks down the line just because of, again, the depth of this draft. I think, it's going to be good probably through the fourth round. So what do you guys think of the Mark Murphy thing where he was saying that he expects us to trade up once and trade down twice in this draft? I don't know how that math works. But yeah, go for it. Call your shot, Mark. Who cares at this point? Who's going to fire you? You're on your way out.
I'm sure there was some potential talk that he overheard of like scenarios where they could trade up or trade down, and he probably just ran with it. Would probably be something like that would be the most Mark Murphy thing. But yeah, because I mean, if he said like, I don't know, to your point, I don't know, unless they like traded, down in the second round a couple times on small moves and like move back and then maybe use some of that capital to move up in the third round and got two guys that were kind of in that, I don't know, 60 to 70, 80 range or whatever. Maybe that could be something that they do, but I don't know. It's probably much ado about nothing. And like, I'm sure it's all going to be predicated on who's actually there to move up for and move down for anyway. So probably nothing, but you never know with Mark. You just never know.
That's where my brain went on that, is like the Jane Reed trades like 2 years ago, where they like traded back twice. Like they just traded back a few spots, got to the pick again. They were like, numbers are still good. Let's trade back again. And then like, yeah, from 87 trade up. Cause like I've looked at kind of like that. Like I was thinking this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know who the hell they're going to take in the third round. Like at 87, like I do feel like there's a cliff for their types. Before that, like obviously guys fall, like it happens, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's where they went. But also like it's Mark Murphy, like it could be nothing.
We got about 15 picks.
They didn't help us this year with the visits either, because they invited so many guys who, I mean, probably like 10 guys who are off the board already, right? They usually don't spend all these visits on guys who are going to be like first round picks or anything. So usually we get a better feel of, okay, they brought in Tyron Hopper. Oh, okay, they brought in Edgerrin Cooper. Oh, okay. There's like 6 guys who are projected to be like day 2 selections who are still available for them. And, we're brought in on pre-draft visits. So we are kind of in this like sort of no man's land in terms of Packers information right now.
Mark, big question. Where are you from? Your accent is fire.
It's not often it's described as that, but I'm from Birmingham in the United Kingdom in England. So I don't know. I always like when people ask where my accent is from, I don't know whether to just say England or because like if I say England, like sometimes people are like, well, yeah, obviously, but like where? Like, but then if you say the city, then they also might not know what country. So like I'm kind of caught in no man's land there. So I just go with the full thing. But yeah, in this country, no one thinks my accent is fire. So it's nice to have that. So I appreciate it.
Birmingham.
I assumed that was the same joke I was going to make.
Well, there's actually, funny you say that, there's like a comedian from here that's like just doing a documentary right now where he like goes to Birmingham in Alabama. Like he's doing a whole thing out there, which I'm surprised it took someone so long to do that. Like it's such an obvious like link to do because the two places could not be more different.
Bears are on the clock. The pick is in. We've got, I don't know if Young Feezy is, I haven't seen a tip yet, but he said Luther Burden is the choice for Chicago. I haven't seen that.
Just one more receiver. I swear, we're just one more receiver away. Every year, man, they are addicted to this drip IV of wide receivers.
One more tight end too. Keep going.
Yeah, we'll see. I haven't confirmed it yet, but we'll see if that does end up being the pick. If so, by the way, so Young Feezy said it is Burden. So we'll take a look at it here in a second. But if so, this is going very great for Green Bay. Gary says trade up, but right now, you look at some of the defensive ends. It is Burden. All right, there's the actual confirmation from Ari. So Burden does go 39 to Chicago. But you look at defensive linemen, again, not to say that Green Bay is going to always be interested in all of these, but defensive tackles, Darius Alexander, Alfred Collins, TJ Sanders, edge rushers, Landon Jackson, Donovan Ezraku, JT Tuamalo, Braden Swinson, Nick Scorton, maybe Jordan Birch, that might be a little bit early. And then corners, Will Johnson, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Savon Revel, and Ezra Thomas. That's 14 guys. And what do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 picks exactly. So unless all 14 of those guys go in the next 14 picks, one after the other, which would be the most Packers thing ever. One of those defensive tackles, corners, or defensive ends should be there for Green Bay. So I have a feeling we're going to get some of these other positions taken too. We're starting to get a little bit of a run on wide receiver here with Jaden Higgins and Luther Burden getting taken. We'll see if, Bash Noel, Royals, Trey Harris, one of those guys go. I could see a run on tight ends here at some point. We're starting to see some running backs go. So yeah, I'll be very interested to see, but we're in a pretty decent spot right now for ends, tackles, and corners. At least one of those type of players will be there.
And we should mention here, next pick is 40, which is the Saints.
Quarterback.
So, I mean, everyone and their mother seems to already have the Saints board and got it 3 days before the draft. And it said, hey, Tyler Shuck is going to go before Shedeur Sanders for them. So we'll see what happens there.
Can somebody explain to me how his name is pronounced Shuck?
No. Dog, he played quarterback for my college team for 3 years, and I'm still not sure how that worked out. Long time ago, because I'm an Oregon fan. But yeah, I don't understand how it's pronounced Shuck. It looks like show or something like that.
Shoff. I would accept show. Anything. I don't know how you get a CK sound at the end of it.
Yeah. Are we like totally sure Jalen Milroe's not going to go before Shedeur? Are we like totally sure about that? He's like the opposite of Shedeur.
So no, because the Rams only brought 3 guys in. The Rams brought in Shamar Stewart, Jalen Milroe, and Isaiah Bond, and the Rams are picking midway through this draft, right, or through this round. So yeah, man, the fact that the Raiders traded down is a pretty big deal to me, because the Browns not taking him and the Raiders trading down, because my understanding is New Orleans and the Giants aren't really into him. Obviously, the Giants traded up for Dart. They were both Dart teams, and then New Orleans' next guy apparently is Shuck. So I don't know. Like Ian Rappaport was talking about, like if he doesn't go to the Browns or Raiders in the early second, right, which is kind of already past at this point, he might just get picked in the third by like the Saints. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of checks out, because there's just not that many teams that need a quarterback. And if you pissed off a couple of them, then that makes your options even more limited.
If the Saints do not take a quarterback, are they just going to go with Spencer Rattler? Is he going to be the guy?
They should.
There's varying beliefs on whether Derek Carr is essentially faking this and threatening to force the team's hand in a way that they would not draft a guy. So the way that it ends up being is, if they draft a guy, he's going to have the surgery and he's going to rehab on their dime. If they don't draft a guy, he'll push through it, is kind of the way it's being presented. So do that information however you want. It's Shuck.
It's Shuck.
So I'm leaving. I'm going on Twitter. I got to see the fights. You guys have fun.
Have fun, Justice Super. Welcome back anytime if you want, but thanks so much for stopping by. We appreciate you. All right, so Shuck it is. I don't know how it's still pronounced that way, but Shuck it is. Shedeur Sanders continues to fall. I'm sure ESPN is having a meltdown. It's a red fire, all hands on deck alert at ESPN studios right now. But yeah, this is going to be interesting where Sanders eventually falls here. But this is a great pick for Green Bay. We don't really care where everyone else goes. This is a great pick for Green Bay. More quarterbacks. If we can get now, maybe some team, if they want to panic to get up, I don't think anyone's going to panic for Shedeur, but if they want to, now that he's kind of the last quarterback left, we'll see if that goes ahead of Green Bay. I would be more than fine with that as well. But yeah, this is so far again going very well for Green Bay.
Has a single player gone yet who the Packers would have drafted? Like in this draft, like
no,
has anyone gone like that? Like.
All right, so round 2 so far, just to kind of recap it really quick. Sorry, I'll try to talk into the microphone actually, because that's an important thing to do when you're on a live show. Carson Schweschinger, no. Jaden Higgins, no. Eman Wari, no. Quinshon Judkins, no. Seventh Inanea,
Probably not.
Probably not. Not impossible. Not impossible, but certainly not somebody I think that like any fan is going to be super upset about right now. Luther Burden, no. Tyler Shuck, no. So, maybe Saivanea, but other than that, No, pretty easy no, quite honestly. Again, maybe if they loved Higgins, they could have gone back to back, but I think that would have been probably pretty rich, and I just don't see that happening. Also, there was already a tweet, I think it was Ian Rappaport that put out that some of the teams that moved down right after Higgins got taken at 34 were because they were hoping to get Higgins and did not, so they moved out. So it sounds like there was no way that Higgins would get there anyway. So yeah, I don't think so. I think this is pretty much, again, going about as perfectly as possible. And again, 0 corners, 0 defensive tackles, 0 defensive ends taken as of pick 40 so far. So what more could you possibly want?
I was really, really happy. I know we skipped past this because you're mandated to talk about Shedeur Sanders for the entirety of the podcast, but I was super pumped that Travion Henderson went the pick before the Bears because that was my nightmare. Like him in the Ben Johnson offense would be really fun, unless you're a Packers fan. And I don't know. Luther is fine. The Bears chose to stick and pick probably because they felt that a bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush.
Nice.
That's enough of that. All right, the 30-second timeout was appropriate. Nothing more than that.
Yeah, I deserve that.
Can we
thought I
just
was gonna
say,
get
like, the
booted.
Burden pick is so, like, regardless of regime, so Bears, because it's like kind of like receiver who is like a bit DJ Morey, and it's kind of like it's also kind of like receiver who's going to be kind of a headache. Like
I will say this, theoretically, just in theory, and again, we don't know what's gonna like look. It's the Bears; they'll screw this up in some capacity. But yeah, they obviously have their quarterback. By the way, the Bears just trade down with the Bills, so the Bills are now on the clock. So we'll see what that ends up being.
I know they took one. Never mind.
No, you're all good. But if you look at like how it would potentially set up, the Bears haven't drafted a running back yet, but you have Swift at running back, Caleb Williams at quarterback. They now have the 2 tight ends, obviously going Loveland and Cole Kmet, and then their 3 wide receivers. You know, if you look at DJ Moore and obviously Adunze on the outside, within you've got now your kind of your slot guy, which everyone sort of expected Burden to be in the NFL. Everything kind of fits a little bit with kind of what you're looking for in each of those positions. And then they obviously went and spent aggressively to rebuild that offensive line, trading for Tooney and Jonah Jackson, and then bringing in, what center did they bring in again? Why am I drawing a blank?
The Bears?
Yeah.
Drew Dahlman.
There we go. Drew Dahlman. So yeah, they obviously go and get that as well. But in theory, on paper, looks good, but again, they'll probably bears it up, and it makes a lot of things better when they do that. So,
you know what the thing is though with the Bears is like they kind of like they like did the free agency offensive line thing, and they like considered that eating their vegetables, and then they've just gone into the draft and took a tight end and a running back and a receiver, and it's kind of like you kind of didn't eat your vegetables enough for like where you've been. Like you could have that like okay, some offensive linemen kind of went yesterday before their pick, but it's like their offensive line is like, okay, they got some guys there, but like Joe Tooney's old, like if they have an injury or two, Caleb still holds on to the ball. Like that's
forever. Yeah.
Like, it's what it is it's just setting up perfectly for another 4 months of like absolute unbridled hype. Like that's whether it works this time or not, we'll see. But it's like we are.
We've got breaking news. We've got breaking news. It's not great. It's not great. We've got a number for Matthew Golden.
No.
We've got Perry Kemp, number 81. Number 81.
Oh, no. You can give a first-round receiver a number in the 80s?
81 for Matthew Golden.
I don't hate it. It's all right. It's okay.
I was thinking Geronimo Allison, but
it's
good.
Fine.
81 for it. It looks okay. It just feels like it should be a single number or a teens number. No. What are the best? What's the best wide receiver that is a number in the 80s right now?
CD Lamb.
Yeah.
CD Lamb in the 80s? What is he? 88,
right?
88.
Yeah. 88.
Okay. All right.
But that's kind of like a Cowboys legacy thing.
That is a Cowboys legacy number.
81 at least. It's not like a tight end number. If it was like 85,
Josiah DeGuara and Andrew Corliss would beg to differ.
True.
With that.
I don't know. I mean, they're gonna have to like seriously though. They're gonna at some point because I think this is that thing still of like because who was it last year that they said they were gonna wear? Was it 0 or 1 or something like that? And then they got basically told, no, you're not going to do that. Like the Packers were basically like, no, you're not. And they who was that?
One is
Marshawn
kind of
Lloyd?
unofficially retired, but
was Marshawn
they've
Lloyd,
given
wasn't
it
it?
in the preseason before, so that's
Right.
weird.
But I think at a certain point, like because of all, like eventually times will change. It's kind of like the Yankees and their beard policy. It's going to be like at a certain point, like guys are going to want to wear these single-digit numbers, like, and the Packers, like, because they've got so many numbers retired, just don't have that many to give. And then even ones that aren't retired, they're like not allowing them to use. Like it's gonna at a certain point, probably not this year, but like in future years, there's going to come a breaking point where they're like, all right, you can wear 1 or you can wear 0 or whatever it is.
I asked AI what receivers currently wear number 81, and the top ones that came up were Mike Williams and Alex Bachman. So there's not a stellar list of wide receivers that currently wear number 81 in the NFL, but
well, he can be like the 81 then, you know, like he can be the guy that like in
he can
20
be
years
81.
everyone thinks of 81, they think of Matthew Golden, so it's all good.
Desmond Howard. All right, well we can go with
That's
Desmond
true.
Howard. That works. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's okay. It's not. There's worse numbers it could have been. But it's not in the ideal range. I'll put it that way. Bills take TJ Sanders. That's the first one that is potentially kind of off the board for Green Bay. Assuming that's correct. I'm assuming Dill's not leading me astray. Dill wouldn't do that to me.
Are all of the people announcing the picks former Badgers?
There's a lot of them, yes, and it is
Okay.
TJ Sanders, so that is confirmed as well. So that's kind of the first player that goes. Now's our run on defensive tackles, defensive ends, and corners right before Green Bay selects. So buckle in, everyone.
I did not think I'd be thinking about Lee Evans today.
And Lee Evans, we talked about as a comp. Somebody brought it up in the chat to Matthew Golden a little bit, and I kind of like that comp a little bit. So yeah, I think that is in that conversation.
My best memory of Lee Evans, and this is actually kind of traumatic, was watching the draft one year, and they had a preview for the next year's draft, and Lee Evans was a top 5 projected player, and he tore his knee up like 3 days later.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, typical Wisconsin sports.
So yes, Golden is automatically the best 81 in the league right now. I don't know. Is there any tight ends at 81 that can make that argument? I don't know. I'd have to think about it a little bit, but
yeah, not even good tight ends wear that number. It's just like,
Disley.
it's kind of weird. It's a
Will
weird number.
Disley.
Yeah.
Let's hope he's better than Will Disley. If that's the bar he has to clear, we're going to definitely need him to clear that bar sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Bring the 80s back.
With Sanders gone, I kind of feel like we're getting a Jordan Birch or a Elijah Roberts tonight now. I feel like they're gonna go like we couldn't get the defensive tackle we like, so and so we're gonna get like someone who's kind of a defensive tackle and kind of an edge, and just like figure it out.
There have only been like 2.5 cornerbacks drafted so far.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's just the injuries cloud everything with that.
Super true.
I mean, like Johnson might not even go. Like, does it? I mean, there was reports that teams think he's going to be a 1 contract player. Like, is that going to go in the first 3 rounds? When did Peyton Wilson go last year? That was like a similar situation, right? He was like a
early second. No, he was a 3rd, right? Peyton Wilson,
was he 3rd round. So yeah, he probably still go tonight.
After Hopper.
Like, I don't think teams are going to spend a 2nd round pick on a 1 contract player. I could be wrong. Like, it's happened for like Miles Jack and stuff like that, I guess. But like, I don't know.
Peyton Wilson was 98 overall.
Mason Taylor to the Jets. That's a good pick for Green Bay. Could have been somebody that they liked at tight end, but you know who Mason Taylor kind of reminds me of? Luke Musgrave a little bit. You know, you kind of already have that sort of body type and player on your team already, and you just got to get the most out of Luke Musgrave. Yes, Terrell Owens, 81 as well. So yes, that's another good one out there. Anytime you get an Andrew Corliss too, like that's exactly what you want. Corliss was 81, right? I'm not making that up. I'm not revisionist.
Yeah, he was.
All right. Yeah. God's gifts.
Yeah.
All right. So what do we got on the board here? Actually, so Will Johnson, you just talked about him, right? He's falling due to injury. Well, Serious injury needs serious representation, and that's exactly what you get with Habish, Habish, and Rotier. They've recovered millions for clients across the state of Wisconsin because to them, getting you the compensation you deserve is not just a game, it's a commitment. When you call Habish, you'll talk to a lawyer directly. Their number is 800-242-2874 or 800-2HABISH, or find them online at habish.com. Habish, Habish, and Rotier, national reputation, hometown service. Visit habish.com for more information or call 1-800-2HABISH. I cannot stress enough. It is awesome that you get a lawyer directly and do not have to go through a bunch of customer service agents and press 0 1,000 times. You're going to talk to a lawyer. It is amazing and definitely the best way to go if you're looking for a injury attorney. So that is my beautiful segue. Thank you. The best segue I've definitely had in Pack-A-Day history. So
That was impressive.
kudos to me right there. That's all on me. That's A plus stuff coming on day 2 of the draft. You're not going to get that anywhere else. Try finding any other chat that's segueing that well. You're not going to. You're just not going to. So that's why you're here. It's not for the football breakdowns. It's for the segues.
We forgot about Kelvin Johnson.
Yeah, what did he ever do?
Fair.
Yeah.
That's a good one too. All right. What a read. Look at this. The compliment. My head is getting bigger in the chat screen as we speak this through. So, all right, what do we got on the clock? We got 42 on the clock with the Jets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I can't count apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks before Green Bay. Again, some names that are out there. Darius Alexander, Alfred Collins at defensive tackle. Maybe a Josh Farmer, seems a little bit aggressive at this point. Landon Jackson, that could easily be somebody that Green Bay would like. Donovan Ezeraku, JT Tuamalu, Braden Swinson, Nick Scorton, maybe again Jordan Birch, as we've talked about a couple times. And then all of the corners, Will Johnson, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Savon Revel, Azare Thomas, all could be in that conversation for Green Bay. So pretty solid way that this has fallen so far for your Green Bay Packers. Knock on wood.
I kind of forgot about Amos completely. Like in my head, he's been taken. Like I'm kind of shocked because he doesn't really have any. He's not like this like perfect Packers prospect, like I think he's been kind of talked about. But he's not. He doesn't have any like problems as such. Like I'm kind of surprised he's still there. But I guess the corners just aren't going yet. It hasn't started.
Yeah, Amos was somebody I thought, could have been in play for some teams at the end of round 1, but yet to go. Again, just really poor corner class. I do wonder if, again, this is a very simplification of it, but I do with all the zone coverage that's getting played. If teams are starting to feel more and more of like, hey, we don't need premium corners to get away with what we want to do with our zone coverage. And again, I don't think it's quite that simplified, but I do wonder if that kind of changes up some of the calculus a little bit for some of these teams where they are maybe just going for a different type of player that they feel like they can get rounds 3, round 4, and don't have to go for some of these guys maybe in round 1 or round 2. But obviously it's always in the eye of the beholder. And I just don't think this is a super strong corner draft class, and with all the injuries, it just clouds it as well. But it is kind of interesting to think about with just how we've seen corner not be prioritized at all through the first 41 picks in this draft.
Interesting part of that too is like obviously the whole Jair Alexander, Jalen Ramsey like on the market thing. Like if this is how these teams are seeing the corners in this draft class, like not loving them, then it's maybe increases the odds a little bit of kind of like teams at the end of the draft like that there's going to be probably a lot of teams that think they need help at corner and didn't get one because they didn't like the guys in the draft that much. Maybe changes the calculus a little bit on the Jair stuff potentially.
Yeah, it definitely could for sure. Mike Green, by the way, falling pretty rapidly at the moment, which is, again, I'm sure off-field related more than anything else, but a pretty crazy fall for him. So Will Johnson, Mike Green, players that were mocked in about the top 15 for so many people for so long, is pretty crazy to see where that's kind of going right now. I don't want to look too much into a number, but 81 does not make me feel good. I don't think it's in like the Darnell Savage passing up number 21 category and missing out on 21 Savage. I don't think it's quite there. I'm okay with 81. If of all the numbers, I'm okay with this one. Of all the 80s, this is probably the best 80 number I think that he could have had. It like when you see the picture of it, it actually looks good. I don't have a major concern. So again, maybe not the most ideal, but not one that I'm have any concern or worry about. And obviously the whole thing's ridiculous. It's not going to change anything what number he's wearing, but yeah, it's not like if Randy Moss would have got like, some crappy number that he's just now he can't play football or whatever, but yeah, he'll be fine.
Do we know who this 49ers pick is?
See,
think
this
we
is
do,
the
yeah.
Perry Kemp
They're in-
reference is what I was here for. But no, I haven't heard it yet. They're on the board,
They're
right?
like announcing it like right now, from what I can see.
'Cause this is kind of a stretch that makes me nervous for like players. Yeah.
Alfred
well,
Collins
Collins.
for the
See.
49ers. All right, so that was a possible Packer selection. So now the defensive tackles get very thin. Darius Alexander, kind of the last potential guy in that defensive tackle realm that I think Green Bay would maybe have some real level of interest in round 2. More guys that maybe they'd have, it maybe Farmer, but again, he doesn't feel that feels a little over aggressive for me in round 2, but we'll see. This again could cause a little bit of a different run here.
Yeah, I mean they've like that's. I mean, Justice mentioned it earlier. Like pretty much every defensive tackle has gone earlier than where they are on the consensus big board. Like almost every single one, I think. Like Grant going at 13. I really like Grant, but 13, I was like, well, okay. And then it's just carried on like that. Like Herman 21 was probably earlier than people thought, and he supposedly has like injury concerns, and he still won at 21. And then like Sanders and Collins going in the 40s or late 30s whenever Sanders went. That's yeah, teams are valuing these guys highly, so it's kind of interesting.
The Bryce Young trade is officially done now that the Bears drafted Luther Burden. So the official final trade, now that we know all of the players, Bryce Young to the Panthers. Chicago Bears get DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, Caleb Williams, Torrey Taylor, and Luther Burden. Just think for a second, by the way, where this Bears team would be right now if it had not been for the Panthers doing a all-time cataclysmic dumbass trade to keep them anywhere near afloat. Imagine if they had to stick and pick and took Bryce Young with that selection and didn't have DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Tyreek Stevenson, Caleb Williams, Torrey Taylor, or Luther Burden. Yeah, that is a crazy, ridiculous, all-time bad trade for Carolina. I mean, if Bryce Young turns out and all of a sudden he breaks out in year 3, maybe they can still, still kind of save it to some extent. But yeah, that's a tough trade for Carolina, and it has worked out pretty well. Oh, Cowboys took Ezuraku? No.
Oh,
Tyler Brook gets to keep his shirt on tonight. That might be good for Tyler at least.
thank
but
God for all of us.
yeah, that sucks that he goes 44. No, I mean, still obviously a little ways away from Green Bay, but brutal.
I was just saying, like, this is going to be a rough stretch because the 49ers, the Cowboys, the Rams, Cardinals, like their needs align pretty closely with what the Packers do. So I have a feeling this is going to be yeah.
By the way, Ben, we did not jinx it. This was a Matt Schneidman jinx. He just tweeted out a picture of Donovan Ezuraku saying that of Jeff Hafley looking over at Donovan Ezuraku, who's still on the board. He tweeted it out and immediately Ezuraku got taken. So yeah, Schneidman was the one that jinxed it. What wasn't us this time? That's a pure Schneidman jinx. 1,000,000% on Matt on that one. So take it out on him, of course.
I kind of didn't think they would. I mean, if he fell all the way to 54, maybe they would have. But I kind of didn't. He's not on my board for the Packers. Like I'm based on what they've done in the past, just because like small and didn't run a 40. Like that's kind of tough. Like I don't know what it was with the edge rushers this year, where like they must have all clubbed together and just decided no one's running a 40. Basically, like JTT didn't run one either. Swinson didn't run one. Like a lot of these guys just didn't bother. And like I don't know. I feel like I struggle to get my head around the Packers drafting someone in the first 2 rounds who just like said, "No, I don't want you to know how fast I run." Like I don't know about that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they ultimately do, and if they take somebody that maybe didn't do. I mean, there's so many guys that didn't do testing in certain ways this year that it's almost you can't just take all of them off your board, or you're going to end up with a very thin board. But yeah, that's going to be one. Landon Jackson's still there. So again, Landon Jackson, JT Tuamalu, Braden Swinson, Nick Scorton, Jordan Birch at defensive end, Will Johnson, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Savon Revel, Ezra Thomas at corner, and then defensive tackle is the one that's very thin at the moment with Darius Alexander. It would almost like make me think if they trade up right now, I wonder if they're trying to get maybe that last defensive tackle at this point and get a Darius Alexander. But again, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players to go before Green Bay selects. So, and yes, I agree, still plenty of talent available.
Yeah, I think with Alexander, like the only kind of like I think like orange flag with him is he's going to be 25 as a rookie, and like he is, he had a breakout season at Toledo at age 24. It's kind of like
a
little bit
Peter,
Yeah.
unfortunately, Ezraku just went to Dallas, so our guy is gone, and we unfortunately will not be seeing Donovan Ezraku in a Green Bay Packer uniform. So a little bit of a bummer, definitely there.
Yeah, for me, like really honing in on the corners, Trey Amos is probably the guy that makes the most sense, as you've talked about. I like Azare Thomas better of the healthy guys, and I would still pound the table, even if he's not going to get a second contract. If you feel like you can get 1 or 2 or 3 seasons out of Will Johnson, like rather have an elite player that may have a shorter career, thinking Miles Jack, than taking somebody, that might be a little bit lower ceiling, higher floor.
No, that could easily be the case. Just a reminder that today's show is presented by Luigi's Pizza. Get your post-draft, current draft, pre-draft pizzas wherever you need them. Had mine for lunch today. Ultra thin and crispy. One of my favorites, as well as the self-risers. So many different options available. Whether you want to go deluxe, supreme, double meat, triple meat, like they just have absolutely everything. And again, have yet to run into one that I have tried that has not been unbelievably amazing. What is not unbelievably amazing, look at this transition back, is JT Tuamalo just went to the Indianapolis Colts, 1 pick after Donovan Ezraku gets taken. So, well, maybe we did jinx it a little bit. We've got a little bit of a run. What do we did say, though, we did call it, like, this is in very classic Packers way, a run on a lot of these players right before you potentially want to take them. So, Alfred Collins, TJ Sanders, Donovan Ezraku, JT Tuamalo, all go in a pretty short period of time here. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks still to go before Green Bay selects. And now you get some tight clenching of certain areas in the body of, trying to see if, you can hang on here for a few more picks, or maybe Green Bay does try to move up here and maybe get a guy that they really like. So it's going to be interesting. Tuamalo and Ezraku going back to back stings the nostrils.
I still can't believe, I mean, not to just keep saying the same thing over and over, but like, where are the corners?
Yeah. No,
The
even
Rams are
even
going
if
to take Amos, I think. I think the Rams are going to take Amos now.
the Rams going to take Amos? They could.
They need a corner. I thought they might have even took him yesterday. Like, I think they could take him.
Trade up before anyone else is hijacked. It could be the case. I have a feeling they want to stay, but we'll see. What offensive tackle could they target here? The only couple offensive tackles that kind of make any sort of sense here. Ariante Ursary, who, again, I'm not sure is 100% somebody that they're going to love, but interesting. Logan Brown feels a little bit rich at that point. And then Anthony Belton, somebody that they brought in for a top 30 visit. So those could be some players that they keep an eye on at tackle, but there's not a lot of great tackle options here for Green Bay.
Yeah, I kind of can't wrap my head around them taking a tackle like this early.
Bow from Purdue, a lot of people project him to go inside to guard. Could theoretically stay outside of tackle, but he is somebody that I know a lot of people think may just end up as a guard in the NFL. All right, so we've got back-to-back kicks to the groin with the Cowboys and the Colts, but still really good players available. No need to panic yet. Guys that I would be really thrilled with here personally, Braden Swinson, I would be thrilled with. Alexander, I'd be totally cool with. This is a point where, again, if you get Landon Jackson here in round 2, I would certainly think that would be something that would be of some level of interest. Trey Amos, I would be very thrilled with. And then it just depends to it. Again, some of the injuries are for these corners, but if Will Johnson or Savon Revel, I'll just put it as simply as I can. If Green Bay takes Johnson, Morrison, or Revel, they clearly cleared them from an injury standpoint. And that would make me very excited. If they pass on any of them, it makes you think that, all right, they just didn't clear them medically. But if they actually take one, I'll be thrilled because it means that they got a really talented player, and Green Bay clearly felt that the medical was good enough to take them. So that would obviously be some level of exciting as well, and with maybe a little bit of fingers crossed along the way. Rams take Terrence Ferguson. That's an interesting pick at Port 46. A lot of buzz on him as of late that he could go earlier, but I think people are almost thinking more of like early round 3. He goes middle of round 2 here at pick 46 to the Rams. It's a very, very good for Green Bay. Indy's having a killer. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that they were so in on Brock Bowers last year and just couldn't get the trade done. Not surprised to see them take a really athletic tight end at some point today. So Ferguson makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, Indy gets Tyler Warren and JT Tuamalu. So two very athletic players, which Indy might be the team that actually might be the only team that takes more athletic profiles than Green Bay does, actually. So Indy loves their super freak athletes too. JT Tuamalu certainly fits everything that they look for there. Kelly's going to go watch the Bucks. Pick us up a win, Kelly. I hope we can stay alive tonight, but I'm not feeling super great about anything Milwaukee Bucks right now, but hopefully they can pick up the win. Not quite Turd Ferguson. If it would have been a Bear, maybe it would have been Turd Ferguson, but no, Terrence Ferguson goes to the Rams at pick 46.
You saying about Musgrave, he kind of reminded me of Musgrave, Ferguson.
Yep.
Because he's like tall, kind of skinny for a tight end, runs well, but it's not like going to block too much. It's kind of similar.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Just kind of keeping an eye on again who potentially could be here for Green Bay. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this thought experiment. It's not a edge, corner, or defensive lineman. Who's the pick? So it's something.
I literally only have those on my board for this round. So I haven't even entertained that they could take anything else. So I'm gonna have to look.
Is this who we're banging the table for, or who we actually think they would pick?
Who they could who would be somebody that it would be a stunner if it wasn't one of those three positions. I don't know even who I could kind of get to. I mean, so it's clearly not going to be a quarterback. I mean, it's not going to be Shedeur Sanders. I feel very confident in saying that. I mean, if there would be a team that would do it, it would so be Green Bay too. Of just too of a value. We couldn't pass it up. There was a quarterback on the board. It's not going to be Shedeur Sanders. I can't imagine they go running back this early. Would they go a Caleb Johnson? You think so?
That's what I was gonna say. And the only reason why I have floated running back, and I think they're going to take one day 3. But the only reason why I think is if they think somebody's a really great value and they have the insider knowledge that maybe Marshawn Lloyd isn't where they want him to be, you need somebody behind Josh Jacobs because they are going to run him into the ground if they keep trying to do what they did last season.
1,000. Oh, we just went down to 998. 2 people were jerks and just left. No, we were just at 1,000 people a second ago, but thank you guys so much for that. Make sure to hit that like button. But running back would be interesting. Caleb Johnson, if it was a running back, I would think would potentially be the one there. Again, if they did double up at wide receiver, I don't think that's going to be the case. Jack Best, Jalen Noel, Jalen Royals, Trey Harris, some guys that are out there. Elijah Arroyo, the tight end. There's been a little bit of that run on tight ends. Again, I don't think they would go it with Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave already in hand, but Elijah Arroyo would potentially be the tight end. I'll say my answer would be, I think it would be Ursery from Minnesota would be maybe my answer here. Again, maybe not the 1A type of Packers type, but I could see them maybe seeing some sort of value in him as just an offensive lineman that could maybe come in and give them some depth long term. Other than that, again, it's really difficult to figure out a position that it would be if it's not tackle or defensive tackle, edge, corner, one of those 3 spots.
My one for it, having had a look, is Jared Wilson, the center for Georgia. It's the only thing I can think of, just in terms of he's not as experienced, anywhere near as they like at the offensive line. He's only played 1 season, but he's a freak athlete. And if they're not convinced that Jenkins is going to be on the roster a year from now, something like that. They didn't like how Jacob Monk looked this year or something, something like that.
Yeah. So why is Jack Sawyer not rated higher? His pressures were 3rd best in college. I had him more in kind of that 3rd round range. I like Jack Sawyer. I like the effort, the energy. I do think he's going to help somebody out, but I do think he does have a little bit shorter arms. And I do think, just not the usual type of player that maybe Green Bay goes with. I did see some people say maybe fits a little bit more as a 3-4 outside linebacker. I don't really know. I care as much. I think he's going to be fine either way. But good player, but just not maybe, again, Green Bay's type here quite as much. Jack Sawyer is going to be a star and is underrated. I like him. I really do like him. I just don't necessarily put him quite as much in that, 2nd round category for Green Bay. But if they took him, I would still think he could end up being a very good player for them. I just don't necessarily see it.
I feel like the Venn diagram of people who don't like Shamar Stewart and people who do like Jack Sawyer is a perfect circle, because it's they're the opposite player. It's Jack Sawyer is was productive, but he's his arms are so short that we do this thing with the arms are short thing, and it's Jesus Christ, we're talking about like a quarter of an inch. But like at the combine, he was doing the workouts, like the drills, and you could see his arms were really short, like T-Rex arms. And like he just doesn't have like the traits teams are gonna like.
So Will Johnson goes to the Cardinals at pick 47. Very interesting selection there. He's finally off the board. Cardinals take the chance, the flyer on the injury there. They cleared him, obviously. So if anyone was hoping Will Johnson at 54, he will not be in play. We'll see if we do get maybe a little bit of a run on corners now that Will Johnson goes. That would also be very appropriate right ahead of Green Bay. So again, guys that we've kind of talked about. Again, we have to bounce 1, 2, 3. Sorry, Arizona's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players are going to get selected before Green Bay that we don't know about yet. Darius Alexander, Landon Jackson, Braden Swinson, Nick Scorton, Jordan Birch, Trey Amos, Benjamin Morrison, Savon Revel, Azariah Thomas. So 9 guys, 6 of them theoretically could go. You should end up with your pick of at least 3 of those players that would be on the board for Green Bay that I think would be under high consideration for them if they obviously stayed and picked at pick 54. So it's not the worst position to be in. But yeah, this is it's a very interesting now that we start to get a little bit closer to this pick.
Yeah, a bummer about Will Johnson. But I think he could be a really phenomenal value with the Cardinals. And we know the Packers being as conservative as they are with injuries, probably not one of their considerations. So still a lot of really good corner depth. Going back to the Jack Sawyer thing, I think the reason why he's not thought of higher is because his projection is probably as your like 3rd best pass rusher. And I have no doubt that in 8 years, you're going to look back and be like, oh, Jack Sawyer had a really good career. Like he played for 6-7 years. He was the 3rd best edge rusher, probably going to be on a really good team. And, you know, but I just don't know that ceiling is there with some of those guys that get drafted in the 2nd round. And then you're like, whoa, they turned into a superstar. Because he doesn't have long arms. And like that is such a limiting factor in the NFL. It's not like something that you can easily overcome. I can't think of a really short-armed pass rusher that's wildly successful.
Yeah.
Texans trade up at pick 48 with the Ravens. Trevor, I can't do a poll from our situation, and just don't spam the chat. Not cool, my friend. But I can't do a poll from StreamYard anyway. So not something I have access to. I tried to do it yesterday to see if we wanted to tip picks or not. And it's just not something that, again, I have the ability to do from this. So my apologies that I can't do a poll from here unless I can do it and I'm not aware of it. Andrew, are you aware of a way to do it in StreamYard? Yeah, I don't think you can. So yeah, I unfortunately can't do it. So my apologies on that. Luke Kuechly had shorter arms. And so again, then this is kind of what, Mark's talking about, of like some of this stuff gets very ridiculous, very, very fast at certain times. But there's a reason that teams have done it for a certain way for a very long period of time. And usually it is, something that matters to them. So we'll see.
Also a different position though, Kuechly, like off ball to on ball. It's like it does matter a little bit different.
If Sanders drops to round 4, he would be a nice 3rd stringer. I would have no issue if they wanted. I mean, the only thing that would be my issue is if this ends up being like a LeVar Ball sort of thing, where like there's just like some sort of constant, Deion Sanders is weighing in on what the Packers are doing and like how they're using him, or why that he's got to be a number 3 quarterback. If you vetted that and that's not an issue, and Shedeur is just, whoever he is and is fine with coming in and working hard and whatever, in a vacuum, I'd have no concern with him backing up Jordan and Willis this year. And then the idea, of course, would be to be the number 2 quarterback when Willis leaves in free agency next year. In a vacuum, I have no issue with that whatsoever. Again, I think is that a distraction? Is he going to be okay being a number 3 quarterback this year? Is he going to be okay being a backup quarterback for the foreseeable future, having no real opportunity to be a starter over the next few seasons? That would be my bigger concern. But in a vacuum, I would absolutely like that. Ursary goes to the Texans at pick 48, by the way. So that is the selection at pick 48 for Houston as they traded up to get there, if I remember correctly.
And like, he's not going to make it to the 4th round, but like, I would way rather have Jalen Milroe as a 3rd quarterback than Shedeur Sanders, because one, Milroe learning from Malik Willis would be really fun, because I think, very similar skill sets. But I'd rather have the guy who has crazy upside than the guy who is just a safe floor player anyways, and obviously the off the field stuff is a factor.
Yeah, very, very much so. So that's, I think, just what you have to weigh out, and quite frankly, what I think a lot of the other teams are weighing out. When you get to some of these players who, and again, I'm not trying to judge here, saying they should or shouldn't, but if you get to players that maybe are a little bit more, whether it be eccentric or there's a little bit more media following for them, or whatever that might be, whether it is a Tim Tebow, whether it's a Colin Kaepernick, whether it is a Shedeur Sanders, whether if there's anything like that just causes a little bit more attention, a little bit more potential drama, or whatever that might be, a little bit more spotlight on your team, that's okay. If there are a all-pro player, if they're a Pro Bowler, if they're a starter, if there's somebody that's going to help your team, as soon as that player is more of like your number 2 or number 3 guy at any position, now adding any sort of drama, extra, whatever it might be, it's so much less tolerable or so much more palatable when you're not a star or a big time player. So as soon as some team is like, yeah, he's not a starting quarterback for us, or we don't see him in that vein, then like the appetite to acquire that type of player that might be seen in that way is just a little bit different. So again, I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be that way, but you definitely see that be the case when there's just a little bit more attention on some people. If they're a star, it's not a big deal. They love that attention, a lot of times. But if it's a backup sort of player, there's just no real appetite for that. And it's why I think you end up in some of these situations. Jason's money is on Landon Jackson at pick 54. Jalen Milroe is an H-back. I don't think Jalen Milroe is going to be too pleased if you try to make that switch for him. But in the meantime, while you're maybe getting him ready to be a quarterback down the road, could you put him in some packages with some different stuff? He's a freak enough athlete to probably sort of do it. But I think if you try to change him long term, unless he's like falling to around like 5 or 6, and then you're just willing to do whatever. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Oh, Daniel says we might be picking later than 54, and he's got some eyeball emojis. What do you know, Daniel? What do you know? All right, so we've got 48 is in. Cincinnati is on the clock. Packers trading this pick for Hendrickson. Don't see that being the case, but I would have no issue with that if they decided to do that. Based on what's on the available right now and what Trey Hendrickson could bring to Green Bay, sure, why not? I'm for it. Renee says day 2 is better than day 1.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
You get two rounds. Very talented players go on this round. Usually see a lot more trades. So yeah, I'm cool with that. Don't be shocked if Watson is packaged tonight. I will be very, very shocked if Watson is. I mean, here's your bigger thing, Whalers. Even if Green Bay called around for Christian Watson, what team is going to be like, yeah, the guy that's on the ACL and MCL injury that we don't know when he's going to potentially get back, or if he's even going to be able to play meaningful games for us this season. And as soon as the season's done, he's an unrestricted free agent. There's not going to be a team that has an appetite to take that on at this point. And Green Bay is just going to keep him rather than take some sort of crappy pick that they would get in return for him at that point. So Watson's not going anywhere. I did make the comment earlier in our Q&A today of, again, this is just me more thinking out loud. If they doubled up at wide receiver, if Jack Besh was the selection, or if Jalen Noel or Jalen Royals or Trey Harris, especially Trey Harris, being the position that he was, if they took one of that, if they doubled up, I could see them maybe shopping Romeo Doubs off of his last year of his deal. But again, it's a hypothetical that's not going to happen anyway, so we don't need to dive too far into it.
The best wide receiver in the draft is still available, and you refuse to mention him.
Who am I not mentioning? Oh, Elick. I have him in my 3rd round bucket of players, so I just don't have him in my 2nd round bucket of players. So my apologies.
Andrew, I didn't know you're a fellow Elick.
You both Elicks?
I like him. He's not like, I think he's almost now being like underrated. Like he was like at the start of the process, he was in like the 40s on the consensus board. It was like way too high. And now he's like in the 70s. And I'm like, I feel like we've gone a little bit far. Like he's got like explosive tendencies. And like there's not that many guys in this draft that have that. But like, and he's
such a great blocker.
Yeah.
He's going to make it in the league. I have zero doubts. He is going to be a reasonably solid receiver in the NFL for his career. I think he's too similar to what the Packers already have anyways. And obviously they took a wide receiver last night, so it's not going to happen. But I think some team is going to get a really, really good player.
1,128 people in chat. Thank you so much, guys. It's absolutely incredible. I cannot thank you enough. Obviously, really fun chatting all things Packers. with you guys all throughout this draft, and obviously seeing what's going to happen here at pick 54. Do they trade up a couple spots? Do they move down? Do they stay put? Do they take a corner, defensive tackle, defensive end? But thanks so much for spending the night with us. And we're going to be here all night covering rounds 2 and rounds 3 of the draft. As soon as it's over, I'm going to be recording my immediate gut reaction video to Green Bay, whatever they do on day 2 here. And of course, I'll have a podcast for you tomorrow. And then we're going to kick things off right away, 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning with the draft party tomorrow morning as well. So, yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming up. But thanks so much for all the support. And thanks so much for being here. As ZC said, smash that like button. It takes 2 seconds just to hit like, and definitely helps out that algorithm quite a bit. And again, I cannot thank you enough all for being here. Sap Gui says it as well. Hit that pack like button. Thank you, Sandy, as well. So, no, we're off to a good start here. Again, a lot of players that could be in play. All right, so let's just do this really quick. Pick is in at 49. Andrew, who's your dream selection here at 54 with who's remaining?
Number 1 choice would be Azare Thomas, cornerback.
Okay. Over Amos?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. I like it. Mark, what do you got?
If he's healthy, like truly healthy, then Morrison, but I don't think he is. Probably is. So I'd say Amos. Yeah.
Bengals select linebacker Demetrius Knight Jr. So that is a good pick for Green Bay that he is not there. My pick here, I'd go one of 2 guys. Actually, yeah, probably one of 2 guys. I'd be totally cool with Trey Amos here. I would be fine with that. I really, really love Braden Swinson. He's just totally my guy. I love him in this draft. I'd be thrilled with that. I think Landon Jackson would still be a very interesting selection if they, pass any of these injured quarters. Like if Revel is one of their guys here, I would be totally cool with that. And then just Darius Alexander is kind of that last, I think kind of tier 2 defensive tackle. I'd be totally cool with that as well. Morrison would be another one. I really liked Morrison. Again, the double hip thing is just really, really a tough one. But yeah, Smith is getting nervous, really hoping the Packers get their guy. I think corner is the biggest need, but also might just be BPA. That's usually their MO. BPA, their MO. Any other letters we want to add in there? Best corner in the entire draft. Some bad intel on NFL Network yesterday. Somebody saying that Revel could be the first corner taken off the board. I'm assuming that was not including, obviously, our guy that went in the number 2 overall, Travis Hunter. But yeah, other than that clearly did not happen. Peter's on Team Swinson. If Peter, if you're on Team Swinson, I feel better about my Team Swinson selection. So very much in that bandwagon as well. Pick is in for Seattle at pick 50. We are getting closer and closer and closer. Tristan, I wouldn't get your hopes up too much at wide receiver. Let's talk about Scorton for a second. How did you view Nick Scorton? Because this is such an interesting one. Played at a much higher weight this past year at Texas A&M, obviously opposite Shamar Stewart. Did not look great. There's sort of a similar situation with Stewart with how he was used. And then you go back to Purdue playing at a lighter weight and he looked much better, looked better in the draft process when he had dropped some weight as well. I would be totally fine with him. He was somebody that when he moved over to Texas A&M, he was expected to be like this massive transfer that was going to make a huge impact. He kind of didn't. He's still young. I would have no problem with him, but he's a very interesting eval.
Yeah, I had him at 28 overall. I actually had him higher in Ezeraku, which caused quite a rift between Kyle and I. He hates Scorton, as I like to say. No, like I would be totally fine with it. He's super young. I don't think he'll be 21 when the season starts, actually. And so like the Packers are gonna like that. I felt like both the Texas A&M rushers were like, and they've said as much. They were basically just asked to like run up to the offensive tackle and hold their ground, and they never really got the chance to shoot gaps. So I think some of that loss of production from when he transferred to going to A&M is justifiable. So you have this proven production to go back and look at. So I like the upside of a pick like that. It's so Packersy. I could see it happening, but like I'm not going to be super excited about it. I do think he could be a really good player.
You said you wouldn't be super excited about Scorton?
Nah, he's not like flashy. Yeah, I know, but like I feel like he's going to be he's gonna be like the 3rd best edge rusher on the team.
All right, fair enough. Panthers just move up to pick 51, so they move ahead of Green Bay here. We'll see what that ultimately means.
I want all flash, high risk
for Green Bay. That's fair. Sergeant Dan with the super chat. Thank you so much. Green isn't a Packer type, and his off-field issues were a while ago. If he's there, do you guys think we pick him or go with Jackson? I don't think they take him.
There's no chance they take Green.
Yeah. If again, usually what my ultimate take is here is if there's a super talented player that is falling super far, the odds that Green Bay is the one to stop them falling because of either injury and or off-field concerns is exceedingly unlikely. It's not impossible. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it is usually not the case. That is not, again, what they normally do is to be the team that stops a team from taking a player like that. So, or, stops the fall, I should say. I just don't see it.
He's also just like not their type of rusher anyway. Like even without this, like he's like small, fast guy. Like that's just not really what they do. And then you throw that on top of it, and the fact that like as talented as he is, we're at pick 50 and no one's taking him. Like you said, the Packers aren't going to be the ones to like, oh yeah, we'll take him. Like no, I can't see that.
Tight end off the board. So that is not a bad thing to have happen. Not a bad thing at all.
They're going to have like, there's going to be, we're now at that point with what, 3 picks to go. Like one of these guys that you kind of thought that'd be good if they were there. At least one of those is going to be there now, like realistically.
This is one of the coolest stats. Greg Allman posted this out. Cool reunion in New Orleans. Rookie quarterback Tyler Shuck played with Saints tight end Juwan Johnson at Oregon 6 years ago. That's unbelievable. That is absolutely unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Whalers, if they take a wide receiver at 54, please be over 6 feet tall. I don't know that they would go Noel. Like, I don't think they're just going to build this track team or whatever. So yeah, I would guess that it would be somebody that would be over 6 feet tall. I think you're pretty safe in that. I also think you're going to be pretty safe in the fact that it will not, in fact, be a wide receiver. Douglas, thank you so much for becoming a brand new YouTube member. Appreciate that a ton, friend. Panthers took Scorton. Is that true? I haven't seen that for sure.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Scorton to the
funny
Panthers.
Thing is with the receivers is like there's some like really good values on the board pick, but it's just it would be so pointless unless they're going to trade someone. Like it wouldn't be worth it. But there's some fun players, but it's just like usually we're kind of like, are the receivers going to get to them? And then like now they're going to be there and they're not going to take them in round 2. It's like uncharted territory for the Packers. 2
picks before Green Bay. Now that we know that they are going with Scorton at pick 51 for Scorton. Tennessee and Tampa Bay pick. And again, you're looking at Darius Alexander, Landon Jackson, Braden Swinson, Jordan Birch, Benjamin Morrison, Savon Revel, Azare Thomas, and Trey Amos, all still available potentially for Green Bay. Chat, what are you feeling? Who do you want them to take? Who are you hoping for Green Bay here in 3 picks, assuming that they actually do make the selection and do not trade out of that pick? Amos incoming or trade back for Daniel? What about you, Andrew?
Oh, I was just asking, has Tennessee picked today?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So this could be a wide receiver landing spot potentially.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, just Cam Ward so far. They've got this pick, and then they've got a 3rd rounder, 18th overall in the 3rd round. So yeah, could be a wide receiver spot here. Amos or Revel, Alexander. Tennessee picked a running back. According to Fred McFarley. Go Pack Go and GPG. Thanks so much for that, Sergeant Dan. There is enough players here now where if they did like a 3 to 4 pick trade back, pick up like a 5th round pick or something like that, especially if you get a 4th. But anything like that. Sorry, no, they didn't. All right, they did not take a running back apparently. Fred, you're messing with me. Yeah, but if you do get to this point and there's like 4 or 5 of those guys that are still there, a trade back a few spots, maybe not the worst thing in the world. I just wouldn't go super far back.
Yeah, it's shaping up pretty well for that now. Like they could do the little Jaden Reed trade, just move back a few spots, and then when you get on the clock again, see where you are.
Does Tampa want a cornerback? That is the question here. So Tampa,
they have
Tampa would.
What's that?
If Tampa went corner, like they typically like bigger, more physical corners. So some of the guys we're talking about with the Packers do kind of make sense for them, but
I could see them being an Amos team. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. Titans select Oladejo. I don't know if we're getting messed with again. People just messing with me in the chat. But if so, that would be one off the board there. Yeah, so we got double up on Oladejo. So that
Yeah.
seems like it is official there.
Bucks could go pass rush too. Like their pass rush last year was really not good, and there's a couple guys there, like we said.
Yeah, their interior defensive line seems good. Pass rush, yeah, they signed Hassan Reddick to, wasn't that like a 1-year deal? And
Right.
Yaya Diaby is not anything great. So yeah, pass rusher could definitely be the case for them. And then I could see them maybe going corner, but yeah, defensive end is a possibility. They're certainly not going wide receiver after they took Ibuka yesterday. Their offensive line is pretty set at the moment. They could have went tight end maybe, but they don't necessarily need it. So yeah, I think pass rush could very well be the case here for Tampa, and corners a possibility. PFF is updated early, apparently, is what they said here. 1,256 people in chat as Green Bay is about to pick in a couple picks here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Make sure to hit that like button. We cannot thank you enough for all the support here today. Pick is in for Tennessee. Again, we're going to get the Oladejo pick here. I don't think he would have been in play for Green Bay, but you never know. Hope the Bucks don't take Amos. We're going to get heartbroken for somebody here. Somebody's going to be heartbroken by somebody that gets selected here one pick before. Too rich to take Birch at 54, get a defensive end and defensive tackle. Do you mean Besh or no? Are you taking the defensive end Birch? I'm assuming Burch. Okay, that makes more sense. I don't think so. I think it might be slightly early, but I think they could take him here and it would not stun me. I'll put it that way.
I saw Dane Brugler was talking about Birch like last week, and like with the Packers specifically, and he said like if he fell to them in round 2, it'd be a steal or something. So like obviously guys have different intel, but he seems to think he's going in round 2. So
Packers are on the clock. Packers are officially on the clock. We do not know Team 53 yet, but the Packers tweeted out that they are officially on the clock. Allen's all over it as well. But either Jackson or Amos are there. Will be there. One of the two. We don't know again who's going at 53. Braden Swinson will be there. Savon Revel, or again, one of these guys, or multiple of these guys will be there. One of them could be gone. We don't know pick 53 yet, but lots of options. Again, we don't know. I haven't seen anyone in chat here. I do think trade back is not the worst option in the world, but there are players here. Landon Jackson would not surprise me at all if he was the selection. We'll see. We will see.
Here's why they could trade back too, because they're a pick ahead of the Chargers, and the Chargers could use a receiver, and there's good receivers on the board. So,
and just a reminder too that the Packers' the second round pick, I should say, is presented by Habish and Rotier. Big hits belong on the field, not in real life. If you've been injured, call Habish and Rotier. They've been nice enough to sponsor all of our selections all week long. Or all weekend long, I should say. So thank you to them for that. Make sure to check them out over at habish.com. Again, Packers are on the clock at pick 54. We don't know who Tampa took yet. I don't think. Oh, they
Benjamin
took
Morrison.
Oh, they took Morrison?
Yeah. PFF just updated Benjamin Morrison.
Okay, apparently it is Morrison. So he looks okay. Bucks took Morrison. Feezy's been all over it as well. So Bucks took Morrison at 53. Could have been somebody Green Bay was interested in, but certainly still corners that are available there, as well as some defensive ends and, maybe Darius Alexander at defensive tackle as well. Andrew, did you have official predictions coming into today?
I didn't think Trey Amos would make it here, but that's my prediction. My hope is probably Azare Thomas.
Okay, well, that was all three of our predictions then is, Azare Thomas coming into this. So we take a second round edge. Who's the odd man out losing snaps, Elvian or Gary, and whose spot on the roster does he take, JJ or Brenton? None. I think all 5 of those would make the team. I think the snaps that would go down are probably for Enigbari and Brenton Cox if they take a third. Elvian and Gary are still going to get their snaps, I think would be my answer to that question. All right. Revel had the ACL surgery done by the Cowboys team doctor. Okay. Let's see. If you guys have updates on PFF or if anything comes through, we are welcome to tip the pick if we get it. So if anyone has a hit on who they take, keep us posted.
I feel like, again, we have zero idea what their medical team is looking at, but like Revel to me is a top 20 player. How do you factor in the injury concern and how much of camp in his rookie year he's going to miss? So,
Westendorf said Anthony Belton. as the potential pick. An offensive tackle would be the selection here if they ultimately go with him, which would be a very Packers-y type selection, somebody that was in for a top 30 visit. I don't know if that is confirmed yet. Do we have it on PFF at all?
Oh my
Nope.
God, that would be a surprising pick. Even with the visit, that's early for another tackle.
Felt
Wow.
like a third rounder more to me than a second rounder. But again, that's what Jacob Westendorf is saying. See if we get any sort of confirmation. It is, again, Benjamin Morrison for the Buccaneers at 53.
And they went to commercial break when the Packers were on the clock on
Per
NFL
use.
Network.
Per use.
Sounded.
Even while it's in Green Bay, I think they'll be back in time for Green Bay selection in Green Bay, though, which is a little bit of a nice thing of the draft being in Green Bay. They seem to, Feezy says it is Belton. So
Wow.
that is potentially the selection here. Again, nothing that I've seen confirmed from the major sites, but Feezy's been right on pretty much every one of those coming in so far. And obviously Westendorf had it as well. So if it's Belton, I have my breakdown of him here. Andrew, both of you guys will get to yours in just a moment. This is an interesting selection going offensive line. Clearly, Green Bay has a feeling this offseason that they've wanted to upgrade offensive line in a pretty significant way and add depth to that group, competition to that group, with going with Banks already as a big signing and now potentially taking Anthony Belton here in the second round. Strong hands. I loved his demeanor out in the field. Consistently looks for work. Incredible size. 6'6", 336. A much bigger player than that they usually go with at this type of position. It would be immediately the heaviest player that they have on the roster. 7.72 relative athletic score. Tested well in everything except the bench press. Plays through the whistle. Does get caught lunging and off balance. Playing too high definitely is an issue with that 6'6" height. Needs to stay a little bit lower. Doesn't have great balance and will end up on the ground or out of position. Has the potential to be a real impact run blocker. A likely swing tackle who has the ability to develop into a starter with some technique work. If that, again, if he continues to stay a tackle, which I would expect that he potentially would. So very interesting selection here for Green Bay. Andrew, what is your scouting report on Belton?
Yeah, I won't repeat everything you just said because a lot of similarities. Just I like the size and strength. He played all of his games at left tackle in 2024. He was durable. He was consistent. I think that size and frame makes him really formidable. I think he's a good run blocker. I think he is a good pass blocker when he gets his hands on people, but he does struggle a little bit with some of the quicker pass rushers that are a little more bendy. So that's a concern. I don't know if he's a true left tackle in the NFL. We'll see. I had him at 105 overall, so not my particular cup of tea in the second round, but Packers know a lot more than I do.
Just really quick, Dane Brugler had him as his ninth offensive tackle, a third, fourth round player. NFL.com and Lance Zierlein had him as a round 3 player. Mark, any thoughts on Anthony Belton?
Yeah, I don't love it. I'm going to be honest. It feels kind of redundant. He's 24. Yeah, I don't love it, to be honest. I'm just trying to do the roster math and how is he going to get on the field? But I am kicking myself a little bit for not kind of taking the possibility of an offensive tackle more seriously on day 2, just because they've liked to do the sign a free agent, draft someone double up thing. So and Brian did say kind of after they signed Banks that they want to build a bigger kind of physical line. So I mean at 336, this is way outside what they usually do. So that's obviously kind of they're taking that seriously, what they said. So maybe this is kind of even you want to kick him inside, and just beef up the middle.
It was interesting. One of the things that stood out to me is so many of these offensive linemen that they brought in for top 30s, or at least there were more that were heavier offensive linemen, which was noteworthy to me because again, that's not usually, kind of what you get in these situations. But sorry, finish up your scouting report there.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it kind of makes sense in some ways based on what they've said, but I don't know. I just think it's a kind of a strange pick for me. Again, I think with where their line is at, I understand them taking the line very seriously after how the Eagles game ended up, which was not good. When you kind of had to throw Glover and Kadeem Telford in a guard. So I guess we'll see where it ends up. I'm just reading Dane Brugler's report. And in the weaknesses, the last section, he says, ejected for spitting on a Clemson player in September 2024.
Like I said, I love his demeanor. He plays mad, physical, angry, and he plays through the whistle. That was my very first thing that I noted with him, is that he very much plays. Here's what I'll say. I saw some people saying he's redundant. There's nobody like Anthony Belton on this roster. I mean, Aaron Banks is the one that's, was the heaviest player that was on the roster up until this point. So they are changing this offensive line in real time to be a more physical, ass-kicking offensive line. They clearly want to go in a direction that has some people movers that are available to them. If they, again, we'll see where, again, Belton fits in the short term and the long term, but they are going in what seems like a different direction with Belton and with Aaron Banks being their two offensive line additions this offseason. So I don't think he is what I would say a redundant necessarily selection here. It is an aggressive selection. The other thing that I'll say here really quick that I think is very, very much worth noting, offensive linemen, we saw, especially tackle. I just want to speak to tackle for a second. Dan Moore this offseason, over $20 million per year. Dan Moore got over $20 million per year. If you told me, by the way, that Anthony Belton as a rookie was better than Dan Moore, like it wouldn't take a super leap of faith to potentially get there. And Dan Moore got $20 million a year. Who was the guy that the 49ers signed that was on the 49ers backing up Trent Williams last year?
Jalen Moore.
Jalen Moore. All right. Jalen Moore got what, 15, 16 million a year, somewhere in that range. The fact that these offensive tackles that are okay are going for now 15, 16, 18, 20 million per year. We're not talking about the Trent Williamses. We're not talking about what Zach Tom's probably about to get. We are talking about okay offensive linemen are going for 18 to 20 million. If you have players that can go in there and play that are on cheap contracts, that is going to have a crap ton of value for you. Now, he's got to find a way onto the field. I see already people that are upset with Jordan Morgan. They love their versatile players. Jordan Morgan could easily end up again back at guard. Sean Ryan is a free agent next year. There is a very clear world in which you could end up with Zach Tom getting a $30 million contract and Rasheed Walker and Sean Ryan leaving in free agency on some of those contracts that we just talked about. If Rasheed Walker got $20 million a year in free agency next year, I would not be surprised. And as much as I like Rasheed, I don't want Green Bay to be the one that has to do that deal. It would not surprise me if Sean Ryan got 12 to 15 million, at least 10 that the John Runyon Jr. got a couple of years ago. And with inflation, that's probably worth 12 to 13. And I actually think Sean Ryan's been playing better than Runyon was coming off of his free agency stint when he left Green Bay. So if those go for that money, you could make a world not too difficult where Anthony Belton's your starting left tackle next year with Banks at left guard. And by the way, Belton and Banks on the left side with the weight and the bulk that they have has the potential to be very fun if Belton can come in and play at a high enough level. Elton Jenkins still at center. They're going to have a $20 million decision to make on him next year if they want to keep him around. And then likely Jordan Morgan at right guard in that situation with Zach Tom probably at right tackle. And if Zach Tom gets to a point where it's an absurd contract and they don't feel comfortable with that or something happens there, they're going to have, again, options where they could put Morgan at right tackle, or like they're just going to have some different situations that they can ultimately go with. So I'm not saying that this is a pick that definitely should have been here in the second round. I think it's definitely a little bit rich at 54, but based on current contract value of offensive tackles, based on who they're set to have free agents next year, I can understand some of the philosophy of like, hey, we need to get this settled before we go into next year having to figure out how the hell do we fill all of these spots on offensive line with not enough money to spend on all of those spots.
Yeah, and I'll say this too, as far as like a justification, optimistic outlook on this. If you have a third or fourth round grade on Belton, there's no other tackles here. Like the cliff is about to fall off.
Yeah.
So if they value him as the next best tackle, he's not making it to the third round in their opinion. So I can kind of understand why they would take him here.
And I know some people are going to immediately say, like, and I see it in the chat too, like Trey Amos and things like that. Just remember that there's a little bit of familiarity with last year where TJ Tampa had this sort of fall that people were expecting him to go late first early second. And I think he went 4th round, if I remember correctly. And there's a little bit of, TJ Tampa with Trey Amos as well. I think Amos is better. I would take Amos over Tampa if they were in the same draft or whatever. But we saw some of that. And we just talked about maybe some of the value at corner kind of going down a little bit with the way teams are playing. So that's a potential possibility here. Again, would I have liked some of the defensive ends that were on the board better? Yeah, absolutely. I think would have made a little bit more sense, whether it is a Landon Jackson. I would have liked Trey Amos a little bit more in this situation. And again, I think I would had 3rd round. I had, in this case, I had Anthony Belton as one of the 3rd round offensive tackles. But to your point, Andrew, I had 2 offensive tackles basically left on the board for Green Bay, probably until like round 5 or 6, realistically. And that was Logan Brown and Anthony Belton. And if they wanted a bigger, more physical one, they certainly got it in Belton over Logan Brown, who's a little bit more of that kind of finesse, kind of pass blocking tackle. So again, we'll see what this ends up meaning. Probably not a massive impact in 2025, which I know people hate. Everyone wants that immediate impact, but yeah, I see people saying Millam, but Millam's going to be an offensive guard would be my belief. I think he's going to end up kicking inside. I didn't watch Trapilo, so I don't have a great take on him, but I do think that Millam is ultimately going to be a guard.
Trapilo just went to the Bears.
Oh, did he? Okay.
56.
56. All right. And again, this is where we're going to probably see the offensive lineman we saw got pushed up a lot of these boards all throughout the weekend. That's not necessarily a surprise, Andy. You don't want to draft for need in any draft. That's the goal is to never have to draft for need in any given draft. You want the ability to take the best player available. Again, we can argue all you want as to whether or not this is the best player available. That's a fine argument to make, but say to wait until next year when you need one to draft one, that is about one of the worst philosophies that you could have from a team building standpoint. All right. Let me just get to some of the super chats really quick here, because I think some came in while we were going through that. Jason said the money was on Landon Jackson at 54. That obviously did not work out. I don't know if we got to this beforehand, but yeah, Green was not a Packers type, obviously. Let's see. Feels odd not having 4 picks tonight. Yes, it is. It is not as fun when Green Bay doesn't have 4 or 5 picks in the first 3 rounds. I do very much enjoy that. Let's see. We take a 2nd round edge. Who's the odd man out? Or we talked about that ahead of time. We are going to run the ball so effing hard. I love that, Shane. That is clearly a very real direction in which they're trying to go by signing Aaron Banks, bringing in Belton. We saw a different offense with Josh Jacobs last year. They're going heavily, literally, and seemingly in that direction. Why does Goot reach so much? Hopper was a reach. Stokes was a 2nd round grade. Evan Williams was last year based on the consensus board, etc. They don't care about your consensus board. Who tweeted that out again this year? It was Ken Ingalls, I think, posted that out. They don't care about your effing consensus board, I think was the exact tweet. There is no consensus. There's a consensus board of mock drafters that, like to do this for a living, which I love a lot of them. I think a lot of them are very smart. I'm not trying to, I do the same thing. We put our big boards together. We like the players. We don't like the players. There's no consensus big board. That's not a thing that actually exists. These teams all have players ranked very, very differently. And again, if you start doing everything just by the consensus, then you might as well just have anyone be your general manager. You have to have your scouts evaluate it, go through your individual process, and pick the guys that you like. Whether or not they get that right or wrong, we're going to have to evaluate that in the next 3 to 4 years. I will say this, 2 things. One, Goody's been pretty damn good in the 2nd, 3rd round range over his career in Green Bay for the most part. Not that there haven't been misses, but he's been pretty darn good. The second thing I will say is Green Bay, when it comes to drafting and develop offensive linemen, it's honestly one of their superpowers over the last 30 years, really. But that's really kind of continued when you have a draft that has Sean Ryan, Zach Tom, Rasheed Walker, all 3rd round picks or later, and they all end up being starters. They still know how to draft and develop offensive linemen. So if they like a guy and they feel like he's going to fit on their team, usually it's better to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt.
Andy, I just thought you would like to know, since you mentioned Mark Murphy's WWE pop, Seth Rollins is making the Bears pick right now.
Oh, here we go. He's got the Bears championship belt.
I'm on mute, so I don't know if they're singing the song, but
he's perfect though for this role of being the heel announcer in Green Bay to make the pick. So good for him. That's the one semi-redeemable thing about the Chicago Bears is that Seth freaking Rollins is a Bears fan. Everything else is a complete unmitigated nightmare, but Seth Rollins, they got that at least going for them.
So the Lions took Tate Ratledge, who I really like as an interior offensive lineman out of Georgia, but that means that all 4 NFC North teams have taken an offensive lineman in the first 2 rounds. And like the trenches in the black and blue division, it's back.
Trenches are king. And clearly Green Bay was something that was very adamant about continuing to address that offensive line. One other thing I will say about this, by the way, about taking an offensive line, and again, not saying you need to love the player, but from a philosophical standpoint, Green Bay has 6 offensive linemen that they feel comfortable with prior to the draft today. That's it. After 6, there is a lot of question marks. It is the Raiders took wide receiver Jack Besh, by the way, at pick 58, I think that is. So Besh goes at pick 58. But they had 6 offensive linemen that they feel comfortable with. Green Bay got pretty lucky from an injury standpoint last year, outside of the actual playoff game when they needed it most. And then, of course, everyone gets hurt all at once. But you're probably going to need 7 guys. I mean, every team is going to go through at least 7 offensive linemen. You may look at it right now and say that, oh, Green Bay doesn't have any need for offensive line. I would argue they very much do, because you have your starting 5, whoever ends up at left tackle, either Morgan or Rasheed Walker. And then you had, at left guard, obviously, Banks, center Jenkins, right guard Sean Ryan, and right tackle Zach Tom. And then who are you going with after that? We saw what that looked like last year. We literally saw them trying to go with Travis Glover, Kadeem Telfort, Jacob Monk wasn't ready. And I'm not saying that those guys can't develop. And again, we just talked about the draft and developability along the offensive line. But going into this season, they were 6 deep on the offensive line. There's no offensive lineman left that you're going to probably go and sign that you feel very comfortable with either. Those guys have all been picked over. So I'm not saying that it is necessarily like when you're looking at corner or defensive line. If anyone's thinking that like offensive line is like this position, like safety, linebacker, running back, quarterback that just didn't need, offensive line was the one that was number 4. So corner, defensive line, and wide receiver were sort of the top 3. Offensive lineman was the very next one after that. And having that next guy up, and if he can be that 7th guy, guess what? They're probably going to need him at some point this year. So I would disagree with the assessment that this is just a pick that is only for 2026 or whatever. I think they're probably going to have a chance to play him this year if he's ready to play as a 2nd round guy.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl in large part because they couldn't keep their offensive line healthy. And we've seen teams entire seasons just collapse because their offensive line is in flux. So I'll never hate it. I personally don't love the value, but Packers know a lot more about drafting offensive linemen than I do. So I'll trust them.
All right, we got 305, Mike McGee. I'm okay with the pick now. Elton will be gone or back on a reduced salary. There are still cornerbacks and defensive tackle / edge later. If he will be better than Caleb Rogers in the projects we will pick, this could potentially work. Like the thought process there, Mike. Beast Bumblebee. So if is Goody just giving up on Morgan? No, I promise you he's not giving up on Morgan. Better players at bigger positions of need. Also, is Jair Stain? No, because if he is, that's why we're not addressing corner. I do not believe Jair is Stain, and I know for 1,000,000% fact they're not giving up on Jordan Morgan after a year. He was going to be the starter last year, guys. He's going to be the starter. He got injured. What if they talked about 1,000,001 times? They want competition everywhere. I would not stun me, by the way, if now Rasheed Walker and Belton are maybe the competition at left tackle and Morgan slides back to right guard and is more the competition with Ryan. Maybe they keep it with Morgan and Walker at left tackle and they let Belton kind of sit back a little bit and kind of figure things out. They could go in so many different ways with this, but I do think that they're going to need 7 guys throughout the course of the season. And right now, Belton probably sits in as that 7th offensive lineman. And like I said, they're going to need all of them throughout the course of the season at some point. In all likelihood, at least. Let's hope they don't. I hope whoever loses the battle, and if it's Jordan Morgan and Belton that don't play a single snap this year, and that's because Rasheed Walker and Aaron Banks, Elton Jenkins, Sean Ryan, and Zach Tom tore it up and didn't miss a single snap. Sign me the hell up for that. That'd be great. But in all likelihood, they're going to need those guys throughout the course of the season. Mike McGee, thank you for the super chats. But I'm not too mad. Our O-line is going to be insane. From Beast Bumblebee. Thanks, Beast Bumblebee. My 2 guys were Besh and Ezeraku. Am I a bad evaluator? Ezeraku at 44 and Besh still on the board. Had both as borderline round 1s. No, I liked Ezeraku a lot. Again, I talked about this a little bit pre-draft of the power Was he going to be able to generate a bull rush? If you don't have a bull rush, offensive linemen are able to sit in their stance a little bit more, just kind of mirror you and let you dance and do as many moves as you want. And they're just going to sit back. And if you can't get under their pads and push them back to the quarterback, they're definitely going to feel a little bit more comfortable. We saw a little bit with Leatu Letu this past year. But I still think he's going to be a phenomenal pick. And Besh being a second rounder was kind of always where he was going to go. But I liked him as a top tier second rounder. He went middle to late second round. That's not any sort of indictment of anything. We've seen a lot of very talented players go around that spot. So you're not going to know your evaluations, Gons USA, for 3 or 4 years. But I was right there with you with Ezeraku and Besh as well.
Ravens just took Mike Green.
Okay. I can see that being something that they would potentially do there. That seems like a very Raiders-y pick.
Ravens. Sorry. Ravens.
What's that?
It was Baltimore.
Oh, Ravens. I thought you said Raiders. My apologies. Or maybe you said Ravens and I saw Raiders on the clock and just had a brain fart. But all right. So Ravens. That's also a very Ravens pick as well. All right. So who would you like to see in rounds 3 and 4? So as we kind of transition back, I mean, it's kind of some of the same guys right now. A lot of corners still on the board. I haven't been totally keeping track of it, but I don't think, has there been a corner that's went since Green Bay selected?
None of them have gone. The guys we were talking about before, they're all still there.
Yeah. So corner still very much in play. Darius Alexander is not gone. Again, I think that defensive tackle, market is going to fall off a little bit here in a little bit, but we'll see what happens there. Trey Harris went. I didn't see that. He went to the Chargers at pick 55. So that's an interesting selection. But yeah, corner, still defensive end. Braden Swinson, Nick Scorton, Jordan Bursch, Landon Jackson, all still potentially out there. Jack Sawyer. Then you get to that Elijah Roberts, Princely Umanamanamanen. I'm pretty sure that's the exact pronunciation. Josh Farmer at defensive tackle could be somebody. So yeah, it's anyone in that sort of range, or probably just another offensive lineman. I'd say
Ashton Gelati is a name I'm watching out for in the 3rd round.
Mark, anyone that you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, no, I think you got. I like Baron Sorrell a fair bit. I think he's really underrated. I don't understand why he's as low on the board, on like consensus board as he is. Like productive at a big time program, and he's not a bad athlete. Like he's a good athlete as well. So like I like him a little bit. He's a little bit smaller than they usually do, but yeah, that's a name. But I think we're realistically still in a good spot based on what we just said, that like all the guys we were talking about that they could pick at pick 54, I don't like have any of them. Like they're basically all still there. So yeah, like the Belton picks throw me for a loop, but like there's a good chance the way it's looking, they might even still get one of those guys in round 3. So
no, I think that's well said. All right, Brandon, late to the party. Tell me what my opinion is of Mr. Anthony Belton, please. Never heard of him. Again, big, physical, strong offensive tackle. I can go. Oh, actually, I wanted to read the scouting reports from a couple other of these really quick. I didn't get to it yet. So this is from Lance Zierlein. Belton is an enormous tackle with good power and long arms. He can bulldoze the roads clean for running backs, but needs to play with better hand placement to sustain his early lead. Belton has the length to shove rushers up and around the pocket, but his punch timing is inconsistent, and he lacks the body control to consistently respond to inside counters. If a team can steady his feet and improve his hand placement, he could become a solid starter at right tackle, but he will need some time from time to time. Wide frame slows rushers' progress at the edge. Upper body power to rock rushers off track with his punch. Displays ability to sink pad level and drop a late anchor. Surprisingly nimble feet getting to his backside blocks. Drive power widens gaps when squaring the block. Potential to become a more dominant blocker with tweaks to his hands. Hungry to drive opponents into the grass as a block finisher. Weaknesses: unable to gather and correct quickly when he oversteps his block. Second level targets are able to elude his blocks in space. Inconsistent hand placement leads to slippage and shaky sustain. Can be outraced to the top of the rush. Heel clicking pass slides diminish anchor stability against power and slow to change direction and mirror rush counters. His projection was a 3rd round grade from Lance Zierlein. From Dane Brugler in the Big Draft Guide. Strengths: blocks out the sun with his massive size, adequate lateral movement, and relies on long arms to help protect the corner. Rushers meet hard resistance when attempting to test his anchor. Plays as powerfully as you would expect to push defenders wherever he wants. Washes defenders on down blocks to create running room. Impressive foot speed on inside zone and blots out defenders on screens. plays with an edge and switch stays flipped on the field. It was important to him to have the most pancakes each game. I'm telling you, the demeanor was the very first thing I wrote down. You are going to love the way that this kid plays. Actively searches for his next victim when uncovered. Started 32 games at left tackle in the ACC. So again, he has left tackle experience. Many people think that he's going to be maybe a right tackle, but he played primarily left tackle in the ACC for 3 years. Weaknesses: below average body control is hard to miss. Weight transfers heavy on his outside foot in slides, leaving him late to answer inside counters. Inconsistent punch and coil resets to recover after mistimed strikes. Hands get too wide in the run game. Penalized 8 times each of the last 3 seasons. Played 2024 at 360 pounds and needs to maintain his weight around 340. Ejected for spitting on Clemson player in September 2024. The Clemson defensive line, TJ Parker, said, quote, early in the game, he was trying to fight somebody and was talking crazy. That's embarrassing for an offensive lineman. I love this. I love every second of that. All right. The overarching summary: a 3-year starter at NC State, Belton lined up at left tackle in former offensive coordinator Robert Anae's zone blocking scheme. After 2 years at Georgia Military College, where he was teammates with Yaya Diaby, he transferred to the Wolfpack and entrenched himself as the starting left tackle the past 3 seasons. Because of his size, you don't need to know his jersey number to spot him on film. He received the nickname Escalade inside the NC State program because of the way he can move at his best on inside zone runs. Makes sense. He can get in the way as a blocker and control rushers if his hands are right. Big if. Overall, Belton uses his size and length to keep the game on his terms, staying centered and forcing defenders to try to go through him. When he is unable to do that, his body control and footwork break down quickly, which needs to be further addressed by NFL coaching. With improved consistency, he has the tools to get on the field and contribute. 3rd to 4th round grade, 94th overall. So Green Bay took him at 54. Brugler had him at 94 on his board. So that is the breakdowns from both NFL.com and Lance Zierlein, and of course Dane Brugler as well. I told you, I love the demeanor. My very first thing, actually, sorry, it was the second thing. My number 1 was strong hands. Number 2 was great demeanor. And then later I said plays through the whistle. Yeah, I thought there was one other one, but yeah, definitely see the demeanor very quickly on tape.
That's
and
one
I
of
can
the
tell.
more-
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just gonna say that's one I was just reading it like before you read it out there. Like that's one of the more descriptive like player like descriptions that Dane has done. Like that was like really interesting. Like it kind of reminds me that just like that description is a little bit like Banks kind of, because it's kind of like the thing with Banks is he's like bigger. He's big, but he moves well for like he shouldn't be able to move as well as he does for being that big. So it's obviously a profile that they're just like, they've decided they want that kind of profile on the roster this year. A
Banks Belton left side, if it comes to fruition and they can make it work, is again, you're talking about a total eclipse of what, teams are going to be looking at. If you've got a smaller edge rusher on that side and they're looking at Banks and Belton on the left side, good luck. They're just going to completely engulf anything. And one of the things that I've talked about for a while now, and we've talked about this again, for people that don't like this, one of the things I've talked about both on offense and defense is, hey, you kind of need a few more ass kickers on this team. You kind of need a little bit more relative asshole score. You have a lot of relative athletic score. You need a few more relative asshole scores. This guy's got it. And one of the things that they have struggled with is goal line, is red zone situations, because they've got really good pass protectors, which is important. And I love that. But they just don't have guys that can move bodies extremely well in the run game. Sean Ryan had a little bit of that. Elton Jenkins had a little bit of that. But Zach Thomas, again, a little bit more of a finesse guy, more of a wall-off guy. Josh Myers was certainly not a mover in the run game. And at left tackle, Rasheed Walker was very hit and miss as a run blocker. So you now add Aaron Banks, who I think can actually be, coming into the season, I thought might be able to be their best run blocking offensive lineman, or at least in the conversation. And now you add in another big physical guy who can move people. And again, I'm not expecting him necessarily to come in and start. The one other thing that I will say, I would not be stunned. I would not be surprised for a second if Green Bay was a team that all of a sudden had different packages of offensive linemen. We've already seen them rotate offensive linemen, right? We've already seen them say, hey, we're going to rotate Jordan Morgan and, Sean Ryan in a game. We're going to rotate them different things. I could easily see them in, maybe some more obvious rundown situations in the goal line. I could see Belton coming in at left tackle for Rasheed Walker in those situations. I could see Sean Ryan on the field. I could see even, maybe you get a little bit bigger and put Belton in at right tackle for Zach Tom in some of those situations. Like, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not necessarily predicting it, but the Packers are creative enough to come up with some potential formations where if you want some ass kickers on the field and some goal line or goal to go situations, you could definitely get some ass kickers now out on the field if you wanted to.
Yeah, and there is the philosophy that, like, if your weakness is you're exposed to smaller, speedier rushers, if you can beat them down in the run game, they're going to be way less effective, and they might not even be on the field at all. So I if that's going to be your weakness, but you're going to commit to running the ball the way the Packers did in 2024, I guess sign me up for that. I can tell you, reporting live from Lambeau Field, Kyle Fellows does not like the pick.
Okay, Kyle Fellows, not a fan. Noted. John Alberto, Packers brass really banking on the end breakout, huh? Don't love it. D-line seems thin. We'll see. They have not added a single defensive lineman in the entire offseason, outside of some back of the roster guys, and TJ Slayton has left the team. So not only have they not added anybody, they have actually have a net loss on the defensive line with TJ Slayton gone. Very clearly banking on DeMarcus Covington making a big impact as the new defensive line coach, and very clearly making it that guys like Brenton Cox, Kingsley Enagbare, LVN, Devontae Wyatt, Carl Brooks, and Colby Wooden are going to make a jump this year, and that guys like Rashawn Gary and Kenny Clark are going to even play better than what they did a season ago is what they are banking on. They clearly liked their defensive front a lot more than maybe us on, I guess, the outside did, and thought they needed a big, influx of competition and talent on that side of things. Green Bay said, no, we want it on the offensive line side of things. Commanders take Trey Amos here, by the way, coming up in a couple picks. So I don't know. Who did you say the Ravens pick was? Oh, was this Mike Green here at 59?
Yeah, Mike Green at 59, and then running back RJ Harvey went to the Broncos at 60.
Wow.
Okay.
It's quite early.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was just thinking about kind of this pick and like thinking about what they've done this offseason now. And it made me think back to I think it was the end of season press conference, and Brian said something to the effect of that we need to like get back to we need to be able to control games better. And I kind of thought, like, what does that mean? Like, actionably for you? Like, what is that going to mean for you? Like, how are you going to approach that? And I think kind of when you pair the Banks thing and the Belton thing, that's kind of like, well, we want to be dictating at the line of scrimmage. Like, you think back to kind of the both times they played Detroit this year, especially in Detroit, they were getting like their asses kicked up front. Like they didn't know what was coming next. They did not know. And they were not on the front foot, like as a result. And then the other issue that they had was that they couldn't get off press and they couldn't beat man. Like again, those Lions games, they were begging the Packers receivers to beat them one-on-one and they couldn't do it. And then like you bring in someone like Golden, who they think obviously is going to be able to kind of take, if you want to man us up, they think he's got the speed to really hurt you. So I think that maybe that's kind of explains the overall philosophy of like what they've done with the big moves this offseason is like offensively, we want to be able to control this. Like we are dictating how this game is going to go.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely something to that. And I don't hate the philosophy. Now it's up to Anthony Belton to go and prove that he was worthy of obviously the second round selection and for Green Bay to get him playing at that level. But the philosophy, I don't have any major issues with. The player, I think, again, is maybe a little bit early, but I'll say it one more time. We saw offensive line go early. And as Job points out here, wow, 2 other NFC North teams just reached for an offensive lineman too. So again, we have seen, and I'm sure you've seen some of these other teams where all these offensive linemen are going too. And they're like, oh, offensive linemen. But man, games are won in the trenches, guys. It is far more important to be very good there. And I get you're hoping for the other trench. I was too. We wanted that defensive lineman, whether it be an end or a defensive tackle that can come in and help with the pass rush. I'm there with you. I get it, but never a bad thing to address the trenches. And then again, we have to kind of see again what Belton can ultimately become here. Caleb, brand new member, appreciate that. Lee, did these picks say anything about how Green Bay views their defensive position groups differently than the masses? So obviously we just talked about that from defensive line, but yeah, I think the corner thing that we've talked about is, yeah, I think Green Bay feels relatively comfortable with their 4 guys being Bullard, Nixon, Hobbs, and Valentine. I don't think there is any level of concern there. The depth is where it gets, a lot more interesting. Now you're talking about Kalen King and Kamal Haddon as being those next guys up at 5 and 6. You lost Eric Stokes. You lost Robert Rochelle. You lost Corey Ballantyne. So they need bodies, but clearly Green Bay is banking on some of these picks to, be able to still fill some of those spots. And again, it's worth noting, Green Bay is going to probably make at least still 6 more selections here in this draft. And Goody's done a really great job in the 3rd through 7th rounds as of late. So just because they maybe haven't addressed something yet does not mean that he cannot still find an impact player at one of these positions.
There also is a secondary free agent market. And I know the Packers haven't been like wildly active in that in the last few years, but there's still some veterans hanging around that might be willing to come now that the comp pick formula is not really a factor. That they could plug some holes if things don't work out the next couple of days.
Very much so. All right. We left off with Lee there. Michael, again, thank you guys for all the super chats. Appreciate you guys a ton. Massive reach in round 2. Did Halfley run over Goody's dog? Might want to get him some help. Halfley said last year, I don't need your help. I can do this on my own. I can be a top 10 defense with exactly what you're giving me right now. And you took the biggest, I think sort of negative on the team in Eric Stokes and turned that into Nate Hobbs. I think there's some value in that, obviously. And we'll see what they do the rest of this draft. But you've basically traded out Eric Stokes and TJ Slayton for Nate Hobbs so far this offseason is kind of the only moves that Green Bay has made. We'll see what, again, they do. I have a feeling that you're going to see a lot more defensive players taken through the remainder of this draft, but take it one step at a time. I did not necessarily see them going offense, by the way, in their first 2 picks. That is a very uncharacteristic Packers thing. And of course, it feels like, and I get everyone I know is happy with the golden selection, but everyone's always like, can we take some offensive players? And then of course they take 2 offensive players and like, where's the defense? Where's the defense? I always, it's never a winning situation, I guess.
I just wanted to say that, like, I think I jinxed this in my mind earlier because, like, I was going to say that I felt like, and this is how I felt, like everything on Packers Twitter today has basically been like sunshine and roses because they finally did the thing and drafted the receiver. Like no one's complaining, like basically. And I was like, I think they could do anything tonight and no one would care. And like, I think
Wrong.
they found it. Like still think they managed to find it. Like they drafted a player that like no one thought they were going to draft and now everyone's upset. It's like, we should have known it was coming. Like I thought that they couldn't do it, but they've done it.
I personally don't think that this is as crazy of a reach. I think it's high. I think it's aggressive, but I don't think it's like something that's insanely out of the realm of like absurdity here or anything like that. I'll put it this way. They've done much worse in the past than this. They've pissed me off with picks far more than this. I don't actually have a major issue with this one at all. Stolfomania 533 breaking news. GMs do not care what you think, folks. Actually, I'm also a big fan of like bigger, more physical offensive tackles just in general. There's always some weaknesses, but there's usually some of these guys that come in and are actually able to play relatively early on because they've got the anchor. And when you've got good footwork that goes along with it, that stuff goes a really long way. So you've got a 336-pound guy that has a little bit of dancing bear to him. Again, those are really tough players to find, and they are a little bit of my cup of tea along the offensive line. I do kind of like those guys. Whisk MO, thank you for becoming a brand new member. Randy, sounds like Goody got your message to start drafting some RAS, A for A-hole. Yes, they did. They very much did. Love it a lot. Brandon Callis, to be fair, I'd list spitting on a Clemson player as a positive. Thanks for the info. I'm totally cool. I mean, again, you don't want to get kicked out of games. You want to have some level of control. You don't want 15-yard penalties, but on the total, if you're going to be a bit more of an ass kicker and you get one 15-yard penalty along in the way and maybe an ejection for spitting on someone, I think overall it's a net positive, but maybe just tone it down a smidge to make sure you're not getting ejected out of the games. Greg Hansen, thank you for the super chat. Andy, making over this O-line room, do you think he is the dog like TJ Lang that is the enforcer and gives some attitude to a group of finesse players? We'll see, but again, I will say I do think they are going for a new type of offensive lineman. And I think they've shown that with Banks and Belton. Those you can start to get a trend. And I talked about it as well with their top 30 visits. Their top 30 visits were a lot of them were a little bit bigger guys, which was noteworthy to me. And now they draft one of them in the 2nd round. And again, Aaron Banks was already the biggest player that was on their roster. Now this guy's bigger. The 2 heaviest players on the roster could be your future starting left tackle and left guard on one side of the offensive line. So we saw them change this offense in real time, basically with Josh Jacobs, go with a more power running sort of style of system. Clearly, that is something that Matt LaFleur is leaning into rather aggressively. and they're building the team around him that can go out and do that. Which, by the way, maybe keep an eye out for a blocking tight end at some point this weekend too, if they want to go in that direction. That would not surprise me. Justice is in the chat. I'm going to get him here in just a second, but I want to get to this last super chat really quick. With the NFL going so much too high, is Goot preparing the foundation or forefront of going old school Badger football? I'm glad that you brought this up, Jeremy. The NFL is going to yin and yang and back and forth and swing in various different directions. As soon as everyone gets pass heavy, then you swing back, and because then everyone goes pass rushers, fast guys along their defense, and goes too high. And now if you can get some ass kickers up front and move some people, you can really kind of dominate in the run game. And it seems like Green Bay kind of likes the idea of that, and maybe being somebody that can go in that direction. Let's get Justice in, baby QB. I'll get to your super chat in just a moment. Justice, welcome back. Clearly not happy with the pick because the luchador mask is gone. But no, what are your thoughts on Belton?
Honestly, I don't hate the pick.
I'm with you.
He was a really interesting guy. I'd gotten eyes on him because of pre-draft visits, right?
Yep.
Let me allow to kind of focus on him a little bit. He was very popular the later you got into the draft. He was a guy who had, I don't want to say the wrong number, but I'm going off of the top of my head. I think it was like 18 visits that he had in the pre-draft cycle, right? So very popular toward kind of the finish line. Was projected. I know a lot of big boards and stuff had him like 3rd round, 4th round. If you look into some of those mock drafts, and unfortunately I was having to dig through them to make content for APC, like guys like Kuiper, guys like Dane Brugler had him going in like the late 2nd round a couple of times. So I kind of took that as he was a potential riser. I did consider him more of a 3rd round pick than like a 2nd round pick. But there were clearly signs there that teams liked him. I think his feet aren't good enough to stick at tackle. That is my opinion. Moving in a 6'6" guy into guard is not probably what every NFL team would do. With the context of the Packers roster, first of all, I will say adding 2 guys who can play guard a year after you drafted who you hope is left tackle of the future does not bode well for the future of Rasheed Walker and Sean Ryan sticking long-term in Green Bay, right? I think that's what a lot of this pick was, if Goot is serious about he wants to extend Quay Walker, extend Devontae Wyatt, those guys are going to cost $15 million per year, right? That's what the market is right now for those guys. So you're going to have to find the money elsewhere. So that means
Zach Tom.
Yeah, and Zach Tom. I mean, those 3 guys combined, are probably trying to do the math. I don't think Zach is going to get 30 per.
You don't think Zach? I think Zach could get around there. I think he could get around. We'll see. Maybe 25.
But yeah, it's going to be a lot. It's another quarterback contract just for that draft class and keeping the guys that you want in that draft class around, right? So you're going to have to let some guys walk, right? Romeo Dobbs is another guy. I know I don't want to keep saying it, but Christian Watson's dad being like, how does this fit with the team? It's not about this year. Right. Watson and Dobbs are both about to go into contract seasons. Seems like they're getting in front of a couple of these deals and keeping their options open and all that stuff. I think Belton is probably the future at right guard if I had to guess today, and they want Jordan Morgan to win the left tackle job. So I think ideally the way they want it to go is Morgan left to right. Morgan, Aaron Banks, Elton Jenkins, Belton, and then Zach Tom. And I think that's what they want to roll with moving forward. I will say another thing. The Packers are getting different with the offensive linemen that they're looking at. And this is something Andy and I have talked about before.
Yep.
The old like Mike McCarthy era stuff where, you can kind of get away with undersized tackles playing guard and just being really good pass protectors, even at center, right? They've done this at center too. And getting away with that because you're throwing the ball so much relative to the rest of the league. That's not who the Packers are anymore. The Packers are running the ball more frequently compared to the rest of the league than they are passing the ball, right? So it's not shocking to me. They grab a 235-pound guy in free agency, and they look in the draft, and they're grabbing a 330-plus guard to kind of help him out. So I think that they still will do some of that undersized tackle stuff at tackle. I don't know if they're going to keep doing that stuff at guard. And we're looking at a totally different tackle market. If you think that the Packers are going to be able to do They're like sit back in the 4th round, grab an undersized tackle, and he'll just be a starter somewhere. They'll figure it out on the offensive line. That's not the reality of the situation anymore. I think we learned that with the Packers getting pushed around, especially toward the end of the year in the run game. We learned that with, Jordan Love being a little uneasy in the pocket when guys are pushing it, right? What do you call a pressure? All that stuff. I think it's going to be interesting moving forward because I think they want to get big on the offensive line. I think there's been signs that they've wanted to do that in the past couple years, right? I think they really wanted Amarius Mims. I can't remember the Lucas Van Ness pick. They would have taken the Tennessee offensive tackle, Darnell Wright, if he would have been available. I can't remember what his size was like, but I think he was on the bigger side.
320-ish, I want to say.
Yeah, I want to. Here's information. Their board was Darnell Wright, Lucas Van Ness, and then Zay Flowers. So that's how it would have panned out in that draft. Which is why all the first round wide receiver stuff doesn't make any. Like they wanted Olave, they wanted Justin Jefferson, they wanted Zay Flowers if the opportunity arose. Like they've never just X'd out wide receiver in the first round. That's not the kind of team that they are. But yeah, those are kind of
for Darnell Wright, by the way, 333.
Yeah, he was a bigger guy. So again, not really surprised by this pick. Don't think it was like super value. But the fit and what it means for the rest of the offense, I think, is really telling. Plus, if they're going to be this inside run team and they really want to be people movers and, hey, let's get bigger on the offensive line, they don't have to do all this perimeter stuff, which is, you could spread wide receivers out a little bit more. I know it's kind of counterintuitive, but if you're an inside run team, you don't want those guys in the box, right? So you want to spread them out a little bit more. And now when we're talking about, hey, how does Matthew Golden fit in the scheme in terms of the run plays and stuff like that? How do you play him on the field at the same time as Jaden Reed? Those things kind of start to solve themselves if you're more of an inside run team and you want to spread those guys out and they're less impactful on, what you would think as key blocks. So I think this tells us more about where the Packers think that their offense is heading than anything else. Like we could talk about the player. He just went in the second round. We probably should, but I'm not as interested in debating like what kind of a talent he is as much as like what this means for the Packers moving forward. Right.
One thing I just want to ask you really quick, Justice, is you said Morgan left tackle and then Belton right guard. Obviously Belton has been a left tackle for the last 3 seasons in college. Morgan is just coming off of being basically a right guard this past season. He kind of bounced around a little bit, was basically right guard. We've heard them say that Morgan at left tackle is where they want him to compete, but you don't see this potentially changing the calculus where Belton competes with Walker and now Morgan moves or stays at right guard and competes with Sean Ryan.
Personally, no. I think if you're trying to get Morgan and because I don't know who's going to be the starters in 2025, right? I'm just saying that's what they probably want to do,
in 2026.
Once Walker and Ryan are off the books. I think if you're going to be experimenting with these guys, I think you want to experiment with Morgan at left tackle and Belton at right guard, competing with, Ryan there and Walker out at left tackle. The other thing I'll say, this helps Morgan get reps in practice. If he could just focus at left tackle because you have 2 guys competing at right guard already, right? It should help Morgan progress at left tackle, which is something that, they said was an issue last year because they were bouncing around at so many spots. So again,
not that it matters at all. Do we know, I'm assuming they announced him as a tackle and not a guard, but do we know what they announced him as?
I don't even know because what's his name?
I know. The pick was tipped, so I didn't even watch it like live on the screen.
I immediately went to writing. I was like, look, worst case scenario, I have to control alt delete this, but if I can get this post up as fast as possible, that probably helps me in some way. I don't know.
Look, I'm keeping an eye on the chat to see if anyone in chat knows if he was announced as a tackle or a guard. I wonder, I could probably just check Packers.com and see what they have listed him at. I'm assuming again tackle, and again it doesn't really matter. They do have him as tackle, so Anthony Belton tackle, NC State. Again, it's not the be all end all. Things can change. Yeah, so tackle. They said okay, offensive tackle. Thank you guys, appreciate you. But yeah, it is. I think it is very much interesting to see kind of how they stack these offensive linemen in camp and what this kind of means for all of it. I am vehemently against this, Justice. Vehemently against this, and actually all of you guys, obviously. But I already know what the question is going to be. Is there any chance that they would have an interest in trading Rasheed Walker now that he is in the last year of his deal? He is probably going to get set to pay 17, 18, 19, 20 million. If some team calls up third, fourth round pick, fifth round pick, what would the price be for Rasheed Walker? More than that? Less than that?
You'd have to get more. I mean, this is a guy who he's going to get you a comp fourth.
Yep.
Minimum.
At least, yeah.
I mean,
yep.
Dan Moore signed for $20 million a year, right?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a comp fourth minimum. So no, I mean, it would have to be more than that, and then, I guess that all depends on how fast you think Jordan Morgan is advancing and stuff like that. So, I would probably stick through it and roll it. The comp pick stuff is definitely going to help Green Bay because they're probably not going to be spenders next offseason, right? Yeah. We've talked about that before. Especially if they're going to pay Wyatt and Walker, which is fine. You don't look at what was available in free agency this year, right? Everyone bitch and moaned that it was a slot corner and Aaron Banks, and they said we overpaid Aaron Banks, and it's like, okay, well, that's what the market is now, guys.
Your big free agents next year are going to be Sean Ryan, Rasheed Walker, and Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson. Those are your big free agents, and Green Bay could get 4 comp picks for them.
And those guys might be some of the best free agents.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Right.
That's a free agent class. That's what I mean as a whole in the NFL. Like that might be some of the top of the free agent class next year.
Yeah. So, I mean, if someone blows you away, you got to consider it, right? But yeah, if people are only willing to, I mean, I don't even know how many teams need a left tackle right now. I'm sure there's always teams that need left tackle, but
yeah,
I don't know how many teams are prepared to make that move at this point in the offseason.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. Yeah, anyone that you're keeping an eye on in round 3, Justice? I don't know if you got to get out of here again, but anyone you keep an eye on in round 3?
I'm looking at this. So I've just been like updating the top 100 guys who are still available at kind of like the Packers, what I'll call like positions of interest, right? Outside corner, edge rusher, defensive tackle. Remember when I was on here earlier and I was like, hey, the defensive tackles went a lot faster than we thought. We could be headed for an emergency zone. They just keep flying off the board. I'm looking right now. I think there's only 2 in the top 100 left. It's Darius Alexander at Toledo, who, like, if you ever read...
He just went.
He just went.
Okay. All right. Never mind. All right. It's just Joshua Farmer, the kid out of Florida State, and he's ranked 89th on the consensus board. There's still edge rushers out there. Cornerbacks, depending on what you think of these cornerbacks, right? The medicals and all that stuff matter. I'm actually kind of surprised Revel hasn't gone, considering Morrison went. An ACL injury does not seem as serious as having 2 hip surgeries, right? A degenerative knee does not seem as serious as an ACL tear with Will Johnson. So I'm kind of surprised Revel isn't going at this point. So I guess I keep an eye on him. I like Braden Swinson. Jordan Birch was a guy that they brought in a pre-draft visit. I think he's interesting. Elijah Roberts, the kid out of SMU, another visit, is a guy who can sneak into that 3rd round range. Both Roberts and Birch are good edge rushers whose best trait is their ability to kick inside and pressure on like nickel downs, right? And I think that's an element that the Packers don't have right now. So I think if you're going to add to the edge rusher room, I think that makes more sense, because the last thing that they need is just taking an edge rusher for the sake of taking an edge rusher, right? You got to bring something to the table, bring a little bit of a different element to that room, in my opinion, because like it's not the worst thing in the world that Aaron Mosby and Brenton Cox are your 4th and 5th guys at the position, right? There's no urgency to push those guys off of the 53-man roster. But if you can add a little bit of a different element that will help you pass rushing somehow, I think you kind of pull the trigger to do that.
No, I think that's well said. Shit, I was gonna say something else, and I totally forgot what I was gonna say. I'm still flummoxed. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. It would not surprise me, by the way, if somebody that we really liked in round 2, whether it would be a Landon Jackson or a Nick Scorton, Braden Swinson, a Savon Revel, an Azare Thomas, a somebody like that fell to round 3 and they take him there. And it's one of the things that we look back at and say, oh yeah, they could have just, if they would have taken him in 2 and Belton in 3, this all makes perfect sense in the end. And it's like, you got what you were kind of expecting in the end. You got a second round guy in round 3, you got a third round guy in round 2, you can kind of switch it up, but it would not stun me at all if we're looking at it come tomorrow and be like, yeah, that actually just switch those 2 and everything makes sense.
Yeah, you're free to cope however you want to cope.
Oh, that's so well said. I'm with you, Justice. I am not as down on this selection. I loved his demeanor.
I'm actively like updating APC and stuff right now. I haven't seen much of the reaction from Packers fans. What was the reaction to the selection? Because I know if you weren't paying super close attention, right, it might have been a surprising pick.
All right, let me do this.
Don't like it, but
if Scorton was drafted by the Panthers, that's right. My apologies for adding Scorton on that list. But if you are upset about the pick, put in chat right now what you are upset about. We have one person just saying it's a reach here. I don't care who we get for edge. Oh, okay, that's not that, but that's not what we're looking for. All right, so yeah, just let me know if there's what you're upset about. People were salty, very much salty. Bad value is it's a reach. Reach.
Maybe.
I didn't know its name.
Fair. See, Randy, we love the honesty. If more people were like Randy, I'd respect it more. The reach stuff, again, I'm not sure. This is a guy who was on 18 pre-draft visits. This was a guy who, in terms of like the expert mock drafts, right? It's not just, I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Insert, blank publication, right? Who's, a guy who's not really covering the draft in depth and is just looking at the consensus draft board and is just like plugging in names. The guys like Dane Brugler, the guys like, Mel Kiper, who you could say whatever you want about his evaluations. He's still tuned in to what sort of the expectations are of the draft. Those guys had him sneaking into the second round. So I think there's at least a conversation. I don't know if he was going to be there in the third round. Contract years on the bench for top 100 picks. He could start at right guard this year, man. I mean, I guess you could make the argument for like Morgan, and Morgan still being on the bench at left tackle, but 24
years old is another one. Here's the big one. Wasn't a Badger. That's a key one.
Have any gone
right now,
yet?
I don't know. I don't know that you want any Badgers right now, Matthew.
That's a sensitive subject. We're waiting until round 6 to get Hunter Wohler off the board.
Is he the safety?
True. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He can play a little bit.
Like, as someone who I don't love the pick, but like, I think once I've kind of now realized he's just going to compete at right guard this year and be the right guard next year, I'm like, okay, that kind of makes more sense. Like, I don't think he's going to have a realistic shot to play left tackle, just because I don't think you pick Jordan Morgan in the first round, who they say is a left tackle last year, and then in the second round this year say, maybe not, actually, we're going to give up on that. And now this guy who's like way bigger than we usually do at left tackle, like obviously he's big for them anyway, but I think it makes much more sense to me. I was just looking at like the RAS stuff. Like, he's like bigger than Aaron Banks, but more athletic in every area. It's like he's Aaron Banks, but on the right side and the younger. Like that's what it's going to be.
He's a people mover. Again, I don't want people getting off of this stream, right? But at APC, we got the scouting report up there, and I had clips that I wrote. Again, I did the work on Belton weeks ago when he came in on a visit. I have some clips in there. Like, he's a nasty guy. I don't think his footwork is good enough to play left tackle, at least as of now. North Carolina State, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that offense, super run heavy. Even their passing game, it's all based off of the run game, super tight splits. So like a lot of times when they're throwing the ball, it's off of play action from like counter looks where guys are, you're have guards pulling and all sorts of stuff. You get into really funky situations as a pass protector in those situations, right? So his footwork was stressed a lot in that offense, and I don't think it was good enough as a pass protector. But if we're talking about like people mover, he's
Big time.
way up there. He fits the mold of a second round pick, and I think the Packers, just their offensive mentality, and I think they've been wanting to trend in this direction, but a lot of their picks, like they weren't, like Amarius Mims wasn't on the board for him, right? Darnell Wright wasn't on the board for him. Like I think they've been wanting to trend toward this direction, and they just haven't been able to, and they're just like, screw it, we're going to take this guy. We like this guy.
And they brought him in for a visit and clearly liked what they saw in the visit as well.
And again, other teams liked him too. 18 visits. This guy was flying across the country. There's a lot of guys who don't take, there's first round picks probably who took 0 visits, right? A lot of people were trying to get a lot of information on Belton late in the process because he was rising, which probably means coaches were very interested in Belton. If you want to just kind of paint a broad stroke of a narrative.
No, all of it makes all the sense in the world. And again, I've been asking for more ass kickers in general, but certainly along the offensive line. People go back all the time and say, "What? Where is Green Bay's? From 2020? Obviously, it's a totally different team now. But Green Bay's red zone offense was so great in 2020, and it's never quite been the same since then." I'm like, well, yeah, you lost Bakhtiari and Corey Lindsley. That's such a huge reason as to why you're, and again, but even Adams and Rodgers are maybe a piece of that is too, obviously, but like they were there in 21 and it just wasn't the same. You lose 2 offensive linemen like that have the ability to win up front, and it's going to change things. And I just don't think they've had the same, sort of ass kicking ability up front that they had previously. And I think that really affects them at the offensive line. And I think having some of these guys like Banks and now Belton, by the way, if you ever do get to the point of like having Jenkins at center with Banks at left guard and Belton at right guard, you're going to be able to move some guys inside. You're going to be able to move some guys inside.
And by the way, the Detroit Lions spent a first round pick on a nose tackle last night, on a nose tackle that people really didn't think that they needed. So if you think, and Chicago's just infusing their line of scrimmage, right, on both sides of the ball. So if you think this division is just going to like let up and just kind of let you bully them around,
not happening.
That's not the temperature right now. Everyone in the NFC North is trying to go bully ball, which maybe I guess you can make the argument, if everyone's zigging, you zag.
You zag, but yeah.
But I think the Packers want to be a run first team. I think LaFleur wants to coach a run first team, and this is what it costs.
I don't know that you want to be a team that's, zagging when everyone else's zig is that they're going to get all ass kickers. And then you're like, no, we're just going to get finesse guys. I don't know that that's the direction that you necessarily want to go in either. Some interesting picks as of late. Trey Amos goes again, pick 61 to Washington, Shamar Turner to Chicago at 62. Omar Norman Lott at pick 63 to Tennessee, another defensive tackle. Andrew Makuba, safety, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. They're replacing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in that secondary, so that pick makes sense for them. Darius Alexander goes to the Giants. That's a defensive front that's getting very scary, very fast with Abdul Carter, Brian Burns at edge, and now Dexter Lawrence and Darius Alexander on the inside with Kayvon Thibodeau, who they're picking up their 5th-year option for as a potential depth piece there. They're clearly focusing on defensive line. Ashton Gelati, the guy that you talked about, Andrew, goes pick 66 to KC. Harold Fannin Jr., one of the darlings of everyone's mock drafts, goes pick 67 to the Browns. And then Darian Porter, the big, tall, fast, crazy RAS corner from Iowa State, goes 68 to the Raiders.
Darian Porter to a Pete Carroll team. Shocking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
right.
my God.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even piece that together.
It's the double up. You're getting him to a Pete Carroll team and the team that is stresses like his stress speed more than anything else in the Raiders from the Al Davis days. So you're getting like the super fast guy from a Raiders standpoint and the most cover 3 guy from a Pete Carroll standpoint. So Kyle Williams, Washington State to the Patriots at pick 69 as well.
A lot of people liked him.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we had a couple other super chats. DS Badger 10 said you guys are good. DS Badger 10, thank you so much for that. We try our best. Yes, and Scorton was already drafted. My apologies for that. Give me Arkansas's Alopecia Assassin landed Jackson round 3. I actually missed baby QB. She said, why has Landon Jackson fallen? And who do you want more, Birch or Revel? Jackson, Justice, any reason on why Jackson would have fallen here?
I think it's just good edge class. I think he's pretty similar to LVN, honestly. So if you want to re-roll the dice on like an LVN, I think he makes a lot of sense on a rookie contract, all that stuff. Birch or Revel, it's Revel for me. But again, he's only here because of the medicals. So I don't know what's happening. An ACL injury should be pretty cut and clean.
Apparently there is some stuff out there I saw earlier that it's like there's complications with it, like it's not clean.
Yeah, that's weird. So like maybe there's some sort of meniscus issue going with it again. I've torn my ACL twice. One time I fucked up my knee. Pardon my French. I messed up my knee.
You're good.
I tore 3 ligaments and blew out my meniscus, and then the other time it was just a clean one. And so I'm aware that they're like very different. Like the severities of it can be very different. But if it was just an ACL, I don't know. Maybe something popped up late in the process. I don't know. It's not something I had heard. So again,
maybe he's got Bakhtiari ACL. There's ACL and then there's Bakhtiari ACL. Maybe he got Bakhtiari ACL.
It's growing. It's spreading like a virus.
What if it's like Last of Us, where it's this new sort of ACL that's spreading to everyone and taking over and taking control?
Didn't Hines Ward played without an ACL? Like he didn't even know he didn't have one.
My favorite
ACLs. I've always said it.
I always thought ACL stood for a crucial ligament. It is a crucial ligament, but that's not what it stands for. That was me way back in the day when I was like 9 years old. By the way,
wasn't there an NFL player that found out that he had 2 ACLs in the same knee?
I don't know about that. I know Hines didn't know he didn't have an ACL until the combine. Hines Ward,
that's crazy,
and he just played without it. Like his body, he had torn it like when he was really young, and then his muscles had basically overcompensated for it. So
Tesla to the Lions at
Whoa!
Wow, that's aggressive. Wow,
very aggressive, aggressive. That's my best Rounders impression that I can do.
People are wild now, dude. Darian Porter went before Revel. Tesla's going in the early 3rd.
Jalen Noel's still on the board, right? Tesla goes before. I get they're totally different players.
Before Jalen Noel.
Before Jalen Noel, Jalen Royals is on the board still.
When did the Lions take Vaki last year? Like they are willing to roll the dice on some.
Wow. Well, they drafted the kid out of BC too, right? Like they drafted
Manu or whatever his name is,
the Canadian guy.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
They went Bizarro 3rd round. They went Green Bay Frisky in the 3rd round, where they start doing weird stuff at the bottom of the 3rd. They took Green Bay's style with that, but yeah, they
traded up as well. The Lions for this pick, they traded up.
Yeah, aggressively, I think too. So Tesla,
nuts.
Tesla's going to a Ford place. Come on, you can't do that. You can't have a Tesla in a Ford place. This doesn't work.
So, I got banned for my burden joke.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna pull this.
Yeah, but it's not your stream, Andrew.
That's all.
I don't work for him anymore.
All right. Let's see. I thought there was a couple other ones. Thoughts on cornerback from Cal, Noel Williams? Justice shaking his head.
I haven't seen him.
Okay.
Gonna be honest. I saw him go pretty early in mock drafts around this range, and I started asking people. I was like, "What do you guys think?" And then the response is like, "Pretty good." I'm like, all right, that's not very helpful at all. But
that's literally like how I found it. Like I thought 4th round, I thought 3rd was super aggressive. I like his demeanor. He tackles well, pretty good ball skills. He lets guys get a little bit, past him a little bit too easily down the field, which was a little bit of a concern of mine. But good demeanor on the outside. Didn't love him, didn't hate him. He's fine. I think literally, if you would have asked me like the same thing, I would have been like, he's fine. Like it's just kind of like the overarching feel on Noel Williams. I feel like. Alex says, good to see you, Justice. We appreciate all you guys being here. All right. So we still have a while for Green Bay. What is their pick in round 3? 90 something?
87.
87. Yeah. We got 15, 16 picks somewhere in there. before Green Bay is up. So
I just wanted to say, like, so the Saints took Vernon Broughton, the defensive lineman out of Texas. There have been like 20 some defensive tackle and edge players combined drafted already. It's like a third of this class. That's wild.
crazy.
that is a
Yeah.
wild amount.
And there's
Very
still
much
so.
so.
I mean, I'm looking at the top 100. Landon Jackson, Princely Umanmielen, Jack Sawyer, Braden Swinson, Jordan Birch, Josiah Stewart, Kyle Kennard. Kennard was a guy that people were talking about potentially in the first round in season. I never saw that out of him. You're not even bringing up guys like Elijah Roberts who could like sneak into this range. Like there's edge rushers out there who can bring at least a different element to this room. I think I haven't seen that many corners, but the corner room right now, we got 3 in the top 100 still left. Siobhan Rebel, we talked about the knee. Azare Thomas doesn't run like a Packer usually runs. And then Jacob Parrish is just like, he's not on the Packers board. He is too small. They do not do that. Ahmad Carroll died for Parrish to never be on the Packers board, right? So I think
That's
edge
probably
rusher is where we're at this point. Like that's where it kind of the things stack unless they do something crazy like double dip on a Torrey Horton, right? I could see that, but I think
What if
edge
it's another
rusher-
offensive lineman? Who's your next best rated offensive lineman on the board?
God,
I'm
there's
just
no
kidding.
way. There's no
I'm
way.
messing.
Another
right.
offensive lineman.
A couple things really quick. While Green Bay is focused on building their future, this draft, Habish Rotier is focused on protecting yours. If you've been hurt in an accident, their team of lawyers and legal staff are ready to go to work for you. With a national reputation and compassionate hometown service, the lawyers and legal staff at Habish are the elite team you want backing you on your road to recovery. When you call Habish, you're going to talk to a lawyer directly. The number is 800-242-2874 or 800-2HABISH. You can find them online at habish.com. Habish and Rotier, national reputation, hometown service. Visit habish.com for more information or go to 800-2HABISH. We're brought to you, of course, and we're presented today by Luige's Pizza. I've talked to you about using Luige's Pizza as your celebratory pizza. Also a great coping pizza. If you are not feeling this second round pick, having a wonderful Luige's Pizza to deal with it until this third round pick comes up is also a great way to go. So Luige's is versatile. You can use it to celebrate. You can also use it to cope. So whether you're excited about the pick or you hate the pick, go with Luige's because they're going to help you out one way or the other. Go ahead, Justice.
I have breaking news.
Uh-oh. Good or bad?
Have you guys seen the trade terms for that Tesla selection?
No.
The Jaguars traded their third round pick for the third round pick that got Isaac Tesla, right? Or the Lions did to the Jets.
Okay.
The Lions added a 2026 third round pick. And
So
then
they gave-
another 2026 third round pick. They traded 3 third round picks for 1 third round pick, Andy.
Holy crap. That's a lot of third round picks for one Tesla.
That's a lot of third round picks. Jacksonville is making up for the little trade up that they had earlier on in the draft for Travis Hunter. I don't know if you guys caught that one, but yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's like
I'm
they're
hoping
adding
they-
more picks.
Here the
I'm hoping-
it tells you that Tesla stock is falling. I look at this, not at all.
I was going to say, I hope they finally figured out the auto driving feature.
There you go. There you go. So many bad Tesla jokes. All right, here. This is a perfect Justice question. Is there any point where the Packers entertain drafting Shedeur Sanders? We talked about this earlier, by the way.
He had the hat. Did you guys see his little draft room thing?
He's got a Packers hat in there.
He's got a Packers hat in there. He has like 20 hats. One of them was a Packers hat. I was like, what? In what world?
Hashtag he knew.
I mean, they
Fifth,
are
sixth, seventh.
well, if they like him, probably coming up. Honestly, I mean, this is a
Can
team
you
that's
imagine?
drafted Brian Braun in the second when they gave Aaron Rodgers an extension. Like, if they want to take a guy and then do the whole QE school thing and say like, hey, he's going to be a high-end backup, and then we could trade him away and get some extra picks like they used to do in the 90s and stuff, right? Early 2000s with Aaron Brooks, Matt Hasselbeck.
Oh, there goes Landon Jackson, by the way.
Mark
Buffalo
Brooks.
Bills.
And Azare Thomas of the Jets.
Oh, so 2 potential guys there. Azare Thomas, Landon Jackson, both gone.
So, yeah, I mean, I could see it. Fan reaction, hilarious. In Green Bay, hilarious, dude.
There is also a quarterback.
Yeah.
Did he stay in Green Bay, by the way? In the draft room after not getting selected in round 1, he's still there.
I don't know if he's still there, but that's my
Okay.
dude.
I hope he's not still there.
So I was told at least one player did not accept going to the draft because of what the flight situation was going to be like. If you aren't going day 1, you basically had to go day 2 because there weren't enough flights out of Green Bay. The airport was going to be like too busy. So it was kind of a situation where it was like, if you accept the draft to Green Bay, you're staying in Green Bay until the team drafts you and sends a private jet for your ass. So I assume Jalen Milroe is still in Green Bay right now.
All right. So would you rather Milroe or Shedeur Sanders for Green Bay in round 3? That's the next question, of course.
I haven't.
That's totally fair.
We're building
nor should you
for
have.
backup. I think Shedeur is more ready to play an NFL game right now. So I guess from that perspective, I go with him. But Milroe definitely has the higher upside, but he's way further away. Way further away. I was told that there was stuff that came out recently that was like, yeah, some Bama guys were going to be willing to transfer if Jalen Milroe came back to Alabama because they didn't like how the offense was structured. I was told that was true for Ryan Williams. So do with that what you will. So that's
by the way,
a pick in the draft 2 years from now because these guys are so good. We know how good they are when they're 18 now. So
for ever who it's been in chat for the last few weeks that's been telling me to try the pineapple orange mango kickstart, my first one ever. Very good. Very, very tasty. So good recommendation. Tony Grunwald, thank you for becoming a new member. And John Alberto wants Swinson to go to Green Bay. I would be very much all for that selection. What's that?
I said, I'm cool with it. Yeah,
very much. All right. So what do we got? How many picks we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 picks before Green Bay selects, unless we know Denver's pick already and it's out there.
They took Pat Bryant, wide receiver, Illinois.
Okay.
Who's a person.
Tyler liked him a lot. Tyler Brooks.
I like him. He's good.
He was ranked like 150th on the consensus board, so I never ended up getting to him. But Tyler Brook ended up really liking him. He brought it up when we did the little draft talk series.
Who do you go?
He's good. He's just slow. He was like around like a 4.61.
The Broncos have success, or I should say Sean Payton's offense has success with those players, whether it's Colston or they've had, who's the guy that they took this last year or a couple of years, who I can't think of his name right now, but that's going to bug me. But either way, it doesn't matter.
Slant Boy wasn't very, very fast either, right?
Who was that?
Slant Boy? I forget. Michael Thomas, yeah.
Yeah. Slant Boy. Yeah. I thought you were actually saying a name, but no, if I heard Slant Boy, I would have known exactly who you were talking about.
I mumble. English is my second language. I apologize.
You're all good. Dylan gifted 5 Pack-A-Day memberships. Thanks so much for that, Dylan. Appreciate you a ton. Andrew wants Torrey Horton in the 3rd. So double up at wide receiver. Can you imagine they go offense in the first 2 days of the draft? Who do the Packers have to take for you to shotgun a beer on tonight's stream? I don't think there's anybody left that is beer shotgun worthy for me at the moment. I'm just looking at who's kind of left at the moment. Swinson would probably be the closest to me being like, I would be very excited, but it's not shotgun a beer excited. So I don't think I have anyone else that's left that I would be like, oh my God. The other one that would be crazy is if they took a running back and like Caleb Johnson or something. That would be another out of left field selection for them. Looks like some people got the super chats from Dylan. Jair Alexander for Hendrickson. Good luck getting Cincinnati to agree for that. They will have no interest in that whatsoever.
Not happening.
Not at all. What's the guy with the best name left in the draft? I know Andrew likes Elik Ayomanar. That's not a bad name. I'm sure there's way better names that aren't even necessarily on the like.
Let me go back to my all name team. I need to look this up.
You would have an all name team. That is a total Andrew Murtagh.
Sure.
Are we discounting Cameron Scadaboo?
Yeah, Scadaboo is a pretty good name.
It's a great name.
There is a Kobe Bryant.
There's a Kobe Bryant. That is true.
I like him.
Revel did not go yet. Dylan, did the Packers just feel better about their cornerbacks, defensive linemen than those outside the building, or is this just best player available? I think probably both, to be honest. I don't. I 1,000,000% believe that Goody believed when he said it that they feel comfortable at every position going into this draft. That they felt comfortable on the offensive line, wide receiver, defensive line, and corner. I don't think that they felt that they needed to get anything out of this draft. I don't think that they wanted to, or like they obviously don't want to draft for need anyway. But I believe him when he said that they didn't feel like they had to go and get something in this draft. Whether that's right or wrong will remain to be seen. But I don't think they felt like they needed to get anything.
I'm surprised they haven't done corner. Like, if I'm honest, like if they don't do corner next, I'll be a little bit surprised. Just because they're so overdue for like an investment, like a draft.
Well, they just need
investment.
bodies there too, because like even if you think Carrington Valentine can play outside corner, which I have a little bit of doubt about after that Eagles game and stuff, where he just kind of gets bullied on the perimeter, even in like the blocking and run game. There's like no one behind him. Like I guess you could kick Hobbs back out and you have Bullard who can come off of the bench and play in the slot, but they need bodies at corner. They can't withstand 2 injuries.
We have Green Bay on the little ticker now. They're still a ways away, but they're on the ticker. So we've got them in sight. Carla gifted 5 Pack-A-Day memberships. Carla, thank you so much for that. You gifted, I think, like 1,000 yesterday. So thank you for 5 more. I appreciate that a ton. All right.
Yeah, I got a question for you guys.
Let's do it.
I mean, you could just drop the pizza sponsor, but like, what's our food regimen here on draft week? Because I know there's no way we're making full warm meals, right?
Today I made frozen. I did make a Luigi's frozen pizza today.
There we go.
Legitimately a thing. I did make one.
I believe you, because
yes, I'm not making that up.
Frozen pizza right now.
Ate the whole thing. Did no apologies whatsoever. Ate the whole damn thing. It was an ultra thin crust, so it wasn't a self riser. I may not have. I would have been a little bit more full, I think, if I had the self rising, the fresh dough one. But it was an ultra thin crust, so I feel a little bit better about that. But like my diet yesterday was literally like Pop-Tarts and Mellow Yellow. Today it was donuts and frozen pizza. That's legitimately what I'm running on right now. And 6 hours of sleep total in the last, I guess 6.5 now that I took a nap, over the last 48 hours. So, and Kickstart, of course, Kickstart too, who also needs to sponsor me, but they don't know I exist. So that becomes a problem. Another trade. What do we have a trade here for? Panthers on the clock traded 85 and 146 for 77. Whatever that does.
So as far as the like best names in the draft, I won't read them all because I had 22.
Just read like a top five.
Yeah, there's a safety called Major Burns, which is just funny.
That's great. Is there anything that's going to rival Storm Duck? Is there anything that can come close to Storm Duck?
I think so.
Okay.
There's a defensive lineman named Quay Wiggles. That's great.
Okay.
A quarterback named Kinky Dent. But when you read it, it looks like it says Kinkhead. So that's weird. Bayshell Tootin might actually get drafted tonight.
Yeah,
he's a running back. And my favorite one, offensive lineman Parker Titsworth.
Oh, that's amazing. If they do stump the truck, you need to put a couple of those in there for sure. To have hashtag stump the truck for Parker Titsworth and a couple of those guys for sure.
Ohio Bobcats. Parker Titsworth.
What's the position? What does Titsworth play?
I believe it's interior offensive line.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Thoughts on Goody's last Pro Bowl pick being 2019? I don't know.
Pro Bowls are dumb.
What's that?
Pro Bowls are dumb.
Oh yeah, Pro Bowls are dumb. Yeah. If Goody doesn't pick more players that can participate in the dodgeball tournament coming up, I am going to be livid. He needs a few more guys that can get to that dodgeball tournament. If it was Packer Titsworth, that would be the only thing that would be better. Could we get Jared Wilson is the question. Another offensive lineman.
I mentioned him earlier. I just think he would make sense as a center pick in terms of really good athlete. And obviously Jenkins, maybe not long term going to be here, but like he's played like 900 snaps of offensive line. It would be like the least experienced offensive lineman they've taken, basically, as long as that data is trackable.
49ers took Nick Martin. I didn't realize it was the 49ers that took Alfred Collins earlier. So they got Michael Williams and Alfred Collins.
Yeah, they keep taking my defensive lineman. I don't like it.
Damn it, Niners. The hell are you doing? Good thing Green Bay's beefing up on offensive line to counterbalance all these teams that are going defensive line, huh? This is offensive line guys went earlier than expected. Defensive line, all of the guys went like trends. Like everyone's going to react to what Philly did. Everyone's going to react and be like, we want offensive linemen, defensive linemen, every single one. And again, I get people are going to be, well, Green Bay should have done defensive line then instead of offensive line. But as I said earlier, Ravel went to Dallas. So that's at pick 76. They took Ezeraku too, didn't they? So they get Ezeraku and Revel?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Which makes up for them drafting a guard at 12, I guess. So
I like their draft, actually. That's probably one of my favorite drafts so far. Revel, Ezeraku, and
if we're going to talk about ways that Matthew Golden ended up in Green Bay, the Dallas pick, I think, is probably underrated because I think a lot of people assumed that Matthew Golden was going to go 12 to Dallas if Tet had gone ahead of him. So I had kind of penciled that in. I was expecting Matthew Golden at 12. Didn't happen.
Yep. That was what thought it seemed like a badly kept secret. There was the word that Dallas had somebody in mind at 12 and they were gone. It seems like that was maybe Tet that they wanted Tet. And then,
Tet, yeah.
And then once Tet was gone, and then they couldn't have anyone that was looking to trade up apparently. So they took Booker and the rest was history. But I really like Booker at guard. I really like Ezeraku at end. And, obviously Revel has huge upside. Getting him in the third, if you can get him healthy, is a very talented player there too. All right. I don't think we're screwed at corner. And let's see what the new defensive line coach can do with the boys. All right. That's in response to Ben, who says we're screwed at corner and edge. Fair enough. Andrew, you and Mark, you guys didn't get the opportunity to what's on the menu this weekend.
Well, for me, it's kind of tough because, right now it's 3:05 a.m.
Oh, right.
So it's kind of like
so
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. In the past, I would usually be like, I would just eat anyway at this time, but I'm trying to not do that. But yeah, nothing like Justice fucking he had me pegged there when he was like, there's no way you guys are making actual meals, no shot. So yeah, no, my girlfriend made buffalo chicken dip, and basically anything I can just dip tortilla chips into is what I'm living off during the draft. So that's about it.
So Bucks are winning. Brewers have the bases loaded with nobody out. Good things are happening, and clearly Green Bay is going to take somebody we all love in the third round. So things are swinging positive. Andrew, what's your meal plan this weekend?
I had to go take out pizza on the way home tonight because we don't have Luiges here. So that was unfortunate. We are a couple with no children in Southern California, so we eat out way too much. So I don't know. I have nothing in my fridge.
So Princely, Human Island, or whatever it is, goes 77.
Nailed it.
Thank you. 77. Jalen Noel apparently goes Houston. I don't know who Arizona took, unless somebody knows that one. But Noel goes to Houston in a couple picks from now after this, and we are unaware of who Arizona has taken, unless somebody knows him.
I'm shocked Noel's still there. He's so good.
Yeah, he's a really fun player. I'm not going to be bad him up.
Took him?
What's that?
You said Houston?
Yeah, Houston took Jalen Noel.
Isn't that their second wide receiver tonight? Am I misremembering? No, they took Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, they took
both Iowa State wide receivers.
And Jaden Higgins is like Nico Collins.
Oh yeah,
that's what I was pissed about. I think I was on with
what's the
Nagler
point?
when they made that pick, and I was like, they already got one.
Yeah,
they have Christian Kirk as well, which is kind of Jalen Noel a little bit.
Yeah,
it's weird.
They got Higgins, Noel, and Ursery from Minnesota. The offensive tackle has been their selection so far in Houston. All right. Trying to see if we can figure out. Got to try my smoked buffalo chicken dip from Brett. So I think Brett's offering to cook you some smoked buffalo chicken dip, Mark.
Yeah. I mean, if he wants to ship it over here, I'm not kind of sure what state it would be. when it gets here, but go for it.
JC for Psy, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I think Birch was always supposed to be kind of more of a third round guy, right? I don't think this is like a super crazy fall for him. Or early third, middle third, late third at most.
No,
Or-
I think this is right around the range.
Yep. I would agree.
I'd seen he could go round 2, but like Dane Brugler said that, but like round 3, totally fine.
Okay, let's go through this of like what could potentially be there. So is there a defensive tackle left that makes any sort of sense here for Green Bay in round 3? Are there any CJ West truthers out there at 6'1" with short arms?
Isn't Farmer still there?
Oh, Farmer's still there. You're right. Farmer would
Yeah.
be probably the guy, right? Farmer.
I don't
Probably
think it's a great fit, but
he's not ready to play right away. I don't think. At least
Caldwell? Maybe Caldwell.
Caldwell could be. Okay.
Roberts, if you think he's a defensive lineman.
So not a ton of great options at defensive tackle or interior. Edge, you've got Swinson, Jordan Birch, Elijah Roberts, and then maybe if you're in the Jack Sawyer or Kyle Kennard camp, you could maybe go there as well. But Birch, Swinson would feel like a little bit more their type. That would probably be some of your options at edge. Maybe Elijah Roberts. They brought him in for a visit as well. Again, might be somebody that's a little bit rich in the third, but they don't care. And then corners. Are there any corners left? Are they all?
Has Jacob Parrish grown since the
He's
combine?
not.
Big
I don't think he
question.
has.
Has he gotten 2 inches taller?
Noel Williams could potentially be a guy. Yeah, not a lot of corners left either.
All right, this is dangerous because we have the Oregon guy in the room,
Uh-oh.
but I like Denzel Burke, and I know you have to delete the Oregon game to like him.
I think he's still getting burned. I think he's got like 3rd degree all over him at this point. I don't know. I that was really my only exposure to Burke. I watched DBs last. I watching. Well, Birch just went. Gosh dang it! All right.
Oh man.
Not that one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Burke. I'm not a super big fan of, but again, I'm basing that a lot off of the Oregon games. So I haven't really like studied him.
It ruined his career, that one game.
Breaking
we
news
wouldn't
as
have had him.
well.
I wish we could have done it twice in a row. Only he really got it done the first time around, but yeah.
Lawrence Taylor has said no to Abdul Carter wearing number 56.
Yeah,
Is that-
dog. He's Lawrence Taylor, dude. What are you doing? You're a dummy. Why would you even want to follow those footsteps? Just shut up for like.
Why are
half
you
a second.
asking?
Warren
Like, why
Moon
are you
gave
asking
number
that?
1 up to Cam Ward if he wants to wear it though. So Warren Moon.
Yeah, but I think Warren was like, "Yo, you can have this." Also, with all due respect, Warren Moon is no Lawrence Taylor.
you were very correct.
Also, I don't believe the Tennessee Titans should be able to like do Houston Oiler things.
What
Those
you
two
mean?
are-
Wearing
should
the
not be
throwback
associated.
against the Texans every single time, just rubbing it in their face. We own
That
your
is like
history.
so rude that they do that every time. So we were talking earlier about like the obviously the Packers don't care about your consensus board and stuff, but like when I put my kind of like rounds, like guys they could look at in each round board together, like I kind of went back to like the last like as long ago as there was actually a decent number of big boards to pull the consensus board together, which is like 2021. And like once we get into round 3, it gets wild. Like it's like I think that the furthest they've like quote reached on the consensus big board in round 3 is like the 190th player, which I think was it might have been Hopper last year.
Yeah, I
actually.
was gonna say, I was like, no one had Hopper going.
Yeah,
or-
Hopper
oh,
was that
maybe
was
the
crazy.
fifth. Like,
That was insane. So like it could be anything. Now we're in round 3, honestly.
Yeah.
let's go. Desmond Watson, 440 pounds. Just
Oh my god.
If
You-
you're
if-
really
if you
reaching
want-
for nose tackles at this point.
Yeah, if you want to stop the love or the Eagles QB sneak, throw the 400-pound guy in the middle.
It would be great if just everyone has a designated 450 pounder going forward to stop the tush push. Green Bay is all in on stopping the tush push and banning it. Like that's all they care about. So they're just going to get a 450 pounder. If you're not going to ban it, we'll take it out of the game. That'd be amazing. Jimmy D, my friend James, thank you so much for doing 5-pack-a-day podcast memberships. Appreciate that a ton. You're the best. That's my friend, by the way, for those of you who've heard me talk about my friend and I who do full teams of players and have kept track of our teams for over a decade now and simulate them in Madden and have full salary caps for them and everything else and have full draft choices and everything. That is a real thing that we've done for over a decade now. That is my friend who I was talking about that is done with me. So it is very, very fun. One of the great things that I've done in my life, and I have zero regrets whatsoever. Most Hated Minnesotan is gifted 5-pack-a-day podcast memberships as well. Fire Goody, all good defenders are off the board. That's it. That's the final nail in the coffin. That's actually Mark Murphy's final thing that he's going to come out on day 3 of the draft with the 7th round pick. The Packers have not picked anyone. They are firing Brian Gutekunst is what is going to be his final move as president / CEO. Justin Whaley to the Indianapolis Colts, corner out of Minnesota.
Yep.
5'10", 190 guy.
So that's the part of the draft that we're in now. Did a lot of work in the top 100. Paid a lot of attention to the Packers visits. Outside of that, not getting much from me.
A mini cornerback run. There has been a little bit of one of yes. Bucks up by 14 with 6 minutes left. I'll take that.
Nice. Going back to what you were talking about a little bit, like this was something Kyle Fellows and I were discussing last year. It does seem like the Packers get to a certain point in the draft and they're almost relying on the regional scouts to tell them what direction to go. Like that, it always seems like a weird pick if they're drafting late 3rd round. 4th round doesn't seem to follow consensus. And then like when you get deeper into day 3, then they start to go back to it and you get the like Kalen Kings or Carrington Valentine's back on the board. So I don't know if that's an actual thing. It's just a theory that we were floating.
Is Sorrell was the guy you were talking about the other day, right, Justice, that you came on late about? Or was it you or somebody else? Who is the Texas defensive?
I mentioned him earlier.
Ross told me about him.
Okay. Who's the Texas defensive end, or was there another defensive? Somebody told, is it Sorrell's Texas defensive end?
The Texas guy that I came on late was the guy who went to San Francisco in the 2nd. So I don't know how.
Oh, okay.
I was
gotcha.
So.
Gotcha. Who's what? Sorrell. Or who does he play for?
Texas.
Okay, so that is okay. Somebody told me about Sorrell from. I know you did earlier, Mark. I totally understand that, but somebody recently was talking to me about Sorrell from Texas, of how he kind of snuck up on the process, and then they watched him late and really, really liked him. I don't remember who it was. Getting all my chats confused. I've been on too many chats with too many people. Radio, podcasts. Dylan Fairchild, Georgia from Georgia, goes to Cincinnati at 81. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks away. Thanks, Andy, for calling BS on stupid chats. Seb Gui, you're more than welcome. One of my favorite pastimes, actually.
The Titans took Kevin Winston, the safety from Penn State.
I like him. He was a player I really enjoyed watching.
I'm gonna so my video setup is ridiculous and like involves plugging my laptop into my charger and into my phone, and it like automatically charges my phone. So now my laptop's gonna die. So it's all about to die.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hop off for like. I'll come back like after we know what the pick is.
Sounds good. All right, man.
All right.
Appreciate you. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
All right.
Caleb Johnson to the Pittsburgh Steelers in what feels like a very Pittsburgh Steelers type selection. Big physical running back.
I'm gonna have to pop out too. I gotta get back to work. So
how dare you? No, appreciate you coming in.
And I gotta
man.
eat at some point too. So
come on. Go. Yeah. Well, I'll try to send you a Luigi's pizza one of these days. All right. Enjoy, man. We'll talk to you later. That's right, Justin Mosqueda. Follow him at JUMOSQ, of course, on social media. We'll talk to you soon. Andrew, back to you and I. I do want to plug Luigi's Pizza again. If you're still looking for something to do at this stage of the night and you have a Luigi's frozen pizza in your fridge, now is a great time. They are stocked in some gas stations around the area. You can also, of course, find them at Festival Foods and at Woodman's Food Markets. So make sure to get a Luigi's Pizza. It is a great late night snack, midday snack. They have the breakfast pizza. I probably could go through most days eating them for all 3 meals, and then probably a snack as well. So I don't know that my it would be good for me overall, but it would be definitely very, very tasty, and that is all that really matters to me at this point. And again, appreciate Luigi's for taking the time, effort, and energy to partner with us all throughout draft weekend. Cannot recommend enough just the awesome people that they are to work with, and really amazing company. So again, support them when you can.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So the Steelers didn't have a second round pick, and then they come back with Caleb Johnson, who is a great fit, but it's not a quarterback. So
Yeah, so this quarterback thing is just crazy at this point. Yeah,
I can't even find a spot. Like looking down the draft board, like Rams maybe the
brought him in.
Browns. Yeah, the Saints pick again, but they don't like Shador, so could Milrow fall there? Browns are at 84.
Whoever
and the
gave
Raiders-
Milrow advice to go to the draft it's not a great idea. It looks like he might not even go in the day 2 here. So not a great situation.
And a lot of the comps were Alabama, Jalen Hurts, and that makes a lot of sense. Like I thought with another year of eligibility, maybe Alabama's not the fit anymore, but Hurts got so much out of that transfer to Oklahoma, and I thought for Milrow, like take some money, get a big NIL offer, go to a team that has a really good pro developmental and improve your accuracy a little bit. And next year you'd be, I know it's going to be a deep quarterback class, but you'd be in the conversation for the top of that. So
there actually could become. So somebody just asked of like, what are some of the best available at positions? You could, let me see here. You could get into a position where maybe BPA would be a wide receiver here, Andrew. Again, it would be kind of crazy, but Jalen Royals is still out there.
Yeah.
I really like Deontay Thornton as a different sort of piece for this offense. Again, I don't think Green Bay would go in that direction. Ty Felton, they brought in for a top 30 visit. Elik Aomanar, your guy is out there. Torrey Horton is another guy out there. So actually one of the deepest positions that is out there of kind of Green Bay guys is actually wide receiver. So again, don't think they're going to double up, but that is one of the positions that is actually out there. Can't imagine they're going to go offensive tackle again, although if they're putting Belton at guard, maybe it's different, but Logan Brown would have been a player there. Interior offensive lineman, Wyatt Millum, Jared Wilson, Marcus Bow, Emory Jones Jr., I think is still out there. So those are, again, I don't think they're going to go interior offensive line. Let me be clear, but those are some names that would be there. Josh Farmer, a defensive tackle, I think would have to be very much potentially in consideration here. Edge rusher, maybe a Jack Sawyer, maybe a Kyle Kennard, maybe an Elijah Roberts. And then Braden Swinson is again kind of the guy I'm fingers crossed hoping for here. Off-ball linebacker, Sam Mondin Jr., Danny Stutzman, a couple options there. Corner, you're probably banking on kind of Noel Williams, maybe Bahal. Is it Bahal Cone? One of those, whatever it's pronounced.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those two.
Yeah, so he's a guy that's seemingly been rising up a little bit. And then safety would be maybe a Billy Bowman type player. But those are kind of some guys that I had on my second and third round. Trying to see if there's anyone in the fourth, seventh round of, I don't know. Is there anyone else that I didn't mention that is maybe an option for you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine they take a safety given what they invested last year, but I like Xavier Watts from Notre Dame. Jalen
He's a fun player.
State. Even like Lathan Ransom from Ohio State. I think there's reasonable value at safety, but I don't think that's like a very good way to meet your positional needs. Trade back, like, maybe not the worst option here. You have to have a partner, and that's one of the dangers. We always scream to trade up or trade back, and you got to have somebody that's willing to make that move with you. But I just feel like the value is not great unless you're willing to duplicate a position like wide receiver.
Torrey Horton, love here from Daryl Johnson. I thought
that was Daryl Johnston.
It could be. You never know. I do not think the Packers move on from Ja. I'll bet you a kickstart on that D-Bane. I don't think there's a world in which he's back. Did you catch Josh Jacobs talking about Jair Alexander today? Oh, no. He got on Kay Adams' show and was asked about Ja, and it very, very, very much felt like he was about to say, whatever team ends up getting him. And he's like, whatever team. And then he switched like mid-sentence, or like, and then it just completely went in a different direction. But it very much felt like he was just on the verge of saying whichever team gets, and then went off in another direction. But KC is on the clock. They traded up to 85. I don't know if we know who went at 84 yet.
Not yet.
Okay. All right. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, I think Swinson is probably the most Packers-ish player. I think Jack Sawyer is like a solid floor player, like I was saying earlier. I don't know if that's somebody they would consider, given his physical limitations and their typical preferences. But again, we don't always know what the Jeff Hafley defense is looking for scheme-wise, because we don't have a huge sample size.
Yeah. Do you have a thought on Jamari Caldwell at all?
I didn't get to watch him.
I did not either. Unfortunately, I wish I would have been able to. He is 15th on the defensive tackle board at on ESPN of available players right now. So it would seem a little bit aggressive, but I can't say for sure. Buccaneers took Jacob Parrish, the cornerback, by the way. So
I really like Jacob Parrish, but agree with Justice that probably not a Packers fit.
Yeah. Somebody I did not have on my board for Green Bay. I don't think, at least. No, I did not. All right. Again, I'm still holding my breath here for, I think there's pass rushers there. Braden Swinson would be the guy that I would be by far and away most excited about. That would be my guy. But yeah, this is a very interesting spot where they could go. And like I said, I think the deepest position right now is kind of wide receiver. Scattaboo. Do they go Scattaboo, get a running back? I don't think that's the way.
I do think running back would be an interest. It's a sneaky need if we're not sure what is going on with Marshawn Lloyd, but we will see. I don't know a lot about Caldwell, but I do know that he was considered kind of like a fun nose tackle prospect, like high upside, maybe low production. So I'm taking a look at the player comps on Mock Draftable. Players like Jonathan Hankins, Tim Settle. I mean, if they feel like they need a backup nose tackle, that makes a lot of sense.
Chiefs got Noel Williams, so there's kind of a corner that is gone that would have potentially maybe been an option. I'm super high for Green Bay, but again, was one of the kind of the corners left that did make some sense. Corners now very difficult to kind of find. Somebody brought up Jason Marshall Jr. He was in for a visit. Third seems super aggressive to me for Jason Marshall Jr. Not a huge fan if that's the direction that they go in, but yeah, we'll see. Elijah Roberts is somebody that they had in for a visit. Yeah, cornerbacks are all gone. Yeah, that's kind of what we sort of knew too, is like these were going to go. Once they did go, they were kind of going to go, and there was sort of a floor that was going to kind of fall out of everything once they got to that point. They'll find guys on day 3 that can come in and be some of the back of the roster guys. I'm not concerned about that. But if you were looking for like high end players that were going to come and compete, we'll see. Maybe they take somebody here that surprises, but I think it's going to be a little bit tougher now. Za Frazier, I saw some people say as well. I had him more as like a day 3 guy. Mike Green is gone. For those of you who are looking still for Mike Green, went to dinner, came back, and still not surprised. No edge. Just don't think the Packers have the same angst at the position as we fans do. I think that's fair. Mike says Kamal Haddon's ready to contribute. We might have to wait. We might have to see.
I like Haddon a lot as a prospect.
You like who?
I liked Haddon a lot as a prospect. I mean, I don't expect him to be a contributor at this point in his career, but fun upside.
Is Mike Green the most Ravens pick ever? I don't know if he's the most Ravens pick ever, but he's definitely a Ravens pick. That's no question. Pick is in for 86. Packers are officially on the clock. Green Bay on the clock. Don't know that we know pick 85 or 86. Who's 85 again? 85.
Noel. It was Noel Williams.
Yeah. So yeah, then we get pick 86 here for the Chargers. We don't know who they took yet. What am I not going to like? Oh, you can pay me to say whatever you want me to say. It's a ridiculous premise that has 0.0% chance of happening. So If you want to, continue to super chat that all night, I'll continue to read it. It's not going to happen any quicker by you super chatting it, though. It's going to be someone totally random. They've actually got a mock draft randomizer. There's like a draft randomizer, and they actually have the names in a number randomizer, and they just that's whoever they take here. Patriots got pick 95, Patriots get pick 95 in a 2026 fourth rounder to get up to pick 85 to get Noel Williams. So interesting trade there.
Yeah,
Hey,
really Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say no need to block you. If everyone's welcome to their own opinion, that's fine. It can be a bad opinion, but if you want to pay me to read that bad opinion, I'm more than happy to read it. That's not a problem at all. Bucks winning? Do we got a Bucks score? Maybe not. My ESPN doesn't want to load. We've got a 117, 101 victory. All right, that's over. All right, I'll take it.
Nice.
49ers
have fallen behind.
49ers have taken a linebacker at 75 who's ranked 224th overall. All right, cool. Don't think I've seen who they've taken yet, though. Do we have a name?
No, they're referring to Nick Martin out of Oklahoma State
gotcha.
Way back at 75.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, because the Chargers are on the clock. My bad. All right, who's Green Bay going to take? The guy that I want here is Braden Swinson. Wide receiver would be wild. Wide receiver would be absolutely wild. Horton or Royals, any of those guys would be crazy. Aomanar for Andrew. Ransaw is a very Packers-y type player, but man, he had some very shaky tape. Very shaky tape. I was more of like a late day 3 guy than a late day 2 guy. That's for sure.
If it is Iomanor, you're going to have to mute me.
Sorry, you're going to have, if they do what?
If it is Iomanor, you're going to have to mute me.
You can, if it's Aomanar, we can, I'll let you talk all day about him. I know you're excited about him. So we'll let you take the floor if that's the case.
I was excited about him before they took a first round wide receiver. I never really thought it would be a realistic possibility.
Savion Williams is still available. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the pick, but we'll see. Shador. Can you imagine? Jamari Caldwell. There we go. Jamari Caldwell, for those who are asking for Caldwell, he goes 1 pick before Green Bay. So, yeah, this is a very defensive tackle. Uh-oh. Justice just said Packers fans are going to shit bricks.
Uh-oh.
Is it Shador? That would be the shit bricks one, right? Is it an offensive lineman? Well, what would be shit bricks worthy other than a quarterback?
I mean, quarterback would be the craziest thing that could happen.
Oh, boy. Justice, get in here. What are we shitting bricks about? Oh man, this is very drama filled now. I mean, it's got to be a quarterback, right? If it's shit bricks worthy, it's got to be a quarterback.
There's not another player on the list unless it's like a kicker, which it's not a kicker.
Can't be a kicker. Can't be a punter.
Fullback.
Right? Scatterboo. That wouldn't be a shit bricks. Or it'd be crazy, but I don't think it's shit bricks worthy.
If he means it positively,
shit brick.
he would immediately be a major fan favorite.
Oh my god, I'm on the edge of my seat now. Somebody posted that Jennifer. I can't even think of her name at the moment. Jennifer Lawrence of like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Andy, you have me stressed out bad. Yeah, I'm stressed out bad. Just is the one that posted it, not me.
I don't know what to do.
I'm at a loss at the moment.
We had to do a Pack a Day podcast rationale when they took Jordan Love, and I can't handle that stress anymore.
I hope Justice is just if Justice is trolling everyone, it is A+ stuff, because it definitely got me as well.
I'm going to have to turn the volume up on the broadcast if it's Shador, because I just want to know what the fan reaction is live.
The pick is in. So Green Bay selected, obviously. I've got no tips. I've got no tip-offs on anything. This is wild. If it's a quarterback, by the way, I'm not sold that it's Shador. Spider Monkey says, "Oh my God." I still nobody in the chat. I saw Shador tweet and I thought it was maybe that, but it's not. I did say third round is where Green Bay likes to get frisky. I've been saying it all weekend long. Jerry Kramer making the selection.
Oh, that's awesome.
How is this not tipped by anybody? They're up at the stage. How is this not tipped? This got to be like, all right, I'm listening to it live. Oh, everyone's saying Savion Williams? Savion Williams. Okay. Justice's guy. I don't know that everyone's going to shit bricks about it, but that's Justice's guy. Wide receiver, running back, can do a little bit of everything. Very interesting player.
All right.
Interesting selection. This is kind of in the mold of like a Cordero Patterson, kind of in the mold of like a Laviska Shenault type of player. That's who I immediately saw. You're going to love this. Lots of drops, lots of like stone hands in a really real way, but a very, so yeah, Cordero 2.0 is a great way of looking at him. You're going to see some of the highlights here. He can get open down the field as a wide receiver. He has some crazy catches, and then he just has stone hands on a lot of other ones. Can use him as a wildcat, can use him as a running back, can use him as a slot guy, gadget guy. I mean, just an ultimate gadget sort of player. As you see here, 60 for 611 and 6 touchdowns this past season. This is, again, not somebody that you're going to probably put out a wide, I don't think a ton. I think you're going to probably use him a little bit more as a, again, sort of gadgety sort of player. But this is your ultimate sort of just weapon. Put him in it. Again, you can put him at literally at quarterback as like a wildcat guy. You can put him at running back, H-back, wide receiver, slot, probably kick returner, punt returner. He's a very, very unique piece. How this sort of fits with everything, I don't know. Obviously, we know Watson's hurt. You got Golden, Savion Williams, Dobbs, Reed, Wicks. I know this. There's a hell of a lot of competition in that wide receiver room. Bo Melton, McCole Hardman, obviously still in that conversation. Who's the big outside wide receiver whose name has been escaping me all week this week? And first, I don't know why. Yeah, Malik Heath. Lots of competition, very different sort of pieces. Again, we just talked about kind of wide receiver being one of those positions that is kind of the deepest right now. Savion Williams definitely in that. A very different piece. He does have the speed. Justice and I have talked about Savion Williams in a couple different ways, but he is very fast. He is very athletic. Can use him everywhere. I think I actually have a scouting report on Savion. Well, maybe I don't. I know I watched him, but I don't know if Justice and I did a scouting report on him a while back. I'd have to find my notes on him, but very fun player. And I'm still somewhat surprised that they took a second wide receiver. By the way, 1,720 people in chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. I do wonder if there is some potential trades here at wide receiver. If they look at something, I don't think that they probably expected. Caleb Ransaw goes one pick later to the Jaguars, by the way. That was a very Packers-y type of guy that I just said I didn't love his tape, but very athletic, can play him a little bit everywhere. I think he ends up at safety, but they did announce him as a corner, but probably more of a slot guy if he's staying at corner. No, I don't think Savion is going to be a special teams guy at all. Just a pure special teams guy. I should say that. I do think he plays teams, but no, I think they're going to have very specific plays and packages for him. And I think, again, you can line him up backfield, H-back, wide receiver. They're going to use him in different ways. And he is height, weight, speed guy. So if you're looking for somebody who's tall, athletic on the outside, and actually can win down the field a little bit as well, he's one of those guys that actually can do some of that stuff. So they have a lot of competition, and they're putting every wide receiver in that building a little bit on notice and saying, you want snaps, you're going to have to earn the hell out of them, because they brought in 2 wide receivers in the first 3 rounds. Alexander, I do agree. No defense. I would have never, ever expected that in a million years. First 3 rounds. Mark, welcome back. How are you feeling about Savion Williams?
I'm shocked. Like, when they said Savion, I thought they were going to say Savion Jones, the pass rusher from LSU.
Yep.
Like, they said Savion, I was like, oh yeah. And then they said Williams, I was like, what?
Oh, Jones, Williams. It's the same, very familiar last names.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, super interesting player. He's obviously like really versatile. I know they used him at like wildcat quarterback and all this stuff. Obviously, I'm sure you guys have like gone over some of this stuff already, but yeah, he had like his contested catch win rate was like nearly 90%. I don't know like how many like this past year. I don't know how many that was on, but that's like, I know you talked to him about talked to Justice about him, Andy, before. He's like, he makes these ridiculous plays and then like
Drops the easy ones.
drops the easiest thing you've ever seen. Like,
Yep.
it's just kind of like, it's just, yeah, it's very bizarre. Obviously, really big, really fast. I knew he would like have real like value for someone. I just didn't think it would be them. Seemed like the kind of thing like Sean Payton would do or something. Like get his like Taysom Hill, like, you know, something like that. But yeah, interesting. Like the value, this isn't like a quote reach, like, you know, it's kind of right
around. Late third, early fourth would have been very much my expectation for Stephen Williams.
Yeah.
I had him as in the 4th through 7th round on the big board for Green Bay, but early 4th, late 3rd is exactly where I kind of expected someone like him to go.
Yeah. So I mean, again, I'm not crazy about it. Like if it's another receiver, like it's getting crowded in there, but like, I think this would kind of be them saying like, we're not happy with how it was last year. Like the urgency needs to be improved from the guy. Like this whole urgency thing, I think it's just been proven that it's like it's directed at the players. It's basically like it wasn't good enough, like kind of thing. So yeah, it's an interesting pick. Not what I'd have done. He's like, if we're talking about an actual receiver, he's like way less productive than they usually go for, and they do value that kind of from the college guys. But obviously, he's kind of not just a receiver. So yeah, interesting. It's kind of, this draft is like reminding me a little bit of and probably not in a good way, other than the first round pick, it's reminding me of like 2020 a little bit, because you've kind of got like, obviously the first round pick, it's not the same, but then like second round, you've got kind of what's seen as a big reach. On the consensus board, the Belton pick is like the biggest reach they've had in the second round since AJ Dillon. So it's since that year. And then this is almost like a bit DeGuara-y to me, where it's like, this is one of those drafts where they've got these like ideas in their head of like how they want to take the team. And that's kind of what they've done, rather than just like a run of the mill, these are Packers types players. It's kind of like, we want to be this, this is what we want our identity to be. And they're kind of doing it. So let's see how it plays out.
Andrew, what were you going to say earlier?
Oh, I was just going to say he was my 89th overall player, and they took him at 87. So obviously a huge reach. But I was taking a look at mock draftable, and right at the top of his player comps, Ben Skoranek is number 1.
Love it.
And Alan Lazard is number 5.
There's no Alan Lazard part of him whatsoever. They're two totally.
I get that, but
yes,
if you're looking for that big body to dig people out, and like, I mean, you mentioned H-back, like,
yes,
this is the coaching staff that has connections to teams that have done this. I could see a Ben Skoranek type role.
That pick, of course, brought to you by Habish and Rotier, national reputation, hometown service. Make sure to check them out over at habish.com. Both Lance Zierlein, NFL.com, and Dane Brugler had him as 3rd, 4th round grades. So again, same thing we just talked about. Andrew, same basically where you had him graded as well. This is not some sort of like crazy, 70th round or like, the 7th round guy that went in the 3rd or anything like that. This is definitely somebody that was expected to go in this range, just probably not to Green Bay Packers, just because they took a wide receiver already. This is somebody that Justice had identified very early on as a possibility. Shedeur Sanders, by the way, not going number 90 to the Rams. So again, this just looks like it's going to go into day 3, which ESPN is going to have a conniption over, I think. But Savion Williams, NFL.com, from Lance Zierlein, developmental wideout who offers an alluring blend of physical gifts and untapped potential. Williams is big, strong, and fast, but very raw as a route runner and is unreliable with his hands. Going to fit in perfect. His production is uneven as a traditional wideout, but he adds a dynamic kick to the offense as a gadget runner and as a catch and run option underneath. He excels on power sweeps and is willful enough for consideration on short yardage and goal line carries on direct snaps. The ball skills can be hit or miss, but there are flashes to work with on tape. The difference between Siren Song or Pot of Gold could rest in Williams' technical development and the creativity of the play caller, which is a great sign because Green Bay has a very creative play caller. Strengths, elite blend of size, speed, and explosiveness. gadget option who piled up production on direct snaps, possesses size and strength to beat press and became a bully on slants and hitches, can floor the accelerator and race to top speed, creating vertical separation, put highlight reel touchdown catches on tape against UCF, aggressive working back to the throw when needed, creates chunk plays out of short tosses using wiggle and strength, size strength mismatch for cornerbacks trying to tackle him. Weaknesses, upright at breakpoints with messy, inefficient footwork, step counting, dulls play speed and field awareness on intermediate routes, below average ball tracking talent to run under deep throws, lack of focus and catch technique leads to drops, sublime athlete, but he's more utility player than wideout. Sources tell us it's so hard to not fall in love with all of his traits. Worst case scenario, you let him return kicks and find a way to get the ball in his hands 5 or 6 times per game on offense. That was per an NFC area scout. Before I read the Dane Brugler scouting report, anything that I'm missing or anything that you guys wanted to get to quick as I read through that?
No, I was just going to say, like, the thing that was my hang up with him is there's nothing about him that says he's a natural receiver to me. Like the skill element of it, it's just not there for me. But like,
here's my one thing that I will say that I think you have to always look at the evolving state of the NFL and where things are going, right? How much in play are checkdowns right now in the NFL?
right.
It is, I mean, almost every other play is a goddamn check down. Like, if it's not a tush push, it's a check down. So guys like this who have legitimate break tackle ability and run after the catch ability, that you can get the ball in their hands. And if it's not a check down, it might be a wide receiver screen to the outside, a middle screen, again, some sort of gadgety play in the back field, a end around, a reverse. Like we know Matt LaFleur loves his end arounds and his reverses and things like that. There is a ton of those plays in the modern NFL. He is tailor-made for those plays, especially if you can get him in some of those check down scenarios. And there is a real world. You have Josh Jacobs, who is a pure running back, right? Like that is his superpower strength. Marshawn Lloyd is a change of pace running back. Chris Brooks is kind of your jack of all trades. I can pick up the blitz. I can do everything. And then you've got Emmanuel Wilson, who is a power running back. What they don't have a ton of right now is that sort of gadgety sort of running back that is able to run a Texas route out of the backfield at a very high level. They've used Jaden Reed on it a little bit, but that sort of guy who you can get in some mismatches, or again, just put him back there, have him run a little out or a little like sort of swing pass or a check down, get it to him and run after the catch. And again, there is so much of that. And if you've got a guy that can take some of those plays, I'm not saying he's Deebo Samuel in his prime. Don't get me wrong, but like Deebo in his prime in San Fran, or you just get him the ball in any sort of space, and then he'll just do the heavy lifting after that. You get a little piece of that here, I think, with Savion Williams and some of that stuff. Plus, again, height, weight, speed guy on the outside that, again, isn't going to be a perfect replacement by any stretch of the imagination for, Christian Watson, but can do a little bit of that stuff as well. Savion Williams from Dane Brugler. Strengths, looks like Adonis with his large cut-up frame and long arms. Moves with short area quickness and body control of a much smaller athlete. Freaks list alumni because of his explosiveness and power would be favored to win a 2025 NFL Draft Prospect Slam Dunk Contest. Physical to the football, especially on fades and consistently high points in traffic. Burst and play strength were on display as a Wildcat quarterback, 46 snaps of which in 2024. Runs with urgency. Combined for 40 forced missed tackles on 111 offensive touches in his senior season. So he touched the ball 111 times, forced 40 missed tackles, completed all 3 pass attempts in 2024. NFL scouts say he had the strongest arm on the TCU roster, played quarterback in high school, wore the captain C on his jersey, and receiving production improved every season at TCU. Weaknesses, not the most natural hands catcher, especially mid-stride, lacks refinement as a route runner, gives too many indicators to defensive backs about what he is doing. Please hold. Most of 2024 targets, 72.3%, came within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, only 1 catch of 30 yards or more. Too willing to push off late and needs to be more subtle with physicality down the field. Initial acceleration pops, but he doesn't have an impressive pull-away gear. Functional blocker, but should be better given his size, strength, and coordination. Hasn't returned kicks since 2020 when he had 14 return kicks for 312 yards and no touchdowns. Lackluster career production, only 1 100-yard receiving game, 2023 versus Texas in 52 games played. A 3-year starter at TCU, Williams transitioned to a hybrid receiver role as a super senior and offensive coordinator, Kendall Briles' up-tempo spread attack. He split his 2024 snaps between wide receiver exclusively to the left of the formation and the backfield with 84 snaps as either a running back or wildcat quarterback with just 23 targets of more than 10 yards, resulting in 9 catches. He was basically an extension of the run game on screens and slants. He also averaged 8 carries per game over the final 6 contests of 2024. A big physical imposing athlete, Williams has some freaky traits that will tease playmaking flashes. Very fitting that he grew up idolizing Calvin Johnson. He can play above the rim and has a knack for pulling in contested catches, but he needs to show better confidence in his hands and improve the details of his routes. Overall, TCU leaned into Williams' unique athletic profile in 2024, and the manufactured touches showcased his ability to create with the ball. However, the more came out of necessity because of Williams' inconsistencies as a traditional receiver. He projects as more of a joker weapon and needs a creative play caller who can utilize him in a different way, similar to Cordero Patterson. That is your breakdown of one Savion Williams.
The Seahawks just took Jalen Milroe, FYI.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting.
that's kind of fun.
So
I think
Darnold. So Sam Howell's getting traded, by the way. We now know for sure Sam Howell is getting traded because they already brought in Drew Lock,
Yes.
Sam Darnold, and then now Jalen Milroe. I think it's safe to say that you're going to see Sam Howell moved here at some point. No defense in the first 2 days. Is this really a Packers draft? Allegedly. I don't know what got into Goody, but yes, all offense. Favorite pick so far? No idea what they're doing. I don't know. Are you saying this is their favorite pick so far? Are you asking me what our favorite pick so far is? Matthew Golden is my favorite pick so far, but I do like Savion Williams. Again, there wasn't just a ton, on the clock there, other than again my guy that I really liked at defensive end. But I can understand why. Again, we talked about it right before the pick. Wide receiver was kind of the deepest position that was on the board at that point. It's not shocking to me that their best player available was that wide receiver. Are we sure Jair is gone? Yes. Are we just going to pretend we're set there? No. And I guess they think our last D-line coach was really, really incompetent. Correct. Dobbs trade, maybe, but probably not, but maybe. I think that's where I would go with each of those answers. Do you think Zy Alexander is someone we could take on day 3? Have either of you watched Zy Alexander? I have not taken Zy.
I really liked him, but his testing was atrocious.
Yeah, I didn't watch him because his testing was so bad. I was like, they're not going to take him. But who knows in this draft? He
was one of my favorite players before the testing, and I can tell you exactly what it is in a minute, but it was alarmingly bad.
Isn't he like a little small too? Am I getting that wrong? But like the testing wasn't good, like for his size. I feel like was the other part of it. Be like a Shamar, maybe like a Shamar Jean-Charles type pick.
Packers fans have been asking for another Shamar Jean-Charles.
They have. Was that also 2020? Because if it was, we are veering towards 2020 draft. Because like that's the last time they went offense as well. Has to be.
Packers 2020 draft was
that Shamar?
No, that was Love.
Yeah, but like offense.
Oh, yeah. Love, Dylan, DeGuara, then Kamal Martin, John Runyon Jr., Jake Hansen, Simon Stepaniak, Vernon Scott, and Jonathan Garvin. I don't think I realized that draft was all offense except for Kamal Martin up till round 7. I don't think I ever really quite put that all together. So Jair coming back kind of seems like it. Again, I will bet anyone a Luigi's Pizza and or a Mountain Dew Kickstart if anyone wants to put it on that he will not be back in Green Bay. Since we're still needing corners, what are your views of O'Donnell Fortune and Jalen Smith? Again, I haven't watched these guys. I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to watch either.
I watched Smith. I didn't watch Fortune. Testing was really bad for both, I think. Smith was like a hybrid kind of like slot, sometimes safety for USC. His tape wasn't too bad. He's like a scrappy, undersized guy. But then like the testing wasn't even that good either. He was like really short arms, I think. So like it just doesn't seem like that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
And to go back to Zy Alexander, he was 6'0", so he's tall enough, but light and tested terribly. He had a 3.48 RAS, and it's like an okay 40, and everything else is like atrocious. Bad jumping, bad splits, and he didn't do the agility testing. So I just can't imagine that's somebody they would take a gamble on unless he was a UDFA.
Tyler says, Kraft, Musgrave, Jacobs, Lloyd, Brooks, Dobbs, Reed, Wicks, Watson, Golden, Williams. How do you feed this many mouths and avoid all the egos with all these weapons? Well, Watson's hurt. That helps, I guess, at this point. We'll see again what moves they make over the course of the next, few days if they do kind of move on from any of these. But at the same time, right, like Jacobs and Lloyd are going to be your running backs. I don't think, Chris Brooks is going to get upset with lack of carries. He's going to be happy to make a 53. But Jacobs and Lloyd are going to be your primary running backs. You're going to run a lot of 2 tight end sets with Kraft and Musgrave. And Musgrave has to earn any snaps at this point. Like, he's not just going to be handed stuff to him. He's going to have to go out and earn it this year. Kraft's going to get plenty of opportunity in the offense. And then this is exactly what they wanted at wide receiver. Again, Watson's going to be out. And as of right now, you've got Dobbs, Wicks, Watson, Golden, Williams. First of all, it's only 5 guys. And second of all, this is what you want, competition, and add in McCole Hardman, Bo Melton, Malik Heath, all those guys. They want these guys fighting tooth and nail. And if any of these guys step up, if any one of them steps up and said, I'm the guy, I'm going to be your number 1 wide receiver, I'm going to be a stud, they'll have every opportunity to earn that, and they'll stay in the lineup. But if you want to stay in the lineup, you better show up with that urgency and ready to play. These are good problems to have, Tyler. And the only ego that we've seen with this, by the way, has been Romeo Dobbs when he got that 1-game suspension. Again, I don't think they're going to send him anywhere, but we'll kind of keep an eye of it over the next couple days.
The Browns, sorry, I'm derailing this conversation, but the Browns just took Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur.
No way.
Wow.
Oh my God.
That is crazy. Mel Kiper's going to pass out. That's crazy.
I have no words.
Yeah, no, I was going to say on that, Andy, that super chat there, like a couple things on that. Like, one is like, I think the Packers are really good. I think this is probably why they loved Golden so much, is that I saw some quotes from his offensive coordinator, is that like, he's such like a blue collar, like worker type guy. Like they will think, the Packers will think that they got like a player with like wide receiver 1 upside without like the diva element that comes with that, which is just really hard to find. And I think, again, other than the Dobbs incident, like there's not a lot of ego in this receiver room. And they even said on the draft coverage of like Savion Williams that like he's been through some like really like hard personal life stuff, like health issues with his wife or something like that. So like they kind of talked about, he's got real perspective on like what football, it's just football at the end of the day kind of thing. So I think that's the kind of guys they like to bring in, are guys who they're not going to have those egos. And the other thing I just wanted to say on that as well is that like you look at that list and the fact that they've also done like the Banks thing and the Belton thing. What Brian has done is essentially say there is no excuse for this offense to not be able to do any type of thing that they want to do. Like any game, any style of football, like you can't come to me.
You got it.
You can't come to me as the coaching staff and say, we don't have this. You have the ability to play any kind of football you want to play, basically.
No, I'm with you. I'm totally with you. They even got a Wildcat quarterback now if they want one. I guess technically Malik Willis is probably one of the more, better Wildcat quarterbacks to run with if you want one anyway. But no, I'm right there with you. And to your point, what I was going to say here is, man, how many times do we hear about building a basketball lineup on offense of just different flavors of wide receiver? Holy crap, do they have a wide variety of different flavors at wide receiver now in Romeo Dobbs, Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks, Christian Watson, Matthew Golden, Savion Williams, Malik Heath, McCole Hardman, Bo Melton. I mean, that is as diverse of a group of receivers that you will possibly imagine. And then you even have Luke Musgrave as that they can kind of masquerade as a big wide receiver, a big kind of slot guy if you want that. Tucker Kraft obviously is his own brand. You've got a unique blend of running backs in the backfield. To your point, and I think it's really well said, Mark, is that they have everything. Again, maybe they don't have that true 1A wide receiver or whatever, but they've got weapons, they've got blockers, they've got the highest, at one time was the highest paid quarterback in football. There's not a lot of excuses for this offense to not go out with a offensive minded head coach who is, kind of considered one of the better play callers / play designers in the NFL. This should be a top 10 offense, at least at worst. And, hopefully even better than that. So I think that's really, really well stated.
And the Packers typically rotate their wide receivers so much. And I think there's lots of opportunities for them to do a lot of really unique things. And Andy, you mentioned earlier about improving the goal line offense. Well, with Savion Williams, not only, they're probably not going to run Wildcat with him ever, but you could run jet sweep with him. You could line him up as a traditional running back. You could put him in a H-back role. You could also have him out wide and then digging out defensive ends on the edge. Like, I think he is such a versatile piece, and maybe he's not an every down guy, but he's also probably a pretty appealing special teams guy if he's going to be your wide receiver 5.
5'11", 205. This is probably the closest height weight to me that we will ever get in this draft, unless there's maybe a kicker that's around that. But usually even the kickers now are like 6'2", 6'3", with a lot of these guys. So 5'11", 205 for Dylan Gabriel. That's about as close as we get. I'm a few more Luigi's pizzas away from hitting 205 and getting to 5'11", 205, I think. So no, yes, that's an interesting selection for Cleveland for sure. Shedeur Sanders, man, crazy. The biggest ego to worry about is Watson's dad. We can be nice here. We don't need to bring anyone down. This seems like an overall statement from Goot to focus on keeping Jordan clean and giving him and Matt tons of playmakers. I love it. Never mad with offensive line. I totally get that. I think that's well stated as well. Effing love the Williams pick more and more. I love that cheesehead Joey. Very, very interesting draft today for Green Bay. This would have been a very tough one, I think, for just about anyone to predict at this point, but two very interesting players. Who is left from Green Bay's top 30 visits? Taylor Elgersma, the quarterback. Ty Felton, the wide receiver, and Torrey Horton, the wide receiver, if they want to go with another wide receiver. Anthony Belton was obviously taken by them. John Williams and Dalton Cooper, Essa Pohl and Jacob Bayer along the offensive line. Elijah Roberts on the defensive line, unless he's gotten taken already. And Micah Robinson and Jason Marshall Jr. at corner. And I think that's it. Williams, aka the new War Daddy. All right. I think the Sanders situation is hilarious. Interviews matter. Don't be a D-bag. Well, again, John, I don't know that any of us were privy to those interviews, so we don't know for sure. But yeah, we'll see where he ends up going. But this is obviously not ideal for him. Beast, you're all good, my friend. I appreciate the super chat. Let's see. Overall, I haven't been enamored with Watson. Dobbs. Watson is hurt all the time. Well, he's going to be hurt the majority of the season. We know that much. Are we cutting our whole wide receiver room? No, I don't think so. Again, the bottom end, one of the things I mentioned, Patriots take Georgia center, Jared Wilson, by the way. One of the things I've talked about is, for this wide receiver room, specifically the back end, I've always been a Bo Melton guy. I think Malik Heath had a nice end of the year. Those guys were going to have to go into the season. Same thing with McCole Hardman. McCole Hardman's contract was you're going to have to make this in camp contract. Those guys are going to have to make the roster. And, they're going to churn that roster. And by the way, for anyone that's surprised by some of this stuff, what does Green Bay do? They're not looking at 2025. They're looking at 2026. 3 free agent offensive linemen in Sean Ryan, Zach Tom, and Rasheed Walker, with Elton Jenkins having a $20 million release option, saving $20 million by releasing him. They are getting ahead of it by signing Aaron Banks and by going and getting Belton in the second round, knowing that they're going to need guys next year. And you don't want to be stuck in a situation where you have to find guys and overpay for somebody like Dan Moore for $20 million pay Rasheed $20 million because that's what you're stuck with having to do. The other, and as Brett says here too, it's all about competition as well. But wide receiver, I could easily see a world in which the only 2 wide receivers that were on this roster already that are on the roster next year were Jaden Reed and Dontavian Wicks. Dobbs is a free agent. Watson's a free agent. You're not basing anything in this draft around Bo Melton, McCole Hardman, who's a free agent, or Malik Heath. So you're not basing any draft decisions on those guys. You're just not. So if you're looking, there's a world next year in which 2026 is Savion Williams, Matthew Golden, Dontavian Wicks, and Jaden Reed. Those are probably your 4 primary wide receivers next year. So they are looking ahead. They're obviously bringing these guys in now to come in and compete. Golden will have opportunities to help this year. Savion Williams will have opportunities to help this year. And I would be willing to guess that Belton is going to have opportunities as well, either via injuries or with competition along the offensive line as well. So they're looking ahead, not necessarily at just 2025 as they always do. And we'll have this exact same conversation next year and in 2027 and in, ad infinitum until Goody is probably no longer GM. And then it's going to be a Goody protege that's going to do the exact same thing.
On that, right? So the receiver room, the way it is right now, like the Golden thing, I don't think it was like a direct link, like a direct kind of like what, like the people that were drawing the lines between that and Watson. I don't know if that's like totally fair, but like with the Williams one, and like you said, like they're going into 2026 with Wicks, Reed, as of right now, Wicks, Reed, Golden, and Williams. Is it like, does that kind of make some decisions already for Watson and Dobbs or not? Do you think? Like, do you think there's like a chance that one of Watson or Dobbs or both is back in 2026? Like,
I think this seals Dobbs' fate. I don't think there's a chance that Romeo Dobbs is back. I still think there's a world, because Christian Watson's such a unique piece, and because he may not get a huge contract coming off of the injury. I still think there's a 1 year not prove it, but a 1 year just compromise deal for both sides, where Watson gets to go out and maybe try to have a really big year in an offense that he's familiar with in 2026, and the Packers get him on a little bit of a cheaper deal. And there's kind of like a compromise deal there. Again, I'm not saying that I think there's a chance clearly that both of them could be gone, but I think there's a better chance that Watson's back than Dobbs is back. I think, honestly, the probably the suspension thing, the 1 game suspension probably was a red flag for them. The concussion thing, probably a very big red flag for them. And again, I wouldn't be sorry. I came into our Q&A this morning. I talked about it on the chat today. If they doubled up at receiver today, I said it would not stun me if we got some Romeo Dobbs buzz of, maybe he does have an opportunity to get moved. Not necessarily expecting it, but if Green Bay can get a draft pick now, and kind of save the money now, get a draft pick, start developing somebody else, I could see a world in which that happens. I don't expect it, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. So I think Dobbs' fate a little bit more sealed. I think Watson's a little bit more up in the air.
Yeah, and I think there's some reason to look back at the end of last year and say, well, the defense was good enough to make a playoff run, and the offense just wasn't. And so, let's put our pieces there. We're building for now, and we're building for the future, and we're giving ourselves some insurance should Christian Watson's recovery not go as well as we want. Romeo Dobbs is in one of those scary situations where you never know where he's going to have to miss a bunch of time. And so, here we are. We're going to make sure Jordan Love has the pieces that he needs to be successful. And then Matt LaFleur can get as creative as he wants. Does he want to have a game plan where they're going to be super run heavy? Do they want to have a game plan where they're going to spread it out a little bit? They're going to play 2 tight ends. They're going to play 4 wide receivers, go really heavy and play 6 offensive linemen. They have the ability to do whatever they want.
I had to go out to see if Christian Watson's dad posted anything after the second wide receiver was taken. I think they're doing a live show, so nothing has been posted as of yet, but I was actually just kind of curious to see if he posted anything, but doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, one of your guys, Xavier Watts, goes 96 to the Falcons. Having him under Jesse Bates or potentially next to Jesse Bates is a really cool move. That makes some sense for them. We've got 5 picks left in this 3rd round, which is very, very crazy that this has flown by so fast. Want to thank Luige's Pizza again for sponsoring the show. Again, whether you're coping with picks, great way to go with Luige's and have a end of the day pizza to sort of unwind, relax, and have something perfect to end your day. Or if you're celebrating with what Goody has done so far, I also recommend a victory pizza at the end of anything that you want to celebrate. So shout out to Luige's. Make sure to go check them out. Find your grocer, Woodman's Festival. I know both have them almost always in stock. So best place to get them. Also, we know that Green Bay is building their future this week. If it's an injury that's holding you back from yours, let Habish Rotier help you move forward. Consistently winning cases across the country and statewide has earned the attorneys at Habish Rotier a national reputation for being the law firm to call when it is a must-win situation. When you call Habish, you're going to talk to a lawyer directly. Their number is 800-242-2874 or 800-2HABISH. You can find them online at habish.com. Habish Rotier, national reputation, hometown service. Visit habish.com for more information or call 1-800-2HABISH. And one thing, not required to say this by any stretch of the imagination, one of my favorite things about working with both Habish and Luige's is that these are real Wisconsin people that are fans of the Green Bay Packers that wanted to partner with a Packers podcast that are, there's not some, whatever. Like I've worked with some companies in the past that it's just whatever. Like, these are two awesome companies to work with. I can definitely swear by both of them. And if you can find it a way to support either in any way, make them, part of the companies that you can support, as they've done such a great job of supporting us. Ryan, super chat. Thank you so much for that. Leo Laurie Fitzgerald, how can Kraft be prioritized in this new look offense? I mean, Kraft's going to be their tight end one. If you're looking for any good news there, he is like, they could have gone with some tight ends today. There was some, especially in round 2, that they could have gone with. They did not. So he is still going to be their tight end 1. I still think Musgrave is going to be, fighting for number 2 snaps behind Tucker Kraft. And he's going to be a huge piece of this offense. We've seen him step up from a leadership standpoint. We've seen him get better year after year. I expect him to take another step in year 3. He is going to have a significant role. As far as like prioritized 1A guy, I'll be honest, Leo, I don't think that that's what you want Tucker Kraft to be at this point. I'm not saying he can't evolve into that eventually, but I don't think you want, I don't think you're going into a game being like, how do we get Tucker Kraft 10 touches today? Like, I don't think that's what you want. But he is a very, very important piece of this offense, and is going to continue to be prioritized as the number 1 tight end, and somebody that gets probably 50, 55, maybe even more snaps every single game as the primary tight end for Matt LaFleur.
I gotta hop off, guys, because I have to wake up in like less than 5 hours. So that's
beautiful.
fun. I'm off to Wembley Stadium tomorrow to see Aston Villa, my soccer team. Sorry, playing at Aston Villa. FA Cup semi-final against Crystal Palace, so I have to be up pretty early.
Awesome.
I will leave in the spirit of like coping with picks. This is my choice. I'm just gonna leave it with people. If you are struggling with the picks the Packers made tonight, just imagine that Harry Roseman did it, and that will just like always makes everyone feel better. If he drafted Anthony Belton to play right guard and replace Mekhi Becton, everyone would be like, wow, what a great pick. And
what a genius.
If they took Savion Williams, wow, of course Howie took him. They'll know exactly how to use him. So just bear that in mind. Appreciate you guys having me on. It's been great. And,
hey, just really quick, Mark,
the rest of the night.
Where can we find all of your incredible work? Because you've done an incredible job. You've been somebody that I think is really stormed on the Packers scene with just some really, really incredible writing and some really incredible insights. So it was awesome having you on tonight. Where can we find all of your awesome stuff?
I appreciate that. Yeah, Packers Wire, like pretty much every day. We'll see how long I'm doing managing to find stuff to write about every day during that off season. But for a while I will. And then once a week at Cheesehead TV as well.
Who would talk or write about the Packers every single day? Who would be insane enough to do that?
An insane person.
Thanks so much. Enjoy the game tomorrow. That's going to be a ton of fun. I think you guys should win that one. So enjoy the heck out of it. And I'm sure we'll talk to you soon, Mark.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Go follow him, Mark Oldacres. He is incredible. And if you're not checking out his work regularly, you definitely need to be doing so. Josh, thank you for the super chat. Very fun party. I'll be back tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow morning, 10:00 a.m. 10:30 a.m. 10:30 a.m. Live draft party again tomorrow. I don't know how long I'm going to go. My son has a soccer game at 1:30. I probably need to leave here around 1. So, I'll probably go from like 10:30 to maybe 12:31 in that range. So about 2.5 hours tomorrow live. And then, maybe do something a little bit later at night, depending on everything. Obviously, I'm doing the live show tomorrow in person at Titletown Brewery. So if you have the opportunity to come check that out, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Titletown Brewery in Green Bay, live post-draft Q&A. We'll be breaking down all of the draft picks, who Green Bay selected, who they didn't. You can spew your anger or, celebrate a beer with your excitement, whatever it ends up being. But very, very excited about that tomorrow. So 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. over at Titletown Brewery tomorrow. Andrew, what you got cooking tomorrow?
Nothing. I'm just waking up and watching the draft, which is much earlier on the West Coast than it should be.
You guys doing anything on Draft Fellows post draft? Like, what's your plan?
No, because Kyle is on hiatus, and then I will be
Kyle Fellows guy.
I know he thinks going to the draft is important. So,
but I mean, I'm assuming like in the next couple of weeks you're going to be breaking down picks. Or are you going to look at like next draft? When do you start work for next draft?
We will start over the summer. We're taking a short break. We have 2 personal conflicts coming up here in the very near future that are going to bump us out a little bit. So
gotcha.
Unfortunately, we're taking a break, but it's probably good for our mental health.
That's a good thing to have. But trust me, guys, still follow Draft Fellows. They are doing an incredible job. The job that you guys did with the On the Clock series was really, really fun. Enjoyed every aspect of that. Served as kind of like a mock draft / player breakdown plus team breakdown all rolled into one, and just a very digestible nugget every single time you guys did it with great insight. So I really appreciate that a ton.
Well, I would super appreciate the opportunity. That was a blast. Like just to have a reason to get together to talk about every single team.
Yep.
Especially this year, the way it worked out, where every team held their own pick leading up into the draft, so we were able to really get like a holistic view. And I don't know, I haven't gone back and actually looked, but I have a feeling we were pretty like accurate with the team needs.
Yep.
And obviously when you're shotgun blasting and saying like 5 or 6 different players for every team, your hit rate's going to be pretty good.
Right.
But overall, I felt way more comfortable going into the draft from a league-wide perspective that way. And it was awesome to have the platform, because I know we got a lot of attention on our YouTube videos from Packaday folks as well. So really
that's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Yeah. So make sure you're subscribed to them over at the Draft Fellows. David asks, are we turning into the Bengals? No, I don't think so. I don't think we're turning into the Bengals. I think we are doing our own thing, and hopefully that ends up working out. Does this solidify Morgan as a guard? So Leo, you may have missed the conversation with Justice earlier. I would have assumed, quite frankly, and we don't know yet. So Anthony Belton was drafted or announced as a tackle. He was a left tackle in college. A lot of people thought right tackle. Justice came on and said he thinks that it's going to be Belton competing maybe more with Sean Ryan at right guard, and that Morgan will continue to compete with Rasheed Walker at left tackle. And kind of the idea potentially that Morgan's your future left tackle, Banks at left guard, Jenkins at center, then Belton at right guard, and Zach Tom at right tackle. So I think this is going to be one to just kind of keep an eye on. And I don't think they're going to jump to any conclusions is probably the bigger thing. I don't think they're just going to be like, yep, you're here. We know we're going to hear best 5 a lot in the offense or in the off season. And they're going to try these guys all around. And we're going to be talking about, oh, this guy practiced here and that guy practiced there. And I'm guessing there's probably going to be a lot of movement, but probably Morgan and Belton are kind of the two to really keep an eye on. I don't think Tom's going to be moving around. I expect Sean Ryan probably get some reps at center to back up, Jenkins potentially. So I'd expect him to move there just to kind of, again, probably be the next guy up at center. I would expect Belton and Morgan to get some snaps at right guard. I would expect, potentially Belton and maybe even Morgan to get some snaps at left guard in an emergency situation. And then I would also expect Belton and Morgan to get some snaps at left tackle as well. So I have a feeling they're going to move those guys around quite a bit. Menace, what are you frustrated about, my friend? Let's talk about it. Hit us up and we can kind of go through it a little bit. Low cost wide receiver room equals cap room for Trey Hendrickson. I love the way you're thinking, Ryan. I also think you're probably dreaming a little bit. I would love to dream that dream with you. I would be all for a Trey Hendrickson trade. Sign me the hell up. I think the cap gets very, very crazy very fast if you go in that direction. So do not think that is in the cards. If it's in the cards, it means that he probably got traded to the Cards. But no, I do not think it's going to be in the cards for Green Bay. Goody should just say F it and draft Shedeur. There's probably a time and a place, Joe. That's probably not too long from now that could potentially be the case. Again, I talked about it earlier, though. Guys with some of the, again, eccentric personalities, or a dad that is potentially very involved, or whatever that thing might be, that can play a little bit differently if you're a star on the team. If you're the third quarterback, that is not usually something that you want to introduce into the ether of your roster, your organization, your locker room, etc. So in a vacuum, without that other stuff, to bring in Shedeur now as a 4th, 5th, 6th round pick or whatever he ends up being, to be the third quarterback, and then next year he can take over for Malik Willis as the backup. Yeah, absolutely. In a vacuum, it makes all the sense in the world. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But it's the baggage that potentially comes along with it. And clearly, at this point in time, there is some level of baggage that comes along with it if Shedeur Sanders is still available, probably going into day 3 of the draft. What else you got, Andrew? Anything else? So we had really quick, Jalen Smith goes to the Texans, Caleb Rogers to the Raiders, Charles Grant to the Raiders. They go back-to-back offensive linemen. Just again, back-to-back offensive linemen there for one team at the end of the third round. Again, these offensive linemen have been going off the board like crazy. Upton Stout, a corner from Western Kentucky, to the 49ers at pick 100.
Yeah, that was kind of cool too, because Steve Wisnowski was announcing the
Oh,
Raiders
nice.
pick, so he got
That's
to do the
awesome.
offensive lineman back to back. But yeah, I don't know. Shedeur, like obviously it's not the on the field stuff because he's a good enough player to be picked at least in the second round. So that is a contributing factor. I mean, the Vikings have 102. I can't imagine they would do that. Doesn't seem like a fit. The Titans have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever with the first pick in the fourth round.
Take another quarter. Oh, take Shedeur and Cam Ward.
Get them
Oh,
both. See who works out. But yeah, other than that, it's hard to find landing spots because the Giants aren't going to take another quarterback. Patriots probably wouldn't do it, and then all these teams have passed on him already. So
RELAX, Goody dominates day 3 of the draft. He usually does. I do think Romeo Doubs would have trade value. I'm not saying that it's going to be anything crazy, but I do think he would have trade value. You say the concussion thing or whatever, Savion Jones here to the Broncos at pick 101. You say the concussion thing and whatnot, but I mean, there's a lot of guys in this league that have had a couple of different concussions. And, you said, well, it's some serious ones. There's a lot of guys in this league that have had serious concussions. And by all accounts, the second one was one that was not actually, it seems like he bounced back from that relatively quick, that it was not sort of this long-term thing. And Goody basically right after the offseason said there was no concern about any injuries lingering into 2025 other than Christian Watson. So, again, everyone's concussion prone when you get hit in the head. Like it's not a thing. Romeo Doubs is not walking down the street just another concussion. Like you're not concussion prone. If you get nailed in the head really hard, you're probably going to get one, right? So I do think he would have some trade value. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be a early 4th or anything like that, but I would be willing to bet 5th, 6th, somewhere in that range that you could definitely get some trade comp for Romeo Doubs. Thanks, Andy. Another great live show. Go Pack Go. Appreciate you, Sap Gooey.
The Vikings just wrapped up the third round with Ty Felton.
Say that again?
The Vikings just wrapped up the third round with Ty Felton. Yeah.
Guy the Packers brought in. That's I actually, again, not that I'm cheering for anything Vikings related, but with their wide receiver core, you got Jefferson and Addison. Felton is a guy that fits in the slot a little bit for them. Definitely somebody that could work for them. I could see that working. So that's a good selection for them. I don't like that. I don't like good selections. Is there anyone else that's crazy that's still on the board? Cam Scatterbo did not go.
Scatterbo is fun.
Royals, the wide receiver.
I think there's a lot of really good running backs that are probably all going to go in the 4th round.
Yeah, it's going to be a run tomorrow for sure. I'm surprised that Logan Brown didn't go with all the offensive linemen that went. I'm surprised that Logan Brown did not go. So who are you going to say?
I know I joke about him a lot, but I'm really surprised that Iomanor didn't go in the 3rd. I think that Miles Frazier, the interior offensive lineman from LSU, I really like him a lot. There's some corners, but I kind of all expect them to go tomorrow anyways, so not a huge surprise there.
Swinson did not go. That is definitely a surprise to me. I would be gone by now. Jack Sawyer did not go, if I remember. Or did Jack Sawyer go?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, I guess I could just look at best available on ESPN. So best available on ESPN. Surprise. Shedeur Sanders is the number one guy that's available on their list. Jalen Royals, Jalen Lane, Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle. A little surprised. Again, I don't think he was ready at all. Just super freaky guy that you're looking at the upside, but I think he's going to take time to develop. We'll just put it that way. Cam Scatterbo, Braden Swinson was at 8. Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle, was at 10. Marcus Bow, the tackle guard from Purdue, is at 11. Torrey Horton, Devin Neal, the running back. Again, I think a lot of those guys are going to go. Will Howard, the quarterback. Elik Aomanar at wide receiver. We talked about Za Frazier, Quinn Ewers, Chris Paul Jr. Yeah, those are kind of some of the guys. One thing I want tomorrow, Andrew, if I can just be totally transparent, I cannot have Jalen Reed go to this team. You cannot have Jaden Reed and Jalen Reed on the same team. I will lose it. It's not something that can happen. So I'm sure he's a really nice safety out of Penn State. I cannot handle Jaden Reed and Jalen Reed being on the same team.
And I don't know what the NFL's rules on that are. Like, they used to have to print part of their first name if it was the same as the last name, and like that will end both of their careers.
Yeah.
You cannot have part of your first name on a jersey in the NFL.
No, you cannot, because you'd have to get to JAY and then D or JAYL. Like, yeah, it's
And then you have a
ugly.
period. Can't
Yeah,
do that.
it's gross. Carla, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate that. Thank you for all of you being here. I think we got to over 1,800 people in the chat at one point tonight. Shout out to, again, everyone that's listened all throughout the evening. Shout out to Habish and Rotier. Shout out to Luigi's Pizza. Shout out to Andrew Merteg, all of our friends who showed up tonight. Obviously, Tyler Brook, Justice Muscade on a couple different occasions, Mark Oldacres. I'm going to be doing my immediate reaction video right after this, so that should be up. And I don't know, I'm probably going to be lazy for like 20 minutes here, and then probably put the actual, kind of thoughts together. And then that'll probably be up by, I would say, at least midnight Central Time tonight at the very latest, hopefully 11:30. And then I'll have the full podcast for you guys tomorrow morning as well, live tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. On the draft party show. We'll get ready for rounds 4, 5, and beyond. And then live again tomorrow, Titletown Brewery, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Andrew, what do you want to plug on the way out, my friend?
Yeah, I'm only on Blue Sky now, so if you happen to be on that platform, you can find me. But mostly go out and follow the Draft Fellows. We're on YouTube and anywhere you get your favorite audio podcasting platform. So if you like to listen to the draft 365 days a year, well, you have an opportunity to do that too.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Go, and Kyle and Andrew are such a dynamic tag team, and they do such great work together. Make sure to follow them over on the Draft Fellows. All right, so Andrew, as we kind of wrap things up here before we get out of here, a bizarre-ish day too for Green Bay. All offense so far, wide receiver, offensive lineman, wide receiver. We'll see if he's if Belton's a tackle or a guard, and what they kind of end up doing there. But I think most people would have argued that at some point in this draft, you wanted to find a little bit more depth and competition for kind of that number 7 spot along the offensive line. They certainly get that. There's, for all the talk of like a wide receiver, will they get one or not? Well, they got 2. They got one in the first round, one in the third round. Very aggressive at that position. They clearly went best player available on their board throughout the course of the day. But interesting day 2, to say the least.
Yeah, and it's clear that they're prioritizing the offense. I mean, I think there were defensive players there to take at corner and edge, and they're saying, we need to get more physical. We need to be better at the goal line. We need to make more of this team in the vision of what Matt LaFleur wants to do. So it's an interesting way to go, and you can think about it what you want, but I think the Packers' track record shows us that we should at least have some faith for now in what their vision is.
Yeah, in a vacuum, I can understand all these. I mean, certainly, I think we're all still very excited about Matthew Golden on day one. I've talked, I'll go over it on the emergency podcast tonight as I break everything down. I can understand. I think the offensive lineman pick a lot more than maybe some others. Again, I had him as a 3rd rounder. We saw every one of these offensive linemen go up basically a step from where they were kind of expected to. Even guys that I was expecting 4th, 5th round here that went in the 3rd round. The teams are very much prioritizing offensive line. It is not a joke. It is a legitimate thing. You cannot have enough of them. And so if you have a 3rd round grade on an offensive lineman, guess what? You're probably taking them in the 2nd round if you want to get them. And then obviously you get a gadgety wide receiver that brings something a little bit different to the table than you have on the roster right now. A freaky athletic dude. Surprise, surprise. This is a upside play here, and again gives you a lot more competition in that wide receiver room. It certainly lacks the balance, I think, is what I would maybe go into this draft expecting. One of the things I said pretty confidently going into the draft is that they would not double up on day 1 of the draft at any position. I did not think they would go corner, defensive tackle, offensive line, edge, maybe edge and defensive tackle. Like I could have seen that, but no one position doubled up. And if you would have asked me which one they would have doubled up on, I definitely would not have expected it to be wide receiver. So the fact that they are all offense, that they go 2 wide receivers and offensive tackle, when I think if you would have asked going into day 1 and day 2 of the draft, I think everyone would have said, like, definitely get me a receiver, and then everything else should probably be on defense. And I don't know that there would have been a huge preference if that wide receiver was like, I think if a lot of people would have been thrilled if Aomanar or Jalen Royals, who are still out there, if the Green Bay or Torrey Horton, if Green Bay got one of those guys in round 3, that maybe they could have drafted that in round 3 and then spent, whether it would have been, I don't know, who's available in round 1 that would have been, whether it would have been, I don't know, Trey Amos or somebody like that. It was Amos Amos went right before them in round 2, but and then they maybe balance that a little bit differently. I think the balance of this draft is a little bit funky, to say the least, at this point, but I can certainly see the vision for every single player that they drafted so far through 3 rounds.
Yeah. And I mean, I totally understand. Belton was not where I had him valued as like a 3rd or 4th rounder, but just like we have been talking about throughout the night, everybody got pushed up a little bit. And this is not the best and deepest offensive line class. And you're seeing what defensive lines are doing to offenses across the league. So you have to make an investment in there anyways. And when Kyle and I were doing the On the Clock series, we started just making a joke, like picks 11 through 22-ish all had interior offensive line needs. So everybody needs interior offensive line. There aren't that many available. We know that there's a tackle shortage all across the league. If you have the fortune of only watching the Packers and their opponents, like, be thankful. But if you watch play across the league and you have to watch teams that are picking in the top 5 of this draft try to block other teams, you will be very appreciative of the Packers' emphasis on getting offensive line over and over and over very quickly. So I would not encourage anybody to do that. But if you haven't had the displeasure of watching bad offensive line play, we know what happened in the playoffs, but teams have to deal with this throughout the year. So over investing in offensive line, I will always be forgiving of.
Yeah, no, I totally get that as well. I did forget Amos was there in round 2 when they did select Belton. So that was one that definitely could have been on the board there that they could have certainly gone with. But again, we saw corners go kind of very weird in this draft and kind of all over the place. And I'm with Patrick. Never apologize for picking offensive linemen. You can never have enough of them. And I'm very much in that conversation as well. The defense is going to be interesting, how they kind of navigate this over the course of day 3 and what players they add, and can they find impact players? It's usually tough along that defensive front. We heard all going into the draft of how deep this defensive tackle class is. There are certainly still defensive tackles out there. The Boston College kid is someone that I liked quite a bit, and I think could obviously make that logical jump to Green Bay with Cam Horsley is the guy I'm talking about from Boston College, playing in Jeff Hafley's defense. I could see him potentially filling a little bit of that role that TJ Slayton vacated, but I'm very intrigued to see how they kind of navigate the defensive part of this draft. Not much on offense left to do. Again, running back is kind of set, wide receiver set. They got an offensive lineman. I bet they maybe take another offensive lineman. They could take a quarterback at some point, but I would expect this to be a very defensive draft on day 3, to say the least at this point.
Yeah, going out and there's still some interesting players. We've mentioned a ton of them. I think this draft, especially a defensive line, goes pretty deep into day 3. So I'm sure they will take advantage of that. Maybe we see a trade up in the 4th round. Whatever Mark Murphy was alluding to, or if he was just trying to throw the scent off. Maybe the Packers are looking to move up there because the board probably dries up a little bit by the time they pick in the 4th. So if they want to strike one of those preferred edge or corners, moving up might be the way to do it.
Some quotes from Brian Gutekunst. Packers Brian Gutekunst said, quote, "Didn't think I'd be up here talking about taking 2 wide receivers." Gutekunst said that he's excited to see what Matt LaFleur comes up with for Savion Williams. Gutekunst envisioned Savion Williams as a receiver who can do some other things, but not so much as a Ty Montgomery or Cordero Patterson type. Gutekunst on why he hasn't drafted a pass rusher. "I feel very good about the guys we have in the building. We do need to improve with our consistency, but likes who they have in the building." Let's see. On why he's evaluated college left tackle Anthony Belton as someone who can play guard, exceptional quickness. He bends very well, and then just power. So apparently feels like he can play guard as well. So Belton can play both guard and tackle spots. He's got exceptional quickness and power. Crap, I lost my spot there. Gutekunst says Jordan Morgan will still be competing at left tackle. Let's see. Talked about arm measurements on Belton's arm length. Very comfortable in the range that he's in. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at for what Goody said so far. Preston, this offense should be pretty dynamic, but as is, the defense could be allowing opposing teams' quarterbacks enough time to read the Harry Potter chapter series. Could be cooked, barring a trade. Hope I'm wrong. A lot of faith, obviously, in DeMarcus Covington right now. Maybe the biggest move Green Bay has made all offseason might just be for DeMarcus Covington. He's going to have to unlock what is a very talented defensive line. Kenny Clark, Devontae Wyatt, Carl Brooks, obviously LVN, Rashawn Gary. I even put Brenton Cox in that conversation. Kingsley Nigbari, Colby Wooden, lots of talent in that group. Did not exactly live up to it this past year. They fire Rebrovich. Justice has talked about it quite a bit of how there was, I think some that didn't feel like he was a very good coach at all. I think they're moving on from one that they maybe didn't have a lot of faith in to somebody that has had a lot of success in this league. If they can unlock that defensive, or if he can unlock that defensive line, I think that'll go a long way in maybe easing some of those concerns. But a lot of pressure right now on DeMarcus Covington within the organization.
Yeah, and I'll just say this: nobody's been harder on the Lucas Van Ness pick than me. And so, but the
is the piss hot? Is the piss hot? Is that's all we need?
Yeah, something like that. The optimist in me looks at him and says he turns 24 this summer. There are players we were clamoring for at edge in this draft that are older than LVN is right now. And so you hope with an increase in coaching, being his third year in the league, when a lot of edge rushers really discover how to rush the passer, I think there's a lot of room for hope there. And maybe that's fool's gold. I don't know, but I'm hoping that the Packers are right with what they're betting on from that edge room.
Me too. Me very much as well. And we'll see what they do tomorrow. Still some guys out there that could potentially help this team in some way. It's hard at edge usually, but again, my guy is still out there. Braden Swinson's still out there. Fadil Diggs is somebody on day 3 that I think could potentially make an impact. Did Baron Sorrell go at all?
I did not see him. No.
Okay. No, I don't think he went either. So there are some players out there that are still very interesting.
Kyle Kennard, Elijah Roberts, Jack Sawyer.
I bet edge rusher on round 4 would be my guess if I were betting person today. And then I bet double up on corner, like 5th and 6th round. And then I bet the 7th round is whatever, who knows, quarterback and blocking tight end is what I'll say.
Yeah.
All right, Andrew, any final thoughts before we get out of here?
No, I mean, sometimes with these picks that you're not super pumped about, they end up making you look like a fool. I know that has been the case with me a few times. And, I think with offensive line, I tend to trust the Packers more than any other organization. So if they're taking a guy in the 2nd round, that usually spells really good things in the future. So excited about that. Excited about having like a freaky wild card kind of player in the 3rd round and see how they can use that Swiss Army knife in a very creative offense.
Very much so. They'll find ways to use them for sure. Wide receivers around 4 through 7. Let's get after it. Fred says, thank you, Andrew. Andrew, can't thank you enough. This was awesome. I appreciate all the time, effort, and energy that you put into today and covering the draft all season long. Again, follow Andrew on Blue Sky at Andrew Merteg. And of course, find the Draft Fellows podcast over on YouTube as well. And make sure to subscribe. Any last words, Andrew?
No, just thank you so much for having me. Tolerating me for 4.5 hours is no small accomplishment.
No, you were fantastic, my friend.
This is like the highlight of my week. So
no, it's awesome. I appreciate you a ton. That's going to do it for us. You can find me at Andy Herman NFL. Make sure to hit subscribe, check out those Pack a Day Podcast YouTube memberships. And anything you can do to support is always welcome. But thank you so much for all of your support today, the time that you guys put into asking all the amazing questions, the super chats, etc. Again, thank you to Justice and Tyler, Mark Oldacres, Andrew Merteg. I guess for me, Andy Herman, I appreciate you guys a ton. Follow the Pack a Day Podcast. I'll see you guys all very soon. But until next time, and as always, go Pack Go.
Go Pack Go.